Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
The children of The Forest will fight alongside us in the war against the others. Enar finished, looking at everyone with a smile. As if realizing Enar's intentions, Ariane began to clap her hands while watching him with a kind and warm gaze. Enar looked at the desert princess, nodded and smiled gently at her before joining in the applause. A lively atmosphere spread through the great hall, and the lords and ladies of the north didn't miss the opportunity to feast and drink as much wine as they deemed necessary. Even though it was early in the morning, these men and women seemed exceptionally lively. Enar understood this well. A war was looming, and only a fool wouldn't take the opportunity to eat and drink, as it could be the last feast of their lives. In this respect, the lords of the north were wise in the face of death. "My master of laws, what has happened to the army of Dorne?" Enar brought the goblet to his lips and took a sip of wine while looking at Oberyn, who was still watching Leaf with an extremely curious look. Oberyn reluctantly looked away from Leaf and replied in a respectful tone, "From my brother's news, he will be attacking Storm's End with the army of Dorne." Enar couldn't help but give Leaf an unpleasant look. Attack Storm's End? Who did Doran think he was to dare try to take one of the most powerful castles in the Seven Kingdoms? House Tyrell had laid siege to Storm's End for a year without success. Although part of this was due to Mace Tyrell's incompetence, the castle itself was extremely difficult to conquer. How, in the name of the gods, could the army of Dorne, with a mere 20,000-5,000 men, bring down a fortress that had only surrendered to Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys? Noticing Enar's expression, Oberyn smiled bitterly. Even he couldn't understand how his prudent and cautious brother could make such a risky decision. "Pray that the army of Dorne survives the attack until I arrive," Enar commented with a dissatisfied tone. He felt like a father having to solve his son's problems after a stupid decision. What could Oberyn say? He just smiled bitterly and chose not to criticize his brother. While Enar and Oberyn argued in whispers, Visenya approached Leaf and greeted her with a kind smile and a curious look. "Hello, I'm Visenya, Enar's wife. Leaf, Lady of the God's Eye." Leaf replied with a respectful tone, looking at Visenya with equal curiosity. "You smell like a volcano," Leaf commented with a smile. Visenya laughed on hearing this and replied, "Blood and fire run through my veins." They both engaged in an interesting conversation, exchanging information. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Battle of Hay Castle. I like ambushes, you never know who will be ambushed until the end. Enar, on a hill, looking at the army of House Frey. The war march set off from Motzie Island and marched down the King's Road like a tidal wave of men. Even from miles away, you could hear the sound of the army marching. "Lord Reed, you look like you want to say something," Enar asked, looking at the Green Seer, or at least part of one. The Emin wasn't that talented to be considered a true Green Seer. "I'm looking for any signs that your grace is Lady Lioness' son, but no matter how much I look, there aren't any." Howland, Lord of Greywater Watch, commented in a low, calm tone, his face obscured by the green cloak that covered his body. "Have you fallen in love with my mother, Lord Reed?" Enar asked with a smile, watching the shorter-than-normal man with interest. With his mother's beauty and charm, he wouldn't have been surprised if such a thing had happened. Howland Reed lifted his gaze and looked directly into Enar's eyes before replying in a calm tone. "No, but I've always admired your mother." She was a strange woman, even by northern standards, a true nature spirit. Einar didn't sense any lies coming from the man, so he believed Howland's words. It seems that my mother really did leave a mark on you. He spoke in an amused tone, despite the increasingly tense atmosphere because of the war. Howland nodded. Memories that I will take to my grave with great esteem. Lady Lyanna was someone I would give my life for, if necessary. Or act cowardly, like shooting Sir Arthur Dane in the back. Einar added in a calm tone, but whether it was Lita, Willem, or Barry Stan, all three looked at Howland with sharp glances. Lita, in particular, looked at Howland with a slightly colder gaze. She finally understood how Eddard Stark, even though he was so young, had won against her uncle. It had been a cowardly and unfair duel from the start of the fight. Despite this, Howland seemed indifferent and replied in a calm tone, "He killed 6 people in the blink of an eye. When I was about to kill Lord Stark, I did just what any loyal vassal would do to save his liege. I went for Sir Arthur's throat from behind." Lita didn't know how she didn't draw Dawn from her scabbard and cut Howland's head off at that instant, but all the training, pain, and devotion to Einar spoke louder than anything else. Barry Stan looked at Howland and spoke coldly. "You should have died with honor rather than kill Arthur like a coward." Howland didn't retort to the old Kingsguard's words. He knew it was a cowardly act, but in the circumstances at the time, there was no way Lord Stark could win. So he did what he did without any hesitation. "I do not regret my actions, Sir Barry Stan," Howland said in a calm tone. "I would do the same thing if it meant saving Lord Stark from death." Barry Stan snorted coldly. He regretted Arthur's death. The boy deserved a more dignified and honorable death than being stabbed in the back. Perhaps noticing Lita's gaze, Howland took on a complex expression. "I saw when Lord Stark took over Sir Arthur's murder. I saw the pain on his mother's face. At that moment, I have never felt such shame in my life. I didn't even dare to take responsibility, and I didn't have the courage to tell Lady Ashura that the real murderer of her brother was me." Lita gripped Dawn's handle so tightly that the veins in her hand stood out, twitching, showing the effort she was making not to kill the Lord of Greywater Watch right then. Howland realized this, but showed no sign of resistance. He knew that actions had consequences, more than anyone else. He knew this and accepted his possible death with open arms, with a calm that made Einar look at him with a certain degree of admiration. In the end, Howland just looked at Lita, and Lita looked at him. They both looked at each other with completely different expressions. One had a calm, serene countenance, the other a cold, slightly murderous look. The memory of her mother's pained expression and crying flashed through Lita's mind. But in the end, she didn't draw her sword, not when Einar hadn't ordered Howland's death. "When this war is over, join the Night's Watch. Pass on your titles and fiefdom to your firstborn. For now, help us fight House Frey in Greywater Watch," Einar decreed, deciding Howland's fate in an instant. Lita let out an emotion-laden sigh and relaxed her grip, although her gaze remained fixed on Howland, now filled with a coldness that sent shivers down the spine of the Lord of Greywater Watch. "Thank you, Your Grace. I will carry out your orders without any hesitation." Ignoring the danger signals his body was giving him, Howland looked in surprise at Einar and bowed in gratitude. Although he accepted death with open arms, who wouldn't want to live? "But don't worry, Your Grace. House Frey has tried to conquer Greywater Watch countless times, but has failed every time, without exception," Howland said with a slightly colder tone. If there was anyone who hated the Freys, it was House Reed, who had faced them countless times. Einar nodded, pleased with Howland's words. Not far from Einar, Visenya looked at her husband for a moment and then turned her gaze to Rennis, Ariane, the Sand Snakes and her mother. They were all riding together, including Leif, who seemed to be getting used to riding a horse. "The Dowager Queen looks like the queen who visited the wall," Leif commented, gaining the attention of all the women. Which queen are you talking about? Rilla asked with a touch of curiosity. As far as she could remember, only 1 or 2 queens had ever visited the wall. I don't know her name, but she rode a very beautiful, silver-colored dragon. Leaf replied, not noticing that her words had caused a hush around them. Rilla widened her eyes, completely shocked. From Leaf's description, the queen she had seen could only be Alysanne I Targaryen, the rider of Silverwing. Queen Alysanne! Rilla exclaimed, still incredulous. The other women were equally surprised by Leaf's words. How old are you, Leaf? Visenya asked, curious. In human terms, 1,040 years. In my people's terms, 700 winters. Leaf answered casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world to be thousands of years old. Once again, her words cast a strange silence around them. All the women looked at Leaf's silky, shiny, childlike skin with deep envy. What woman wouldn't want to remain eternally young? Perhaps noticing their shocked look, Leaf sighed with a tone of helplessness. I'm considered a teenager by human standards, I haven't yet reached the maturity to get a partner. Leaf's words left them all speechless at the absurd life expectancy of the children of the forest. She was thousands of years old and still considered a teenager. They couldn't tell if living so long was a blessing or a curse. Still, knowing that Leaf had been alive during old Valyria, had witnessed the fall of the most powerful empire in the world and had lived so long to see the rise and fall of House Targaryen aroused admiration in all the women present. Visenya felt she needed to ask for some tips on how to adjust her mindset. After all, like Leaf, she too would have a long time to live. She needed to adapt to his new reality, and there was no one better to help her than a being who had lived for so long. Incredible. I don't know if I could live for so long, watching everyone I love die. Arianne commented, letting out a sigh full of admiration for Leaf. Just thought of living that long sent a shiver through her body. Well, my people live long, so we don't have that problem. Leaf replied, finally getting the hang of riding a horse. Surprisingly, she liked the feeling. Although she found the saddle and other things unnecessary. The horse could be freer without those things in her eyes. Arianne nodded. As Leaf had said, the children of the forest lived for a long time, so they didn't have the same worries as the desert princess. Next chapter will start the action. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Battle of Hay Castle. 2. Do not wait for your enemies to make preparations, attack when they are most defenseless. Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne. You look grander in armor, my lord Hand. Enar commented with an amused tongue. Like Tyrion, he also wore crimson armor. A crown of Valyrian steel studded with rubies rested on his hair. Tyrion, who wore golden armor with a green lion on his chest, flashed a helpless smile and spoke with a tired tone, wearing armor is complicated, mainly because of the weight. You get used to it. Armor becomes a second skin after fighting dozens of battles. Oberyn, who was also wearing yellow armor with the House Martell crest, commented in an amused tone, watching the dwarf. Everyone was gathered in a tent, looking at the map on the table in the center. Eddard, wearing grey armor, looked at the map and spoke in a calm tone, from the scouts' information, House Frey's army is stationed 15 kilometers away, under House Hayes Castle. Do we know the enemy numbers, Lord Stark? Tyrion asked with a glare. He looked at the map and located House Hayes Castle. It wasn't far from Twins. Between 10 and 14,000 men. The rest are probably in Twins. Eddard gave a rough estimate of the enemy troops, since the scouts had no way of knowing the exact number. It's a large army, especially considering that House Frey is not a paramount lord of the Riverlands. Oberyn commented, still incredulous at the number of House Frey soldiers. To understand how large this army was, House Martell had around 30,000 soldiers and possibly less than that. To know that House Frey had so many men was shocking, to say the least. Are they soldiers in armor or dirty commoners wielding hoes? Tyrion asked curiously. From the scouts' report, many had armor, but there were some without. Eddard replied, looking at Tywin Lannister's dwarf. He still couldn't believe that Enar had managed to convince a son to kill his own father. Then we have nothing to worry about in the first place. Tyrion commented in a more relaxed tone after hearing the words of the Lord of Winterfell. They had around 120,000 soldiers. In comparison, the enemy army was too small in the face of such a large number. Everyone nodded at Tyrion's words. The best part is that they don't know we're already their enemies. Oberyn said, his lips curving into a mischievous smile. We can enter the camp and attack from the inside, while using our soldiers to attack from the outside. Tyrion and Eddard looked at Oberyn with surprised expressions. It really was a cruel and malicious plan. If they really did what Oberyn had suggested, it wouldn't be a battle, but a massacre without any resistance. Whether it was the Red Legion, the Sardaukar, or the Northerners, all three were armies that had seen and participated in many wars. They were all experienced veteran soldiers. Together with the number of hundreds of thousands, there was no doubt about victory. Great idea, let's do it. Enar laughed and accepted Oberyn's proposal with a smile on his face. Such a cruel tactic was really something he liked, especially when they could minimize their own losses. Eddard frowned deeply. He didn't like fighting in such a cowardly way, even against the scum of the fray, but, as Enar had already decided, he would accept the order and do as he was told. Let's get started. Enar spoke. He looked at Tyrion and said, send a messenger and explain our situation to the army commander. Tyrion smiled mischievously when he heard those words. He was more than happy to coordinate the attack. House Frey didn't deserve honor or anything related to it. A shameful death was a fitting fate for the most despicable house in Westeros. Are we finally going to war? Suddenly, Visenya entered the tent wearing black armor, having heard Enar's orders. The queen couldn't help but feel excited again about the war that was about to take place. Enar was speechless at his wife's excitement. He really wanted to know what was going through her mind to make her so eager to kill people. After a while of reflection, he explained Oberyn's strategy, causing the queen to let out a somewhat sadistic laugh. A shameful death for human trash. She commented when she heard about Oberyn's plan. She really liked the idea and was looking forward to it. I'll be in the army that will attack from outside the camp. Although raiding the enemy camp sounded like fun, she preferred fighting alongside an army. Visenya looked at Enar, waiting for his permission, which she received. Yes, but be careful and don't use Syrinx. I don't want the fire to spread to the swamps. Enar certainly wouldn't object to Visenya going to war. At the same time, he would start accumulating blood for some of his future plans. Those responsible for this task would be his two loyal subordinates, Sigismund and Titus. Enar wouldn't trust anyone else with such a delicate mission, which could tarnish his reputation. Visenya nodded, although she wanted to use Syrinx for the first time in war, but accepted Enar's orders. Besides, she concluded that using Syrinx to deal with House Frey's army would be too great an honor for such insignificant people. Let's start the war officially. Enar spoke with a slightly excited tone. It was the first battle in Reconquista, how could he not be excited right now? Yes. Everyone answered with a solid and powerful yes. With Enar's orders, everyone began to move and the operation began. Instead of sending a messenger, Tyrion Personal acted as messenger so as not to cause any suspicion to House Frey. Riding a horse, which he climbed onto with the help of a servant, Tyrion, accompanied by 4 members of the Red Legion, set off towards House Hayes Castle. One of the members of the Red Legion carried the banner of House Targaryen. It didn't take more than half an hour for Tyrion to spot the camp outside House Hayes Castle. Among the coats of arms that were present, besides House Hay, there were 2 others. House Arrynford and House Charlton. There was no other coat of arms apart from these 3, who were vassals of House Frey. However, the numbers of these 3 houses really surprised him. Even in the Westlands, it wasn't every house that had 3,000 to 4,000 men. After all, no great house wants a vassal to become too strong, which could threaten the power of an entire region. Only houses Tyrell and Tully were weak enough to allow such a thing to happen. While he was thinking, Tyrion had been spotted by the camp watchman. One of the soldiers on watch noticed the banner from afar and didn't hesitate to sound the trumpet. Who came out of the main tent after the trumpet was blown were 7 men, the lords of House Hay, Arrynford, and Charlton. The heir of the Crossing and twins, Estevrone Frey, the second and third son of Valder Frey, Aemon, and Aenys Frey. "What's going on?" Estevrone asked the soldier. "The banner of House Targaryen has been seen outside the camp, Lord Estevrone." The soldier replied without any hesitation. Estevrone smiled at the soldier's words. "It seems he's a messenger. Father's orders are to bow to King Enar Targaryen, so we've come with our army to join the march of war." Aenys Frey commented with a naturally cunning and cruel look. Valder's 3 sons were old and bald or balding, especially Estevrone, who was 60 years old. "Let's go and greet the messenger." Estevrone, unlike his father, was a kind and courteous man. He had a gentle appearance and attached great importance to his family. Everyone nodded and followed Estevrone to the exit of the camp, where they saw 5 horses and soldiers wearing red armor. But what caught their attention was the leader and messenger of the group, a dwarf wearing golden armor with the House Lannister crest in green. This caused a small shock among everyone around, as in the name of the 7, there was a Lannister in the army of House Targaryen? "Lord Estevrone, I presume." Estevrone woke up from the shock of hearing the dwarf's question. He just nodded. "I am Tyrion of House Lannister and Hand of the King. I have come on behalf of the king, who will be arriving in a few moments." Tyrion ignored the shocked looks on everyone's faces and spoke with a gentle, charismatic smile. "The king will be received with all the regalia befitting a king." Estevrone, still shocked by Tyrion's identity, spoke with an incredulous tone as he stared at Tyrion with a wide-eyed look. It was really hard to believe that the lion son of the rock was actually fighting against his own father. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Battle of Hay Castle. 3. Never underestimate a woman's anger, especially a queen's. Tyrion Lannister thought, watching the palace fight at court and the headless body in front of the Iron Throne. In the camp tent, Tyrion looked around and thought he was in the lair of a gang of bandits by the side of the road. There wasn't even a decent-looking man inside the tent. However, he had no right to judge someone by their appearance, but they all really did look like villains, no matter how he looked at them. Then Tyrion's green and black eyes fell on a bald, old man. He looked timid and not at all brave. Aemon Frey, second son of Valder Frey. The reason Tyrion recognized the man was simple: he was the husband of his aunt, Jenna Lannister. If there was anyone in the world he recognized as a relative and believed in his abilities, it was Jenna Lannister. As far as he knew, Jenna controlled her cowardly husband like a rider controls a horse. "I hope my beautiful aunt is in good health, Lord Aemon." Tyrion greeted the man with a smile. Aemon also smiled at the mention of his wife and answered a little shyly in the face of everyone's gaze, which fell on him after Tyrion's question. "Jenna is well, Lord Hand." She is teaching our children with great zeal and decency. He replied with a proud smile. If there was one thing he was proud of in his mediocre life, it was his wife. Only he had a wife like Jenna, who was Tywin's sister and Queen Cersei's aunt. In terms of status, apart from Tyrion, there wasn't a single person with a position comparable to his. This, for a moment, made him so proud that his posture straightened and he looked at everyone haughtily. However, all pride vanished when he felt the cold gaze of his brother, Aenys. His posture shrank as before, and he couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look Aenys in the eye. Tyrion, who had noticed everything, couldn't help but shake his head. His aunt had really suffered for being married to such a cowardly and stupid man. May I ask where King Enar will strike first? Glaring at Tee Dwarf, Aenys Frey asked in a calm, slightly malicious tone. Tyrion narrowed his eyes, took a sip of wine and replied with a humorous tone, "How should I know, Lord Aenys? My king is someone who likes to solve everything himself and rarely allows anyone to go against his orders." That was a partial lie. Although the part about going against orders was true, Enar really did allow everyone to advise him without any impatience. If the idea was a good one, the king would accept it without a second thought, as would Oberyn's strategy. Although his king did have a rather tyrannical temperament in certain matters, he was surprisingly easy to get along with. However, even so, Tyrion didn't reveal Enar's plans to attack the Vale and the Riverlands. How could he reveal such important information to Valder Frey's vassals? Aenys nodded, gradually creating a clear picture of the king's personality. An arrogant boy who had been lucky enough to hatch a dragon, full of pride and who didn't listen to his advisors. He didn't seem like someone who would be difficult to influence. Such people cared more about their reputation than anything else. This brought a smile to Aenys' lips. He estimated that, after a few conversations, they could replace the arrogant dwarf in front of him. Which wouldn't be difficult. Who would want to live with a little freak every day? Tyrion, who always received looks of disdain and contempt, was especially sensitive to malicious expressions, and caught a hint of malice on the face of Valder Frey's third son. Looking at the proud expression on Aenys' face, Tyrion found the scene amusing. Intelligent people were arrogant and often thought that knowledge was power, but if there was one thing he agreed with Cersei about, it was that power was power. Aenys might have thought herself clever, but Tyrion thought himself even more so. There were few people who could really fight a battle of wits with him. The king was one of them. His father too. Tywin Lannister was always 3 steps ahead of the enemy. As for King Enar, Tyrion estimated that he could never match him in intelligence. The king seemed to predict the future with an accuracy that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, the ground seemed to shake. Everyone knew that the king had arrived with his army. However, all of Valder's lords and sons changed their expressions dramatically when they felt the intensity of the tremor. "May I ask how many soldiers the king has?" Stavron asked, shocked. "About 120,000, but we're not complete yet. The army of House Tyrell hasn't joined us yet." Tyrion replied casually, as he watched with pleasure at the change in everyone's expressions, trying to pick up any tiny detail that might be useful in the future. But after a while, Tyrion saw only animation on their faces, which indicated that no one in the tent knew about Valder and Tywin's plan. Which didn't surprise him. Knowing his father, Tyrion knew that such a basic mistake could never be made by the powerful Tywin Lannister. The man would kill anyone who knew of his plans. "Let's go and greet the king." Tyrion set his wine glass aside and got down from his chair with some difficulty. Everyone didn't hesitate and headed towards the entrance to the camp. "Lord Tyrion, is the king married? I have a beautiful, delicate sister who is of a suitable age to marry." Aenys asked with a smile, although her expression was, to say the least, frightening for anyone. "The king has 2 wives and loves them both." Tyrion replied in a slightly hurried tone. He didn't want to get involved in this hornet's nest of killer bees. Fighting at court would be a scary thing, especially between queens, and he didn't want to put himself in danger by anything he said or did. During his time in Volantis, how could he have mic'd Rhaenys and Arianne's intentions? He felt that things would get really complicated once the war was won. The two factions would fight for power, and it wouldn't be a gentle contest. The queens could remain unscathed and safe from the court's conspiracies, but their allies wouldn't have the same privilege. Tyrion didn't want to get involved in this battle and would never dare recommend a wife or mistress for Enar, attracting the hatred of the queens. Aenys showed a disappointed expression, but was not discouraged. If marrying her sister to the king wasn't possible, she could still become Enar's mistress or even a servant. As long as he received rewards, it didn't matter what his sister's status was. While everyone was talking among themselves, they arrived at the entrance to the camp. When the army got close enough to be seen, a red and gold wave appeared in everyone's vision. The most shocking thing for Valder Frey's vassals and children was that all the soldiers were wearing armor. How much gold had been spent to form such a well-equipped army? Stavron tried to imagine and shuddered at the absurd amount of resources that must have been invested. Suddenly noticing that the sky was darkening, Stavron raised his head and felt like an ant in front of the crimson dragon flying above the army. The shadow of the creature's wings seemed to cover the sky itself. Stavron couldn't help but thank his father for bowing to the Targaryen king. He didn't want to die, and he definitely didn't want House Frey to disappear in the face of such a destructive force. Had he known about his father's plan, perhaps Stavron wouldn't have been so grateful to his own father for making the decision to challenge someone so powerful and dangerous. After all, even if Enar was killed, what would the dragon do when his rider died? But that wasn't Valder's or Stavron's fault. How could they have known about the special bond between a dragon and its rider? It was then that he saw the Targaryen king. Enar was surrounded by men in white armor, whom Stavron assumed were members of the royal guard. However, what really caught his attention was the king's size. The man was gigantic, perhaps the biggest Stavron had ever seen in his 60 years of life. He was wearing red armor with the coat of arms of House Targaryen and a crown adorned with rubies under his white gold hair. "I hope I'm not late, heir of the crossing." Enar greeted Stavron with a gentle smile, even though he was about to kill him. Stavron straightened up and bowed to the king. "We are your vassals, your grace." He looked at Enar and continued in a respectful tone, "How could we blame you for any lateness? Don't flatter me, Lord Stavron. I'm tired of traveling for so long." Enar smiled, responding to the man's flattery with an amused tone. His words made the atmosphere more relaxed. Seeing that the king was approachable and kind caused many to start introducing themselves, each trying to impress him in some way. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, The Battle of Hay Castle. 4. Glory and greed go hand in hand with death. Ob Aaron Martell thought, watching the vassals of House Frey in high spirits. Surround the tent and prevent anyone from entering. Enar ordered a Sardaukar before entering the tent with his royal guard and the members of the court. Upon entering the Ma'in camp tent, Enar naturally sat down on the main seat. His gaze roamed around those present until it settled on Valder Frey's eldest son. Unlike his father, the man was actually a good person, which, in all honesty, was not something you would expect coming from the offspring of one of the most ambitious and petty men in the Seven Kingdoms. "Your wine, your grace." Aenys Frey poured a glass of wine for Enar, who accepted it with a kind smile. "Thank you, Sir Aenys." Enar thanked him as he looked at the man who bore his ancestor's name. He had to admit, the guy was ugly. Curiously, even Aenys Frey's sons bore the traditional names of House Targaryen, Rhaegar and Aegon. But obviously, both were exactly like their father, lacking even 1% of the Targaryen's characteristic beauty. Your Grace, my father has asked me to inform you that the twins' gates are open for your arrival. House Frey will kneel before House Targaryen once more and fight alongside the king. Stavron declared with a respectful tone, displaying a kind and warm gaze. Lord Frey has my thanks. Enar smiled and expressed his gratitude aloud, raising his goblet in a toast, a gesture that everyone followed, toasting with smiles on their faces. Oberyn and Tyrion exchanged glances, noticing the amusement in each other's eyes. Did they feel pity or mercy for these people? No. Even if they didn't know exactly what Valder and Tywin's plans were, they were both quite sure that these same men would obey Valder Frey's orders and kill them without any hesitation. So there was no room for pity. On the contrary, the situation seemed ironic, almost comical. Especially for Oberyn, the real orchestrator of the plan. He couldn't wait to see their expressions when they found out the truth. Your Grace, can I ask you something? Aenys Frey took a sip of wine and asked in a respectful tone, flashing a false look of admiration at Enar. He knew very well how to satisfy a man's vanity and ego. You may ask, Sir Aenys. Enar narrowed his eyes and replied in a calm tone. He recognized an ambitious sycophant when he saw one, and Aenys Frey was exactly that kind of person. How could he allow someone like that on the small council? Did Aenys think Enar was like Aegon IV, surrounded by sycophants and incompetents? Where will your Grace strike first? Aenys asked, slightly excited. He felt that this was his chance to prove himself to the king and secure an important position at the court of House Targaryen. I will attack Riverlands. Enar replied, causing everyone who didn't know this information to open their eyes in shock. In everyone's eyes, including those of the many noble houses of Westeros, if House Stark had knelt before the king, House Tully, linked by marriage to House Stark, would surely kneel too. But when they heard Enar's words, they all realized that the reality was not exactly as the rumors said. For certain reasons, House Tully will no longer be Lord Paramount and will no longer be able to rule Riverlands. Enar took a sip of wine and commented casually, watching as everyone was shocked by the information he had just revealed. Aenys' eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard Enar's words. He felt his heart beat faster, thinking that this really was the chance for House Frey to reach a level never seen before in history. Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of the Riverlands. It wasn't just Aenys who thought of this possibility. Stavron and Aemon also showed excited expressions. If House Tully could ascend to Lord Paramount during the conquest of Aegon, House Frey could also ascend during the conquest of Enar. At this thought, the brothers looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. How could they not be excited? It was the chance their father had always hoped for. Yes, Valder Frey, an ambitious and cruel lord, had always looked at the weak House Tully with greedy eyes. Honestly, it wasn't just House Frey that had this desire. Without the protection of House Targaryen, House Tully could never contain powerful houses like Blackwood or Bracken, both noble lineages that were once kings during the Age of the 100 Kingdoms. These two noble houses were extremely powerful in the Riverlands, possessing vast lands and armies larger than those of their liege, House Tully. They also had their eye on the title of Lord Paramount. How could they ignore this possibility when they saw House Tully's weakness? House Tully possessed something it didn't have the strength to defend, nor even the authority to command its most powerful vassals. In this world, everything came down to force, especially during the Age of 100 Kingdoms, where kingdoms were overthrown every month as if they were mere minor lords. Your Grace, don't worry, House Frey will help you pacify the rebels. Stavron beat his chest and promised in a brave tone. Even someone as kind as him was consumed by greed when faced with an opportunity like this. Enar looked at everyone and spoke in a gentle tone, I appreciate the good intentions, but this won't be possible. His words left everyone except the members of his court extremely confused. Right now, Valder Frey is preparing a grand reception for me and my court. The kindness disappeared from Enar's eyes. He's poisoning the wine and preparing bows and arrows to kill me and everyone I care about, on Tywin Lannister's orders. Silence prevailed in the room after Enar's words still echoed in the minds of the vassals and Valder Frey. As soon as Enar spoke, Leda, Willem and Oberyn drew their swords. They must all be killed. Taking a sip of wine, Enar ordered with a casual tone. His eyes were indifferent to the massacre about to begin. Your Grace, I don't know where you heard these false rumors, but my father would never do something like this. Aenys spoke with a smile, but his eyes showed a trace of panic. Her words were lies, and he knew it. Deep down, he could well imagine his father committing something so despicable. After all, that's how Valder Frey taught him. Enar didn't answer. What could he say to someone who, in his eyes, was already dead? Without having to repeat her orders, Leda acted without any hesitation. She cut off the heads of those next to Enar. Coincidentally, the closest was Aenys Frey. Valder Frey's third son, already of advanced age, didn't even have time to react. His head was cut off in one clean stroke of the Dawn sword. Curiously, Aenys' head fell onto Enar's empty plate. Blood oozed out and filled the plate, creating a grotesque soup of blood and freshly severed head. Looking at Aenys' still incredulous expression, Enar saw the man's eyes move for a moment before he actually died. When his head was separated from his body, streams of blood spurted out and stained Enar's armor. But as his armor was already red, the blood only added depth to the suit's hue. The massacre continued without Enar raising his gaze, his posture remaining absolutely unchanged in the face of the slaughter taking place around him. The only other person who remained motionless was Tyrion, who obviously had no martial skills. Oberyn, in particular, was merciless during the murders. He despised filthy traitors like those before him, so the Red Viper of Dorne didn't show an ounce of kindness in his attacks. 2 minutes later, everyone was dead, without any resistance. Blood covered the inside of the tent as Leda, Willem, and Oberyn watched the scene with indifferent gazes. None of the three were inexperienced, especially Oberyn, who had spent years living as a mercenary in Essos. What about the screams? The men did show UT, but no one came. The reason was simple: the Sardaukar surrounded the tent, spears in hand. Leda approached Enar and took out a white handkerchief, carefully wiping away a few drops of blood that had splashed onto his face during the massacre. Oberyn, start your plan. Enar allowed Leda to do as she pleased and ordered with a cold tone. Don't worry, Your Grace. Oberyn replied, his voice laden with confidence. I will kill many. He said, smiling coldly. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, The Battle of Hay Castle, v. Do you dare to kill when the need arises? That separates you from death on the battlefield. Visenya Targaryen, looking out over the battlefield. Before Oberyn left, he heard Enar's words, don't kill so many enemy soldiers. Let them bend the knee. Oberyn was surprised to hear the king's words, but nodded nonetheless. Enar watched his back, closed his eyes and looked at the possible timelines. Enar felt that something was incredibly wrong. He didn't know where the feeling came from, but it was there, and it made him feel uncomfortable. However, he soon opened his eyes and understood the source of this discomfort. A pair of eyes stares at me from the sky. Enar murmured, knowing who it was, or rather, what it was. A god. More precisely, the god of the 7 faces. In all honesty, there was no animosity between Enar and the god of the 7 faces, at least not yet. In the future, this god of countless kinds would become his mortal enemy. The reason for this was simple: Enar would destroy the faith of the Seven and eradicate this religion that had existed for 6,000 years. The Order of the Maestus was certainly an odious group, but the faith of the Seven was even more annoying, odious and extremely uncomfortable. Much of House Targaryen's heritage had disappeared because of it. Looking up, Enar couldn't help but snort. Being stared at by a god was not comfortable, especially when that god didn't seem to want to stop peeping any time soon. But since you want to watch, I'll let you see your believers begging for help while my soldiers slaughter them. Enar muttered with a touch of coldness. Although he knew this wouldn't affect a god, after all, a being thousands of years old couldn't be shaken simply by the death of his believers. For the gods, if humans die, let them die. They only have to wait a few lousy years for 4 or 5 to be born in the place of one who has died. How could they care about a race whose birth rate was so high? Looking at Lita, who also had a tense and watchful expression, Enar couldn't help but smile and bring out his loyal sword. How do you feel about being stared at by a god? He whispered to her, not intending Tyrion to overhear the conversation. Lita's lips twitched as she heard the king's provocation, but her eyes narrowed as she grasped the real meaning of his words. God. That was a term she never thought she would ever seriously consider. But after living with Enar for so long, she knew secrets that few humans would even imagine discovering. Especially the truth about the long night. From this, she felt no respect or fear towards the gods, unlike most humans. This feeling extended even to the good gods, those who helped humanity survive. This was because, in Lita's eyes, the relationship between humans and gods boiled down to one thing: humanity was cattle used by the gods as they pleased. Even the good gods only saved humanity so that they wouldn't be forgotten. Otherwise, beings thousands, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years old would never have cared about the existence of the human race. In her eyes, there was only one deity that humanity should truly serve. Enar Targaryen, the God Emperor of mankind. Who is it, Your Grace? Lita asked in a low tone, looking at Enar with a calm gaze, even though she already had an idea of who the god the king was referring to was. The god of the 7 faces. Enar replied with an amused smile. Seeing Lita's dislike really pleased him. Lita nodded when she heard the god's name. She wasn't surprised. The old gods, according to the king, had been asleep for thousands of years and might never awaken. Apart from the old gods, there was only the god of the 7 faces with influence in Westeros. While Enar and Lita were chatting casually among the dead inside the tent, sirens began to ring out outside. Oberyn had started the massacre. However, the soldiers standing next to him were the Red Legion. The Sardaukar were still standing around the main tent, protecting the entire perimeter. This situation didn't last long, however, as Enar soon ordered the Sardaukar to attack. When Oberyn began his attack inside the camp, the Red Legion outside moved in. Visenya, holding a sword and shield, was in the front line. She and the whole army advanced against the enemy soldiers, who were still confused about what was going on. But this was exactly what Visenya had hoped for with Oberyn's plan, and she knew how to take advantage of this moment of chaos. Without the lords to control their own armies, the soldiers barely had time to react before the legion arrived. Eddard and the Northerners stared wordlessly at the scene. For the first time, there seemed to be other people more eager than them to fight. It doesn't look like we're needed in this battle. So, are we going to take part? Amij asked with an uncertain tone. The enemy army was small and, watching the red wave devastating the camp, she really didn't see the point in attacking a battle that had already been won. Eddard shook his head and said, No, we'll just watch. We'll fight when we get to Twins. Looking at the ferocity of the Red Legion, he felt it was pointless to fight in such a small battle, so he decided to just wait until it was over. Faced with the soldier in front of him, Visenya didn't hesitate. With a single blow, he plunged his sword into his throat, killing him instantly. Without wasting any time, he raised his shield to defend himself from an arrow fired by a nearby archer and advanced quickly, without giving the enemy a chance to shoot again. With one swift movement, Visenya struck the archer in the face with his shield, knocking him to the ground. He then pointed his sword downwards and finished off the unlucky man. His eyes scanned the battlefield in a quick, calculating glance. As he imagined, there was no residential distance from the enemy soldiers. Not only had they been taken by surprise, with no generals to command them, but the army had become a bunch of disorganized men, dominated by fear and panic. Which was no surprise. With no morale to fight, many had already thrown down their weapons and surrendered. Shaking her head, Visenya continued to fight, eliminating the enemies before her with her impeccable skill with the sword. Inside the camp, the scene was a veritable inferno. The Sardaukar, with their long spears, had become killing machines. Even the most experienced soldiers were nothing more than meat to be pierced by that relentless battle formation. Bodies were piled up in small heaps, and the ground no longer looked like earth, but a sea of coagulated blood. Fear and horror were on the faces of the enemy soldiers. Many of those inside the camp, those with private tents, were of noble origin or veteran soldiers. Even so, they were slaughtered without mercy. Even though he had seen the Sardaukar's skills before, Oberyn couldn't help but feel envious of that army. Even Dorne's elite soldiers didn't have that much power. Having 30,000 of those men was the equivalent of 60,000 ordinary soldiers. What ruler wouldn't want such an army? But he knew it would be impossible for Dorne to have warriors like the Sardaukar. He himself had seen how much gold was spent on the king's private army. Dorne might be able to hold out for a year or two, but after a while, the coffers of the old palace would be empty. Leaving the main tent, Enar looked around and couldn't help but show satisfaction. The Sardaukar were worthy of every coin and effort invested in them. Many of those men had been emasculated by the brutal training of an immaculate. "What do you think, Lita?" he asked, curious. "Very strong. If they go through the blood ritual, they'll be the greatest weapon against the others." Lita answered sincerely. Enar nodded. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the blood scattered on the floor, a satisfied gleam in his eye. Honestly, the prototype of the blood ritual for ordinary soldiers was already ready. He would use the blood of ordinary people to baptize them, creating his own super soldiers. "Let's go," Enar commented, stepping forward. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Battle of Hay Castle, 6, The smell of war is pleasant, especially when you know you're going to win. Queen Visenya II Targaryen. Visenya felt someone beside her and turned around. She saw Rhaenys, who was wearing armor identical to hers, as black as her hair. However, what caught her eye was the sword in her niece's hand. As far as she could remember, Enar had given Dark Sister to Rhaenys and, seeing the blade cutting through armor like it was nothing, Visenya couldn't help feeling a little jealous. This was no ordinary sword, but the weapon wielded by great men and women. She had also wanted a Valyrian steel sword, but even with all the power of the Red Faith, her search had been futile. Those who possessed such weapons would never sell them, and those who had them hid them as if they were the most precious treasure. Visenya had put this desire aside, aware of the difficulty of finding such a sword. However, when she saw Dark Sister again, she felt that she deserved a blade of Valyrian steel, a sword that she herself would make legendary, just like her ancestor, Queen Visenya. Suddenly, she remembered that Enar could see into the past. Her eyes lit up at the memory. If her husband had this gift, then he could find out how Valyrian steel was forged and, with it, create weapons for the whole of House Targaryen. She even imagined an entire suit of armor made of Valyrian steel. At the thought of it, Visenya felt an almost uncontrollable urge to run to Enar and demand a complete set. Suddenly, a body fell beside her. Looking down, she saw the corpse of a man and Rhaenys pulling the sword from his body. "We're at war, Auntie," commented Rhaenys in a calm tone. "Don't get distracted." Hearing the presumption in her niece's voice, Visenya frowned and snorted coldly. Although there was familial love between them, that didn't mean they didn't have disagreements. Especially Visenya, who could clearly see the feelings in Rhaenys' eyes every time she looked at Enar. Still, knowing that her niece had just helped her, Visenya nodded and stepped forward. Her body seemed to have infinite energy, as if it would never tire. However, this feeling only lasted a few minutes before exhaustion set in. And it wasn't just her, Rhaenys and all the soldiers around her were exhausted too. The battle required them to use all their strength against the enemy, and that was exhausting. After all, it wasn't just them who were fighting with everything they had. Their enemies were also willing to give their all, because they all only had one life, and no one wanted to die. Breathing heavily, Visenya and Rhaenys looked around vigilantly. The sound of wailing, crying, and screams of pain echoed across the battlefield. The horrible smell of blood permeated the air. Despite this, neither Visenya nor Rhaenys felt uncomfortable in their surroundings. Both had trained all their lives for war. How could they not accept the atmosphere of battle? "Not bad for your first battle, niece," commented Visenya as she plunged her sword into the head of a fallen man, making sure he was definitely dead. Rhaenys looked at Visenya and replied in a calm tone, "That wasn't a war, but a massacre. Our numbers were superior to the enemy's and, without commanders on the other side, it became just a slaughter of men." Visenya agreed. Although House Targaryen's numbers were greater, if the other side had commanders, those 12,000 men would have held out for much longer, especially if they had been protected within the castle walls. This war would have been extended, possibly alerting Valder Frey, who would have prepared in advance for the invasion. "Let's find Enar. I want to kiss those delicious lips," Visenya commented in a gentle tone, casting a warm glance at Rhaenys. Gritting her teeth, Rhaenys was sure that Visenya had only said that to provoke her. And, as much as she hated to admit it, the words really irritated her. However, when she thought about what she was about to do, she just scoffed. She knew that Visenya still behaved like a lady, but unlike her, Rhaenys didn't care whether she was married to Enar or not. If she wanted to, she would simply jump into his bed and make Visenya swallow every provocation she had heard over the years. Feeling disappointed that her words hadn't had the desired effect, Visenya headed towards the enemy camp. Rhaenys, meanwhile, with a proud look on her face, raised her head and walked beside her aunt like the true warrior princess she was. With a dragon, dark sister in hand and having taken part in a war, Rhaenys finally felt she could make her ancestors proud. A squad of the Red Legion followed them, ensuring their safety. The looks on the soldiers' faces, however, were pure admiration. They had personally seen these two women killing men with such ease that they couldn't help but feel respect for them. Upon entering the camp, Rhaenys saw bodies piled in small heaps and blood darkening the ground. The ferrous smell was so intense that it made her wonder if her uncle, Oberyn, was really prepared for what would happen when they faced the Lannisters. Her eyes soon found his figure. Oberyn was bathed in blood, his yellow armor had turned a crimson hue. Around him, the Red Legion and the Sardaukar were dragging out the bodies of the dead and adding them to the piles of corpses that had already formed. But Rhaenys noticed that the dead of the Red Legion and the Sardaukar, of whom there were not many, were positioned respectfully on the ground, a clear difference in the treatment of the deceased. "Niece, you seem to have enjoyed yourself." Noticing the arrival of Visenya and Rhaenys, Oberyn greeted the queen with a nod and greeted Rhaenys warmly. You too, uncle, she replied in an amused tone. They both laughed. Noticing the difference in greeting, Visenya didn't mind. It was perfectly normal for Oberyn to side with Rhaenys. After all, he had raised and educated her for many years. Leaving the two of them talking, Visenya turned her gaze to the main tent and knew that Enar was inside. She put her sword back in its sheath and headed for the entrance. As she entered, the first thing her sensed was the strong smell of blood and the bodies of almost 10 men scattered on the ground. From the coats of arms on their clothes, she recognized that they were lords and sons of Valder Frey. However, her gaze soon settled on her husband, who was drinking wine with a casual, lazy air. She couldn't help rolling her eyes at the sight of him so relaxed. While she was exhausted from the battle, Enar was there, carefree, sipping wine. Moving closer, Visenya sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck, looking him straight in the eye. "The war is over, husband," she whispered with a warm, passionate gaze. "Thank you for your hard work," Enar replied before stealing a kiss from his wife's lips. He didn't mind the blood on his face or the ferrous taste of the red liquid of the people his sword had killed. Visenya didn't mind either and gave in to the kiss. She found the situation extremely exciting and couldn't wait to get married and spend the whole night fooing her lover. Leta, Willem, and Tyrion, who were in the tent, just looked on and ignored the intimacy between the king and queen. After about 2 minutes, Visenya moved away to catch her breath, gradually calming down. "I love you," she said in a gentle tone. If you ignored the blood on her face and armor, you might think she was just a sweet, harmless queen. "Me too, my dear queen," Enar replied with a laugh, kissing her cheek softly and drawing a giggle from her. Shortly afterwards, Oberyn and Rhaenys entered the tent. Oberyn wasn't bothered by the king's intimacy. In Dorne, things were much hotter than just a kiss in public. However, Rhaenys didn't seem at all happy to see Visenya on Enar's lap, especially when she heard the gentle exchange of sweet whispers between the two. "Your Grace," said Oberyn, stepping forward to report. "The battle was won successfully and we suffered few casualties while the enemy lost many lives. 4,000 were killed, and the rest surrendered," he continued, with a big smile on his face. How could he not be happy? His strategy had not only been a success, but a true military masterpiece, worthy of being written about in books as an example for future generations. "Well done," Enar replied with a satisfied expression. The blood of 4,000 people would be enough to turn a few hundred Sardaukar into super soldiers. Although this couldn't be public knowledge at the moment, he could already imagine how the people would talk about this victory. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Battle of Hay Castle, 7, Let's make this continent call out the name of House Targaryen once more. Rhaenys Targaryen, Princess of Vengeance. Visenya, mount Syrax and make the castle open its gates. Looking at his wife, still sitting on his lap, Enar ordered with a gentle tone. Visenya's eyes lit up when she heard Enar's words. House Hay's castle had to open its gates or be destroyed. She didn't want to destroy it, especially since Enar might award it to some soldier who won glory in the war. "I'll go too." Rhaenys' eyes showed the same emotion as Visenya's. How could she miss the chance to make a castle surrender to House Targaryen? Yes, but no burning the castle. Enar agreed, but warned them both not to set fire to House Hay's fortress. Visenya got up from Enar's lap and left the tent with a big smile on her face. Rhaenys followed her aunt with the same determined look. Looking at Oberyn, covered in blood, Enar asked in a cheerful tone, regardless of being surrounded by corpses, "My master of laws, do you wish any reward?" As king, Enar knew he had to be decisive in both punishments and rewards. Only when there was motivation would people give their all to achieve something. That's why he was fully aware that he had to reward those who deserved it and punish the offenders. Oberyn looked surprised, but for a moment his gaze was confused before he made a decision. Your Grace, if possible, I want to legitimize my daughters. Although Dorne didn't care much for the status of bastardy, Oberyn, as a father, wanted his daughters to be able to have titles and lands. Bastards couldn't own land or titles, so he wanted all his daughters to be legitimized. In addition, conquering lands and fiefdoms in Dorne was practically impossible. So this war represented a unique opportunity to secure property for his heiresses. As a father, he had a duty to pave the way for his daughters to have a real home in the future. Tyrion looked at his friend in surprise. He hadn't really expected Oberyn to use something so valuable to legitimize his bastard daughters. Gaining glory on the battlefield might seem easy, but it wasn't. In the army, for example, if a soldier killed 3 enemies, he could be rewarded with gold. If he killed 10, he might receive a small village. But was that simple? Absolutely not. People only had one life, and those who fought on the battlefield gave their all in every confrontation. These battles were always exhausting, so how could anyone fight consecutively? Of course, Tyrion was talking about commoners. The nobles, who had training and armor, were usually able to kill 2 or 3 commoners who had never picked up a sword. If you want that, your daughters will be legitimized. They will be able to choose the coat of arms and the name of the house when everything is finalized. Enar looked at the master of the laws of his small council and couldn't help but smile. Oberyn was only acting as any father should when thinking about his daughter's future. Thank you, Your Grace. Oberyn thanked him with a slightly relieved tone. The process of class ascension that would take hundreds of years for a commoner had happened in an instant. It just showed that it wasn't money or anything else that really mattered, but luck and powerful connections. Oberyn, we'll stay here for a day before moving on. We can't let Valder Frey know about the events in this camp. Enar spoke with a majestic tone that made Tyrion and Oberyn straighten their backs. They knew that the next war would indeed be a real war. Twins was one of the most powerful castles on the continent. Without dragons, toppling that fortress would be extremely difficult. I will make the preparations, Your Grace. Oberyn thumped his chest and spoke enthusiastically. He had just received a generous reward and was more than excited. Enar nodded and let out a relaxed sigh. Now that the war has begun, Robert must move. He muttered to himself, with a thoughtful expression. In the infinite timelines, Robert's strategy was usually identical to his: attack head-on, without trapping himself in a castle waiting to be surrounded. Especially as he had the largest army and dragons, in the air, mounted on Moonfire. Rhaenys felt her hair flutter in the wind, her eyes shining with excitement. Glancing to the side, she saw the graceful figure of Syrinx flapping his wings elegantly. Both dragons were magnificent, one with silver scales and purple stripes and the other completely golden. They were twins and extremely agile. Rhaenys quickly used her hand to communicate with Visenya through gauge signs, which were answered just as quickly. She couldn't help but admire Aunt Daenerys' ingenuity. Those signs were incredibly practical. She would never have thought of developing a method of communication during dragon flights. After all, it was impossible to be heard in the air because of the wind. Visenya understood what Rhaenys wanted to do: burn down one of the castle towers to demonstrate the power of the dragons and force those inside the fortress to open the gates peacefully. She liked the idea and accepted the proposal. Both women smiled and brought the dragons down, gradually approaching the stone castle, nowhere near as sturdy as Winterfell or any other powerful fortress. As the castle drew ever closer, Rhaenys narrowed her eyes because of the strong winds. Seeing the target clearly before her, she ordered, "Dracarys." Silver and purple flames erupted from Moonfire's mouth, crashing into the castle's right tower. Although they weren't powerful enough to melt stone, like Caraxes, they were still strong enough to set the tower on fire, a clear and ominous warning. Visenya, mounted on Syrinx, attacked just as Rhaenys began to gain altitude again. Dracarys. The Queen of Enar spoke in a calm tone, watching as the tower was consumed by silver flames. Like moonfire, Syrinx spouted fire from his mouth, hitting the structure squarely. To Visenya's surprise, before her wide-eyed eyes, the tower collapsed. She had never imagined that the flames could have such an explosive power, but seeing the building crumble as if it were made of paper, she couldn't help but feel excited. She wanted to turn the castle into a second Harrenhal, but, remembering Enar's orders and considering the insignificant size of the fortress, she gave up the idea of repeating Aegon the Conqueror's experience. Knowing that the attack was probably enough to intimidate those inside the castle, Visenya landed Syrinx dozens of meters from the entrance and got off the saddle. A loud sound caught his attention, and as she looked to the side, he saw Moonfire landing not far away. Syrinx and Moonfire positioned themselves side by side, protecting their riders. From time to time, they let out low growls and guttural sounds. "Do you think they'll open the gates?" Rhaenys asked curiously, watching Tehe smoke rise into the sky with a glint in her eye. "I hope not. I want to feel what it's like to burn down a castle." Visenya replied with a smile. "Our dragons are still young. Their flames can't melt stone yet." Rhaenys nodded, her tone full of anticipation for the future. Visenya nodded, even though she knew better. Still, her desire to reduce an entire castle to ashes, just as Aegon had done during the conquest, remained alive. Suddenly, the sound of the gates opening caught their attention. They smiled victoriously as they saw the entrance wide open. "Looks like they know they can't survive in front of House Targaryen," Rhaenys commented, amused. However, what the men from the castle did next left them deeply confused. They placed a naked, bound girl in front of the gates and then bowed towards them. Rhaenys and Visenya looked at each other, confusion mirrored in both their eyes. "Perhaps Lord Hay's daughter," Visenya suggested, uncertain. "Probably," Rhaenys replied, feeling speechless at the complete shamelessness of these people. The princess sighed and looked at Visenya. "Let's get the castle ready for Enar's arrival. I want a bath after all the blood on my body." As for the girl, who was probably Lord Hay's daughter, neither of them cared. They simply ordered her to be dressed and imprisoned in one of the rooms. Seeing the young woman being taken back inside, Visenya and Rhaenys paid no more attention to her, focusing instead on the fortress. Fortunately, the Red Legion had arrived, helping with surveillance and control of the castle. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, The Battle of Hay Castle, 7, Death is no longer something to be feared. It has become a companion to kill my enemies at the end of my life. Brynden Rivers, The Last Green Seer. Enar entered the castle and was pleased to see the Red Legion taking over in an instant. He looked at a soldier and asked, "Where are Visenya and Rhaenys?" The soldier seemed extremely excited that Enar had communicated with him and replied in a respectful and reverent tone, "In the main chambers of the castle, my king." "Thank you, Marino." Enar tapped the young man on the shoulder and thanked him with a sincere tone before leaving. Marino felt as if a drug had been injected into his body. The young man almost wanted to scream with excitement when he realized that the king actually knew his name. Enar had no idea of the impact a few simple words could have on a devotee. Without worrying about it, he walked further into the castle, accompanied by the royal guard. Titus and Sigismund had previously been ordered to collect all the blood from the battlefield, and they were doing just that. When he reached the main chambers, which probably belonged to the Lord of Hay, Enar opened the door and was speechless at the scene before him. Visenya and Rhaenys were naked in a wooden bathtub, staring at each other with extremely sharp and competitive gazes. "What are you two doing?" Enar left Willem outside the room and entered, with Lita right behind him. Rhaenys couldn't help feeling a little shy at being naked in front of Enar for the first time. However, when she saw the indifferent expression on his and Visenya's faces, she put her shyness aside and cast a haughty glance at the incredibly beautiful and equally naked woman in front of her. Visenya, for her part, didn't care about Rhaenys and Lita's gaze. She stood up naked from the bath and walked proudly over to Enar. As she helped him take off his armor, she spoke with an angry tone, "I asked the servant to prepare the bath for me, and Rhaenys tried to steal it. Are you two children?" Enar was speechless at the childishness of the two women. Visenya had a mischievous look on her face when she heard his words and couldn't help but show a pitiful, sad expression. She was proudly showing off those two pieces of fat as if they were the best thing in the world. Enar looked at Rhaenys' full, perky breasts and then at Visenya's modest but perfectly symmetrical ones. Sensing Enar's gaze, Rhaenys puffed out her breasts even more, throwing Visenya a victorious look full of pride. Visenya, who was still performing, couldn't help but grit her teeth when she saw Rhaenys' proud look. Snorting coldly, she finished stripping Enar and led him naked to the bathtub. Seeing Enar's naked body for the first time, Rhaenys' shyness returned in full force, leaving her breathless for a moment. She tried to turn her attention away, but found herself unable to do anything of the sort. Noticing this, Visenya couldn't help but smile and, under Rhaenys' surprised gaze, began to clean Enar's entire body, without forgetting any place. Rhaenys opened her mouth in shock and felt that Visenya was incredibly shameless. However, she didn't want to be left behind. Standing up and revealing her seductive figure, she began to wipe Enar's strong chest with a shy look. Visenya frowned when she saw this, but, noticing that Enar didn't care, remained silent while casting a hostile glance at Rhaenys. Her niece really knew how to make her angry. Suddenly, Enar looked at the far north with a dignified and serious expression. "Brynden," Enar murmured in admiration. Far north inside a cave, a gigantic weirwood could be seen. Its red leaves seemed dyed in blood, while the pale trunk and roots, along with a hideous face carved into the wood, made the tree frighteningly imposing. Between the roots, a decomposing male body could be seen. To be more precise, it looked as if the weirwood had grown around this man. Long white hair fell casually over him, while a pair of lilac eyes read into the empty cave with a calm, cold gaze. For thousands of years, the children of the forest had inhabited that cave, but at that moment, there was no sign of them. Brynden knew that they had all left to meet the queen of the forest. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. As they approached, the walls of the cave began to freeze, covering everything with a layer of ice. Any sound seemed to disappear, only the footsteps echoed, louder and clearer. Brynden couldn't help but display a sarcastic look full of destructive desire. He knew exactly who was coming. After decades of waiting, he would finally see his enemy. Then Brynden looked up at the cave entrance. He could see a pair of icy eyes, burning with blue flames, in the shadows. "I wanted to bow to welcome your arrival, but I'm too old for that. Forgive me for being so rude," Brynden commented with a sarcastic smile as a figure emerged from the shadows of the cave entrance. He was a tall man, about 2.5 meters tall. His skin looked like crystalline ice, allowing you to see the blue blood flowing through his veins. He was hairless and his head had a stony appearance, with sharp spikes pointing upwards. A crown of ice could be seen on his head, while he displayed a cold, emotionless expression. There was only one piece of armor covering his chest and belly, and in his right hand he held an ice spear. Surprisingly, the Night King replied in the common tongue, "Sarcasm won't save you from becoming my slave. Although I am a bastard, I have always believed that I am a Targaryen, and a Targaryen is not a slave." Brynden replied with a cold, murderous tone. Slave. He would never become a slave. Never. Why did the Valyrians enslave people on the continent of Essos? The reason was simple: before they had dragons, the Valyrians were humble sheep herders. But because of their beauty, they were always one of the main targets of slave traders, especially from the Giscari Empire, which was the center of slavery at the time. After conquering the dragons with mag-icy and blood, the humble shepherds were no longer slaves, but those who enslaved other peoples. The word slave seemed taboo, igniting a fury in Brynden's blood like never before. His whole body seemed to burn with a voracious, destructive flame. The Night King's eyes caught the fire of fury coursing through Brynden's veins, and he couldn't help but feel a deep distaste for the heat of life. "You blue piece of cold god shit, you're going to regret coming out of your mother's hole." Brynden responded to the Night King's words with malice and vulgarity. "I'm going to make you want to regret becoming the monster you are." The Night King's face remained indifferent to Brynden's curses. He approached the man with slow, steady steps. When he reached Brynden, the Night King raised his spear of ice and placed the tip against the Green Seer's chest. "Become my slave and serve me for all eternity." He spoke with an icy, chilling tone, his eyes staring at Brynden with an unquestioning gaze. Feeling the chill of death eating through his body, Brynden smiled brightly and replied with an equally firm tone, "I will never become your slave, abomination." The weirwood behind Brynden began to glow like never before. The face carved into the tree wept blood, and an agonizing scream echoed from the bloody wood. The Night King displayed a stunned expression. He had expected everything but Brynden to smile in the face of death. He sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat, but it was too late. How could Brynden allow his prey to escape? "I'll be waiting for you in hell." Brynden, his body almost completely covered in blue, spat blood and smiled cruelly. Then, boom! An explosion never seen before erupted in Westeros. The deafening sound, louder than 1,000 thunders, reverberated through the skies. Pale white flames rose like a mushroom cloud, bringing destruction and death. Hot, furious winds swept across the far north, hitting the wall hard. The watchman's eyes widened at the terrifying scene. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The Battle of Hay Castle, 8, Father, your son, died a worthy death. I hope I brought that honor to your name. Brynden Rivers, thinking of his father in his last moments. Under the rubble of the cave, a figure could be seen kneeling. The Night King stared into the void on the left side of his own body with fury. Anger, fury, envy, injustice, and resentment bubbled in his chest like a flame eating away at his sanity. He had never imagined that, after thousands of years, his calm had collapsed in the face of a naked and cruel conspiracy by the Green Seer. Blue blood dripped to the ground, freezing the world around with an icy fury. Brynden Rivers. The Night King muttered the Green Seer's name with a look completely consumed by rage. Looking at his own wound, he felt that if he had delayed a single step, he would be dead right now. Standing up, the Night King could see the extent of the damage. Virtually the entire left side of his body had disappeared in the explosion, and blood was oozing from the horrific wound without obstruction. Using ice magic, he stopped the bleeding and gradually rebuilt the lost part of his body. Finally, after an hour, he managed to recover completely. But unlike before, half of his body was now made of ice and snow, the flesh he had lost could never be recovered. He moved both hands at the same time and noticed the delay in the response of the movements. 2 seconds. He muttered as he noticed how long it took his ice arm to respond to his commands. Although he already knew this, seeing it in person caused a deep hatred for Brynden to consume him. This weakness was no simple matter, he needed to constantly supply magic to maintain the ice structures and still control everything himself. Hence the 2-second delay between the flesh arm and the ice arm. Suddenly, all the Night King's fury and anger fell on a person who had just appeared, or rather, the projection of a person. He had white gold hair and purple eyes. Tall and imposing, he seemed extraordinary at first glance. Even the Night King was unable to ignore his presence. He was like a sun, attracting all the attention and, in that heat, there was a terrible power capable of reducing everything to ashes. The Night King knew exactly who this man was. His destined enemy. His greatest obstacle in the war to come. The champion of light. It looks like Brynden has done a lot of damage to you. Enar commented, looking at the Night King before him. There was a smile on his lips that couldn't be hidden. Brynden had kept his promise, at a hero, helping future generations. Looking at half of the Night King's body, which was now made of ice, Enar couldn't help thinking that Brynden really was mad. After the spell cast by Brynden was undone by his death, he finally got to see what his great uncle had done. It left him speechless at the man's cruelty. The greatest cruelty was not against the Night King, but against himself. Brynden used his own soul as fuel to attract a large amount of warp energy and caused an explosion comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Although extremely powerful, the price was high. His soul was destroyed in this insane process of attracting the warp energy, and nothing remained of the last Green Seer's existence. At the same time, Enar observed the remnants of the warp energy with a solemn expression. He could sense that the energy was alive and seemed to contaminate everything and everyone with madness and malice. Honestly, the warp energy was too unstable to be handled without caution, just like Brynden. In Enar's eyes, the warp was considered a dark reflection of the material universe and the emotions of sentient beings. Champion of the Light just as the Night King was about to speak, the Targaryen king interrupted him directly. You can call me Enar. He spoke in a casual tone, oblivious to the surprised expression of the enemy before him. After a brief silence, the Night King said, Enar. Enar nodded and replied with a laugh, this is the first time we've met in person. But we can feel each other's presence even thousands of kilometers away. The Night King looked at Enar, confused. He had imagined many things about his first meeting with the Champion of Light, but when he saw his carefree and even friendly attitude, all the catchphrases and threatening words he had prepared simply became impossible to utter. Seeing his expression, Enar let out a laugh. I really like people's expressions when things don't turn out the way they expect. It's very amusing. Enar commented, still smiling at his enemy, treating the conversation amicably. As for Brynden's death, Enar felt no pity or sadness. The man died the way he wanted to. How could he dishonor his great uncle with feelings so unworthy of his sacrifice? You're strange. The Night King said. The fury he felt gradually began to dissipate, and he once again looked extremely cold and emotionless. Enar narrowed his eyes and spoke with a disappointed tone, the divine power of the cold god is suppressing your emotions and making you essentially a being without feelings. I must say that you are nothing more than a puppet. Yes, he was disappointed to see the state of the Night King. Emotions may seem insignificant, but, believe me, they are an essential anchor for not losing yourself in the face of absolute power. When the human side weakens, the divine side strengthens, transforming the individual into a being with little or no emotion. It may sound simple, but bear in mind that emotions are part of a person's reasoning. Without emotions, only the most primal instinct remains. An emotionless being can do something completely impossible for a sane person, including making decisions based purely on instinct. It looks like this war will be won more easily than expected. Enar commented, looking at the Night King as if he were looking at something lifeless. Without waiting for his enemy's response, he simply undid his mental projection. Staring at the empty space where Enar stood, the Night King remained silent, while his words seemed to echo in his mind. Looking at his own hands, he muttered, "Emotion, what a futile thing. Only true power is truly eternal." Leaving these words behind, he turned and left. But if anyone looked closely, they would notice that the right side of his body moved naturally, while the left side seemed rigid and unable to be as agile. At the wall, Iman sat on his bed and was silent, staring at the fireplace where the orange flames danced. "Brendan's dead." Hearing his great-nephew's voice, Iman's lilac eyes stared at the tall, powerful figure before him. A sigh escaped the 100-year-old, his expression heavy with grief. "Don't feel sad, great uncle," Inar commented in a calm tone. "He died a hero, sacrificing his life and soul to severely wound the Night King. And he managed to destroy half of the enemy's body." Hearing Inar's words, Iman's complex mood instantly dissipated. He always said that he felt unworthy to be a bastard and that he would never be like great men like Aegon I, Jaehaerys I, Durin II, Viserys II or Even Iman. But in the end, he died a hero above these men, just as he had always wished. Iman said, his tone laden with relief. Although the death of a relative was a sad thing, he couldn't regret Brendan's choice. "My fifth child will be named after Hym, just as my sixth will be named after you, great uncle." Inar spoke with the same relieved tone. Iman was surprised by the words and smiled genuinely, as any grandfather would when hearing something like that from a son or grandson. "I hope your fifth and sixth children are as honorable as those whose names they will bear," Iman commented with an amused tone. He didn't consider himself worthy, he was just an old Meister. As if reading his thoughts, Inar smiled and said, "You are as worthy as Iman the Dragon Knight." Although he thought it was an exaggeration to be compared to such a noble man, Iman couldn't help but smile happily. Who would be sad to be compared to a great figure from history? The reconquest of Westeros has begun. I have just destroyed the army of House Frey. I will invade the Riverlands in full force. Inar changed the subject, speaking seriously. "I'll let you know if anything changes." Iman replied, his voice charged with renewed youth. Brendan's heroic act inspired him more than he realized. Seeing the youthful sparkle return to Iman's eyes, Inar smiled and undid his mental projection. In the castle of House Hay, Inar, who was bathing with Rhaenys and Visenya, opened his eyes and spoke, "Brendan Rivers is dead, causing great injury to the Night King." Inar's words made the three women in the room, Visenya, Rhaenys, and Lita, look surprised at their king/husband/brother. Pouring a glass of wine for the king and both women, Lita spoke with a tone laden with admiration, to Bryendon. "May he be remembered for his deeds." To Brendan. Inar toasted in honor of her great uncle. To Brendan. Visenya did the same. To Brendan. Rhaenys also raised her glass, toasting on behalf of the relative she had never met, only heard about. "Rest in peace, great uncle." Inar murmured. "Find your eternal sleep knowing that you were a hero. I wrote this chapter listening to just one song, Remember Me, from the series Arcane League of Legends. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Leaving King's Landing. The pain of betrayal is the most efficient way to turn a man into a demon. Varys the Spider looked at the king sitting on the Iron Throne, while the shadow hid his furious features. Crowlands, King's Landing sitting on the Iron Throne, Robert I. Baratheon watched his court with a calm, deep gaze. His blue eyes could not have been more indifferent. Everyone was present in the throne room, including Tywin Lannister. Unlike a year and a half ago, the first king of House Baratheon had changed dramatically. The fat had disappeared from his body, revealing a robust and strong figure, visible even under the brown doublet with golden lines. Who stood before everyone was no longer the fat king, but the man who had become known as the Trident Demon. "How are we doing?" Robert asked with a cold, distant tone. Tywin gave Robert a deep look. After discovering Eddard Stark's betrayal, Robert seemed like a different person. He had become distant and cold, with an easily irritable mood. It wasn't just once or twice that servants had been killed because of the king's whims and anger. However, Tywin didn't care about that. What was the life of mere commoners in the face of the war that would decide who would rule the continent? The Lord of the Rock couldn't help a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. All the plans he had prepared in the north had disappeared with the destruction of House Bolton. The sword he had placed over the head of House Stark had vanished in the face of the dragon's crimson flames. Tywin only hoped that the plot he had hatched with Valder Frey would succeed. At the same time, he couldn't help noticing that many of his allies were subtly distancing themselves from the crown. And he knew exactly why. The letters written by Roose Bolton. When he remembered those damning letters that had led the continent exposing the conspiracy, Tywin felt an intense desire to kill Roose with his bare hands. The revelation contained in those messages was a severe blow to the confidence of his vassals, allies, and potential supporters. He really wanted to revive Roose Bolton just to kill him again. Tywin had no idea how the Targaryen king had managed to force Roose to write letters that effectively sealed the destruction of House Bolton. Now, Tywin could foresee the extreme difficulty in regaining the trust of certain noble houses, and even more so in convincing them to fight in a war that was destined to be lost. If he knew that the idea for all this had come from his own son, he might faint with rage. "A fleet of at least 1,000 ships has been sighted heading north," Varys replied, causing everyone to show helpless expressions. 1,000 ships represented an enormous force, capable of carrying at least 80,000 men. Knowing the 90,000 in the Reach and the 50,000 in the north, the number of the Targaryen army was worrying, to say the least. There was practically no way to stop an army of that size without a truly powerful castle. Dragonstone has also been conquered by Queen Daenerys Targaryen, and we've lost control of Blackwater Bay, Varys continued, pouring out one piece of bad news after another. Everyone's gaze, including Robert's, fell on Stannis. The man, who was supposed to be in Lannisport, had returned to King's Landing after hearing the terrible news about House Baratheon of Dragonstone. Looking at Varys, Stannis asked with a cold, murderous tone, "How are my wife and daughter, Lord Varys?" "According to the spies on Dragonstone, both are well and being treated with dignity. Even Lady Shireen has become friends with Queen Daenerys," Varys replied in a calm tone, looking at Stannis with a slightly mysterious gaze. Stannis' mood was complicated. He remembered the day he asked his brother to attack Queen Rhaella at Dragonstone, 14 years ago, when House Baratheon won the war and toppled House Targaryen from the Iron Throne. But at that moment, he, who considered himself an honorable man, felt as if he had been punched in the stomach when he thought of the actions of the girl whose life he had once wanted to hunt down and destroy. Stannis would rather Daenerys took revenge than treat his wife and daughter with dignity, at least then he would have a good motivation. "That's a good thing, it shows that the king and the two queens don't plan to destroy House Baratheon," Renly, Robert's younger brother, said, incredibly relieved. He felt hopeful that he would survive in the face of the dragons coming from the north. However, his words made everyone look at him with contempt. In that year and a half, all Renly had done was indulge in carnal pleasure and drink like there was no tomorrow. Renly's behavior was no different from someone enjoying every last minute on earth. In other words, he didn't even have the courage to fight or even resist in the face of the coming war. Lord Renly forgets that the queen is a woman and has treated another woman, of a similar age and ill, with kindness and tenderness, Varys said, looking at Renly with a look that was kind, but which, in fact, was the look one would give an idiot. Varys' words were obvious to everyone. Daenerys had felt sorry for a sickly girl of a similar age, but she wouldn't feel sorry for a strong, grown man. Ignoring the trash that was the king's brother, Tywin spoke with a strong and calm tone, but incredibly solemn and slightly murderous. With Blackwater Bay under the control of House Targaryen, King's Landing could be attacked at any moment. If this were a normal war, Tywin wouldn't be so solemn. King's Landing had never once fallen to any army, even he had to attack from within to conquer the city. But in the face of dragons that could fly, the thick, powerful walls were nothing more than a cage. We have to leave the city and go to Lannisport. Casterly Rock is a castle inside the mountain, with internal tunnels. Even if Balerion were to revive, he couldn't melt an entire mountain, Tywin said without any reluctance to leave King's Landing. What was a city when faced with the chance of victory? That's impossible. Stannis was the first to speak out against Tywin's proposal. Abandoning King's Landing means admitting we're losing. Our morale, which is already low, will plummet like never before. Our soldiers will hesitate, and there could be riots. Stannis' concerns were valid in everyone's eyes, including even Tywin, but the Lord of Casterly Rock himself found it irrelevant at that moment. Cut off the rebels' heads and win a few battles, and morale will rise again. But if we stay in King's Landing, we'll be defeated as soon as a dragon lands on the wall and the night opens Tehi gates, Tywin reaffirmed in a calm tone. He didn't see retreating as shameful. Losing a battle didn't mean losing a war. Tywin's words hit everyone like a war hammer. The man was right. When the gates opened, the battle would take place inside the city, and when it did, it meant that they had lost the war. The city couldn't feed so many people and an army. And without food, the people would rebel and help the enemy in exchange for a piece of bread. We have to conquer the Riverlands as soon as possible. House Targaryen's army must come from somewhere, and that place is the Twins. Once they reach the Riverlands, they'll be able to attack the surrounding kingdoms without any worries, Littlefinger said at that moment, expressing his opinion. Tywin looked slightly surprised at the Master of Coin, but nodded. As Littlefinger had said, House Targaryen would come through the Twins to reach the Riverlands. The Crown Fleet is already in Lannisport along with my army. Both are ready to leave, Tywin declared. Robe RT, who had been silent until now, looked at Varys and asked. What did Balon say? The king's voice was cold, but incomparably powerful. Varys bowed to Robert and answered in a respectful tone. He wants the Riverlands to rejoin the Iron Islands under the control of House Greyjoy. Currently, he has crowned himself as King Balon IX Greyjoy, King of the Iron Islands, Lord of Pike and the Salt. Filthy squid. Traitor. How dare he? He's only alive because the king allowed him to live. As soon as Varys' words rang out, angry voices echoed throughout the throne room. Robert narrowed his eyes and showed a strong murderous intent. He really hadn't expected Balon to be so bold, even after losing to him once again. However, Robert mocked Balon's actions in crowning himself king. Did Balon really think he could be king when he, the king of the Iron Throne, was in danger of losing the throne? Did Balon really see himself as a descendant of the Grey King to fight dragons with his stupid fleet of ships? Littlefinger, who was listening to the whole discussion, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Three kings. Things are getting more and more interesting, he thought with a cold smile. He wanted more chaos. Enough chaos to make him climb the ladder to the highest peak. Yes, it was a dangerous game, but he was willing to play Game of Thrones. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the -to access Patreon normally. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Leaving King's Landing, 2, Kings are springing up like mushrooms after the rain, Petyr Baelish commented, grinning mischievously around the naked prostitutes. After thinking for a moment, Robert made his decision with an unquestioning tone. Lannisport will be transformed into the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Although abandoning the city would really dent morale, the city had no effective defense against dragons. In comparison, there was no other castle as powerful when it came to defense as Casterly Rock. At the same time, Lannisport was close to the Iron Islands, which could attack at any time. If there was a kingdom with few people, it was the Iron Islands, an army of just over 20,000 men, and that was still a slightly increased number. There were probably no more than 15,000. Robert's words made everyone balk at the king's decision. Many were reluctant to leave King's Landing. This was the capital of Westeros, the center of power on the continent for almost 300 years. The entire city had become a symbol of royal authority in the eyes of commoners throughout the kingdom. Once they abandoned King's Landing, it would be like announcing that they were losing a war that hadn't even begun. But in the face of an easily irritated Robert, no one dared question the king at that moment. Many had died at the king's hands recently, and no one wanted to be next. In all honesty, Tywin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Robert accept his proposal. He himself knew it was a risky decision, but the right one to make. Once the dragons arrived, the city would be like the Vale of Arryn, unable to defend itself properly against a dragon. At the same time, he also thanked the gods that Robert had listened to his advice. He no longer had the patience to deal with mad, drunken, murderous kings. However, Tywin, even though he didn't like Robert, knew that he couldn't do anything against him, or this war would be declared officially lost. The war was only happening because Robert's reputation was still worth something in people's eyes, especially after killing Rhaegar Targaryen, the Silver Prince. If Robert could kill Rhaegar, he could kill Rhaegar's son. With Robert's orders, the entire court began to mobilize. In the Tower of the King's Hand, Robert and Tywin were sitting side by side, looking at the city with calm gazes. "What are you going to do with the city?" Robert asked, with an indifferent tone. He hated King's Landing, it was a cage for him. He had wanted to be a mercenary when he was young and he still had that desire. "If the Targaryen king wants it, we'll give him a city in absolute chaos," Tywin replied with a cold tone. "If that delays their movements for months, it's an advantage for our side." Robert nodded, immediately understanding what Tywin wanted to do. He didn't disagree and even easily accepted the proposal that would kill tens of thousands of people and probably create chaos capable of frightening even the demons in hell. Just the thought of 500,000 starving, food-crazed people sent shivers through Robert's body. Tywin was truly cruel. Suddenly, just as Tywin was about to continue, a gentle knock sounded on the door, causing them both to look at it with cold tears. "Come in," Robert ordered with a cold tone. The door was opened in the next second and a fat, bald man wearing a purple cloak appeared before them. There was a worried expression on the eunuch's face. "Has something happened, Varys?" Robert asked with a serious tone, noticing the expression on the Master of Whispers' face. "Robert Arryn has declared himself king of the Vale of Arryn, keeper of the Moon Gates, lord of the Eagle's Nest and the East," Varys spoke directly, broaching the subject, causing Tywin and Robert to look slightly surprised. "If I remember, the Guardian of the Vale is less than 10 years old," Robert asked with a confused tone, remembering the information about Jon Arryn's son. "Yes, Your Grace," Varys continued. "The regency of the Vale is in the hands of Lysa Tully." Tywin frowned deeply. A child wouldn't have such an absurd idea of declaring himself king. Someone must be behind Lysa Tully, probably one of his wife's lovers. Tywin's words were no different from an accusation Lysa was having an extramarital affair and that her son was not, in fact, Jon Arryn's son. Old hawk. Robert couldn't help but feel sorry for his adoptive father, who raised him like a son, just as he raised Eddard. In the end, everyone turned on each other. What excuse did Lysa Tully use to crown her son? Tywin asked with a touch of sarcasm, a sarcasm reminiscent of Tyrion speaking. Although it seemed easy for a great house to declare itself king, you had to remember that vassals existed, and they couldn't agree to something like that so easily. No one wants to be labeled a traitor in the eyes of the people. Lysa accused Queen Cersei of killing the Hand of the King, her husband Jonathan, to cover up the murder. Varys glared at Robert and spoke in a calm tone, not daring to look at him again. Crash! The sound of the table breaking was heard immediately after Varys' words. Robert had hit the table so hard that it had broken. Robert hated those slanderous rumors with all his might. Knowing that such rumors only fed his enemies made him completely furious. "You crazy bitch, I'll kill you and your bastard!" Robert roared at the top of his lungs as he gasped with rage. He wanted to summon his army and set off towards the eagle's nest to cut off the head of the traitorous bitch that Lysa Tully was. Tywin also had a grim expression. Even if he didn't care about the opinion of sheep, he knew the impact something like this could have, especially on his grandchildren, who were heirs to the Iron Throne. "It seems that Lysa Tully's son really isn't Jonathan's," Tywin said coldly, without hiding his murderous intent. He dared to have Queen Elia, Prince Aegon, and Princess Rhaenys killed. What was Lysa Tully in the face of these identities? "But we can't do anything right now. We're leaving King's Landing," Tywin said, calming down and returning to being the cold thinking machine he was. Robert, although he wanted to ignore what Tywin said and march towards the Vale of Arryn, knew he couldn't, not at this delicate moment. Taking a breath to calm himself, he looked at Varys and spoke with a deadly cold tone. "Whether it's poisoning, murder or anything else, as long as you kill Lysa Tully, I don't care." Robert continued, "If the Vale won't bow, let them engage in a civil war to decide who will be the new Lord of the Vale." Tywin looked at Robert with satisfaction. The Vale of Arryn in civil war was better than a cohesive Vale of Arryn ready for war. It was better to consume the Vale's internal forces, weakening the entire region. "We can arm those mountain barbarians, let them fight against the Lords of the Vale. That way, we don't have to worry about the Vale anytime soon," Tywin added, speaking with a mischievous tone. Looking at the two, Varys thought it certain that they were son-in-law and father-in-law. Both were cruel and cunning like old foxes. "I will carry out your orders, your grace and Hand of the King," Varys bowed and replied with a respectful tone. But if you looked into his eyes, you could see amusement and pleasure in the eunuch's eyes. He really liked King's Landing. Conspiracies, assassinations and poisonings were something he, a conspirator, loved to do. Varys withdrew from the Hand of the King's chambers, leaving the king and the Hand of the King alone again. He only heard one word before the door was slammed shut. "Targaryen," muttered the eunuch, looking thoughtful. According to John Connington, Aegon is anxious to meet his family and is heading for Dragonstone to meet his aunt. Varys felt a headache at this information. He knew that young men were impulsive by nature, but even with all the training he had received, Aegon still refused to listen to John Connington's advice. But then again, Varys didn't think that was a bad thing. Even if Aegon was a Blackfyre, there was no way he wouldn't have the bloodline of House Targaryen, as Daemon Blackfyre was the son of Aegon V and Princess Dany Targaryen. So he really wasn't worried if they doubted Aegon's identity. If the dragons recognized Aegon as a Targaryen, then he was a Targaryen. If Varys had known about Aenar's abilities, he wouldn't have been as confident as he was right now. The plan must be accelerated, Varys muttered to himself as he walked through the corridors of the Red Keep one last time. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Leaving King's Landing, 3, When there is no more order, chaos reigns supreme. Tyrion Lannister, Imperial Advisor during the Siege of Salusa Secundus. "Why are we leaving King's Landing, Mother?" the young Myrcella asked with a worried tone from inside the carriage. Her innocent green eyes watched the city through the window with apprehension. For some reason, the whole city seemed tense. What confused her most was the fact that the Golden Cloak were leaving along with the entourage heading for Castle Rock. Who would keep order in the city? Inside the carriage were Tommen and Joffrey, both too entertained in their own worlds to worry about the city. "We're going to visit Casterly Rock, sugar," Cersei replied with a smile on her face as she stroked her daughter's cheek with a gentle touch. "It's the place where I grew up with Jaime. You'll love it." How could she tell that they were actually retreating/fleeing to Casterly Rock and leaving King's Landing at the mercy of chaos? Especially with Joffrey Arrow. She knew her son would be furious if he found out they were fleeing to Casterly Rock to defend themselves. Myrcella nodded, but deep down she knew that her mother's words were lies. She realized this when she noticed Cersei's slightly frowning eyebrows. Perhaps the queen herself hadn't realized it, but whenever she lied, she frowned slightly, a detail Myrcella had learned to notice from an early age. However, Myrcella didn't deny her mother. She had learned on her own that observing more and remaining silent was a powerful weapon. "It's just a castle on a rock. What's so great about this place?" Joffrey heard Cersei's words and commented with a touch of contempt. In his eyes, the Red Keep was far superior to any other castle. One was the home of a king, the other of a lord. There was no comparison. Cersei felt her smile stiffen at her son's words. A slight heat of anger rose up inside her. If there was one thing she was proud of, it was House Lannister. Even House Targaryen was not as noble as the Lannisters in her eyes. She loved Casterly Rock and, above all, Lanny sport. If it were anyone else despising her house, she would have their tongue cut out and then their head. But not with her precious Joffrey. Her anger vanished the instant she saw her son's arrogant expression. Cersei didn't argue or fight back. She knew that if she continued, an endless argument would break out. So she opted for silence. Her green eyes left Joffrey and fell on the tall, strong man riding beside the carriage. She couldn't help remembering the first time she had seen Robert. Unlike the aura of arrogance, power, and majesty he exuded 14 years ago, the current Robert had an incomparably cold and imposing air, as if he didn't allow anyone to dare say no to him. Honestly, a tyrant. Yes, Robert was a tyrant, at least in Cersei's eyes. The woman feared what would happen to her sons and daughter if Robert really believed the rumors. She could imagine the fury he would feel if that happened. After all, the only reason Robert was fighting was for his children and nothing else. The people watched the royal family leave with confused expressions, but no one said anything. Everyone just watched the entourage gradually disappear through the city gates. However, some of the more astute people, especially the brothel owners, realized that something was terribly wrong. Each of these women had spent their lives seeing and hearing secrets. They survived among the intrigues of the court and knew how to interpret the signs of power. If a king went off to war with his entourage, it wouldn't be unusual. But a king going off with all his forces, including the golden robes, that was unheard of. In their eyes, the king's departure looked more like an escape than anything else. And, as they had feared, their suspicions were confirmed the next day, when there were no more patrols on the streets of King's Landing. When a robbery took place, at least someone was arrested, but now there weren't even any guards patrolling the streets or watching the walls. In Chata's brothel, the brothel owners looked at each other apprehensively. The atmosphere couldn't have been more worrying. People haven't noticed yet, but they will sooner or later. And when they do, the chaos will begin. Shiara, one of the brothel owners, spoke with a tone full of concern. What was about to happen was not something trivial, but a reflection of true human nature in the face of hunger. And in the midst of this chaos, they would suffer the most. Women were always the first to be thrown into hell. Chata didn't answer. With a serious and firm expression, she picked up a quill and began to write a letter. The owner of the most famous brothel in King's Landing ignored the discussion around her and concentrated on getting every detail down on paper. Chitao was a tall, elegant, and imposing black woman from the Summer Isles. Her ebony skin and sandalwood-colored eyes reflected dignity and wisdom. Perhaps because of the excessive noise around her, she frowned and said, softly but firmly, "Silence." Her voice carried the melodic accent of the Summer Isles and resounded like an unquestionable order. The women immediately fell silent and turned their gazes to Chitao, full of expectation. There was hope in the calm she showed. "Mother, what are you writing?" Alaya, Chitao's daughter, asked curiously. "A letter to Queen Daenerys Targaryen in Dragonstone." Chitao replied calmly and elegantly. Chitao's words made the women around her widen their eyes in shock. "And how do you intend to send such a letter to Dragonstone?" Chiara asked, still incredulous. "She will." Chitao finished writing and pointed to an 18-year-old girl with black hair and tan skin, with neat braids and a distinguished bearing. Everyone looked at the young woman in confusion. However, the girl herself showed neither fear nor hesitation. She just watched Chitao with interest, as if wondering how she had guessed her identity. "How did you discover my identity?" Merla asked, curious. As far as she could remember, she hadn't shown anything unusual in the 3 years she'd been in King's Landing. After all, who would be suspicious of a 14-year-old girl from another continent? Chitao raised her lips in an elegant smile and gave her an amused look. "You should learn to walk like a normal person and not like a hunter, girl. Your actions often reveal more than you'd like to express." As someone from the Summer Isles, Chitao had noticed from the start that there was something strange about Merla. Ever since she had arrived at the brothel, the girl had moved like a hunter in unfamiliar territory. At first, Chitao assumed she was just a mercenary tired of her old life, trying to make a fresh start in Westeros. But over time, he realized that Merla was not what she seemed. The idea that she was a mercenary dissipated after a month. Mercenaries didn't behave the way she did, nor did they speak the way she did. Soon, Chitao realized that Merla was subtly spreading rumors about the king and queen of House Baratheon, as well as the king of House Targaryen across the sea. If, after that, Chitao still didn't know that Merla was a spy, then she would be a fool herself. Although she knew that there was still much more to discover about the girl's true identity, Merla didn't care. "With a calm tone, she said, "You don't have to send a letter. My sisters at the Red Keep have probably already reported it to Queen Daenerys." The young woman's words immediately made the women around her understand her true identity. Sighs of relief echoed through the hall. "Are you a spy for House Targaryen?" Alaya, Chitao's daughter, asked, intrigued, watching the girl of a similar age to her. "I don't know what you're talking about." Merla replied, assuming an innocent expression, as if she didn't understand the question. If there were any good actresses in the world, it was these women. Prostitutes knew exactly how to pretend and inflate a man's ego with such ease that anyone would be surprised. The women around noticed Merla's performance and rolled their eyes, but no one commented. It wasn't a subject they should dwell on. "We just need to wait for Queen Daenerys to arrive," Chitao said softly. She prayed to the gods of love and beauty that Daenerys would arrive in King's Landing as soon as possible. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Leaving King's Landing. 4. When there is misery, death, and chaos, religion is an essential pillar for controlling people. High Sparrow, the voice of the seven on earth. Your Grace. Littlefinger approached the king, who was standing next to Tywin. They were both eating in silence around the fire. "What happened?" Robert asked, biting into a piece of roast chicken thigh. His blue eyes fell on Petyr. Lord Varys has disappeared. Petyr reported the information with an unusual look on his face, as if he didn't even believe what he was saying. He hadn't expected Varys to flee at that very moment. Like a conspirator, he smelled another conspiracy in the air. Robert's eyes narrowed, taking on a cold, deadly glare. Being abandoned by your own subordinates was not a pleasant feeling. He left a letter for your grace. Littlefinger handed over the letter. Robert opened it and read the contents. There was only one sentence on the paper: your grace must not underestimate the people. We are an indomitable, relentless, and voracious force of nature. What you and Tywin have done will come back 10 times worse in the future. Robert muttered, a touch of sarcasm shining in his eyes. He had hoped that Varys had betrayed him for something more significant, but as he read the letter, he felt like laughing. What could the commoners do against him? What would they do in the face of an army of hundreds of thousands of armed soldiers? What could the people accomplish holding nothing but old hoes and scythes? Robert wanted to find Varys and ask him these questions, waiting for the answers to come from the eunuch's mouth. But after reading the letter, he lost all interest in him. Throwing the letter into the fire, Robert watched the written sentence burn to ashes. What foolishness! Grumbled the king before going back to eating, as if he didn't care what had just happened. However, neither Shatta nor Robert himself could have imagined that things would take a completely different turn. When the people realized that there was no one above them to impose laws, the city was plunged into a sepulchral silence for long hours. But the silence was soon broken by the bandits, who took the opportunity to loot everything they could, including the great sept of Baelor itself. Robberies, fights, murders and rapes, everything that could happen happened, with no one to stop the crimes. This awakened the population, who realized that the king had abandoned King's Landing and all the citizens of the city. In a matter of a single day, the people locked themselves inside their homes and stockpiled as many supplies as possible. The merchants, driven by greed and oblivious to the imminent danger, raised food prices by the hour, amassing fortunes in no time. However, the people could accept oppressio and for a while, but they would never accept it forever. There would always be someone who would rise up to fight it, and along with them, others would also rise up to fight. That's exactly what happened. Holding anything that could be used as a weapon, the people broke into the warehouses of the rich merchants and stole all the food. Not only that, they killed the merchants and cut off their heads, placing them in the square for all to see. It wasn't just the merchants who died, but also their families. It didn't matter whether they were men or women, old people or children, they were all massacred by the people's anger, fury, and resentment. However, once the example had been set, the massacre spread. People no longer cared about morality or any other principle. Food and survival were all that mattered. Houses were invaded, women raped, and horror overtook the city. With no one to stop the carnage, things got worse and worse, until, at the end of the day, everything stopped with the arrival of night. By the gods, these people are mad. Alayaya commented with a horrified expression at the brutality that had taken place in just one day. If it hadn't been for her mother's brothel being naturally robust and the fact that they were armed to defend themselves, she could have imagined the tragic fate that would befall them. They were abandoned without food. In the face of death, what does it mean to kill and rape to satiate one's own evil desires accumulated over a lifetime? Shatta hugged her daughter and spoke in a calm tone, her dark eyes fixed on Merla. She had personally seen the girl kill 3 men with a small dagger. Although they were untrained men, it was still impressive, considering that she was a woman without great physical strength. Remember, Alayaya, people are thinking animals, driven by an insatiable greed for all that is valuable and luxurious. Never underestimate the desire in a person's heart. Shatta didn't miss the opportunity to teach her daughter, who was generally innocent when it came to matters like this. Alaya nodded. She had personally seen 3 men break into a house and drag a girl out into the street, raping her right there, without anyone caring. The scene had horrified her. Fortunately, Merla had intervened and killed the 3 of them, ensuring that no one dared break into Shata's brothel. Just as Shata was about to continue teaching her daughter, she looked out of the window and saw torches being lit in the middle of the street. Men and women, dressed in white and armed, could be seen in the flickering light of the flames. The 7-pointed star was beautifully embroidered on each of their chests. Shata's face became completely solemn when he saw these men and women. A deep fear appeared in his eyes. The militant Fayeth. Her whisper sent shivers through his body. She knew the chaos was over, but another threat, even worse, had begun. Merla's face also became serious. Before coming to Westeros, she and all her sisters had received training that included memorizing the coats of arms of the noble houses and the history of House Targaryen. So she knew exactly what the Faith Militant was. But Shata and Merla were wrong. These were not members of the Faith Militant, but the Sparrows, poor commoners who had sworn allegiance to the Faith of the Seven. The Sparrows were led by a man called High Sparrow, a fervent devotee and considered a saint in the eyes of the believers. Seeing the chaos taking over the city, High Sparrow knew that this was the perfect opportunity to rally the faithful and exterminate the infidels, finally purifying King's Landing once and for all. Kill the thieves, rapists, and murderers. The voice echoed firmly. At the head of almost 200 people, an old man wearing a simple grey robe, without a trace of opulence, gave his order. Yes, Your Holiness. The title, which belonged only to the High Septon, came out of the mouths of the faithful without any hesitation. If the thieves, rapists, and murderers were cruel, the men and women of the Sparrows were true monsters in human skin. Mercy didn't exist in their dictionary, at least not for the infidels. What was the simplest way to purify the world? If Kinvara were asked this question, she would answer without hesitation, fire. The Sparrows invaded the homes of the thieves, rapists, and murderers, dragging them into the town square. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the people, who came out of their homes to see what was happening. When they saw the members of the Faith of the Seven arresting the criminals, the crowd gathered in the square, curious. What followed was a horror show. The thieves, rapists, and murderers were burned alive in front of everyone. But the people didn't care. On the contrary, they watched with pleasure as the men were consumed by the flames. The same people who had previously been against burning others alive now applauded as they heard the agonized screams of the condemned. Burn those bastards! They killed and raped my wife! A man shouted, his voice filled with hatred and rage. First there was one, then another. Soon, everyone was calling for the bandits to die in the most painful way possible. My people, I am the High Sparrow, and I will bring the justice of the gods to infidels and sinners. The man spoke in front of the bonfires where the condemned were burned alive. Join me so that this barbarity never happens to other families again. Be truly devoted to the gods and you will receive the greatest of all riches, getting close to the seven. His voice rose above the screams of agony. Long live the gods! Long live the High Sparrow! Death to sinners! The High Sparrow's words were answered by a crowd inflamed with hatred and anger. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that this was only the beginning. He would make the world truly pure. A truly pure world. He murmured, his eyes shining with unwavering fanaticism. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Home Sweet Home. When you have a chance to rise, don't hesitate. Fight tooth and nail for that chance, because something like that can change the fate of someone and an entire family. Arain Waters, bastard of Driftmark. Blackwater Bay, Dragonstone Island. Looking at the letter delivered by the Emperor's daughters, Daenerys displayed a stunned expression. Not in her wildest dreams would Robert leave King's Landing for Casterly Rock. After all, it was the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. It wasn't just any city. Yet here she was, faced with the information that Robert had moved the entire court to Casterly Rock. After a moment's reflection, Daenerys understood why Robert had made this decision. Dragons. With dragons, the city wall would be a mere obstacle to overcome. If she took drastic action, she could go straight to the Red Keep and set the whole castle on fire at once. Although Balerian's flames couldn't melt the castle, she knew that, in fires, it wasn't the fire that killed the most, but the smoke. She could imagine the apocalyptic scenario that the Red Fortress would become if she did such a thing. Those who remained inside the castle would die of suffocation from the smoke, and those who came out would perish in the face of Balerian's flames. Honestly, for the first time, Daenerys realized how fortunate she was to possess a being capable of destroying cities in a matter of minutes. Without the special ships that Enar had mentioned to her, there was no way humans could stop a dragon. Putting aside the main letter, Daenerys picked up the second, which explained the situation in the city. As she read the contents, her face pallid at the cruelty described in the letters. Robert and Tywin were indeed monsters in Daenerys' eyes. No human being with a shred of humanity could commit something so despicable, insane, and cruel as to turn a city with 500,000 inhabitants into a hell on earth. Looking at Merrick, a Sardaukar guarding the entrance to Dragonstone's throne hall, Daenerys asked, "Merrick, how long would it take to summon the entire fleet and set sail for King's Landing?" Merrick was shocked by the question. The Queen was planning to attack King's Landing? In his eyes, it was a very rash move, especially considering the city walls and the 4,000 or 5,000 golden robes protecting it. Even with a dragon, the casualties could be high. If it had been the King's dragon, Merrick wouldn't have been so worried. However, he had seen the Queen's dragon. The dragon called Balerion was still far from reaching his peak, he was still just a child. "Give the letters to Merrick." Noticing his hesitation, Daenerys simply ordered the spy from the Emperor's daughters to deliver the letters to Merrick. The woman kneeling before the throne didn't hesitate and handed the letter to Sardaukar, even though it was against the organization's rules, since only Queen Daenerys and the king were allowed to read information related to the Emperor's daughters. Merrick looked at the letter in his hand and, the more he read the contents, the more his face showed shock at the information. As one of the first Sardaukar trained by Titus, he knew that the information in that letter was intended only for the Son of Light. However, when he found out what Robert had done, not even the rigorous training he had received could contain the smile that appeared beneath his golden helmet. "Your Grace, we urgently need to get to King's Landing. The situation must be extremely chaotic. Besides, with this High Sparrow, we need to get there as quickly as possible to stop the Seven's doctrine spreading among the people." Merrick gave his opinion without hesitation. As captain of the Sardaukar, he had been trained in the arts of strategy and knew that this was a golden opportunity. Not only to recover the royal capital, but also to spread the Emperor's faith among those in need at that moment. "I will immediately order ravens to be sent to the vassals. We'll be able to leave in less than 2 days." Merrick spoke with a respectful tone. "If the Queen wishes, we can just wait for the Velaryon fleet and leave for King's Landing. With 1,500 Sardaukar and the men of House Velaryon, we can co-enthrall the city." Daenerys made her decision after a short moment. If there was one thing she wasn't, it was indecisive. "Summon only House Velaryon and we'll leave for King's Landing as soon as they arrive." Daenerys regretted sending all the vassals back after the vassalage ceremony. Had she known this would happen, she would have kept them all in Dragonstone, instead of ordering them to protect and guard Blackwater Bay against a possible surprise attack. "Send for Arain Waters. I want to ask his opinion." Daenerys remembered that the bastard of House Velaryon was still on Dragonstone and ordered a servant to summon him to the throne room immediately. She was not a strategist, nor had she been trained to be one. Her only advantage at that moment was that he owned a dragon. A few minutes later, when Arryn arrived at the throne room, Daenerys noticed that his clothes were wrinkled and his face covered in sweat. She realized that she had interrupted his moment of pleasure with some servant, but she didn't see Arryn and was direct. Robert abandoned King's Landing and moved the kingdom's capital to Casterly Rock. The city is currently under the control of the fanatics of the Faith of the Seven, led by a man who calls himself High Sparrow. Daenerys spoke with a calm but slightly excited tone. How could she not be excited? If King's Landing was retaken before the war even began, half of the victory would already be guaranteed. Once Robert had left King's Landing, she was sure he would never return. Her husband would make sure that didn't happen. Arryn opened his mouth in shock when he heard the beautiful queen's words. He couldn't help but admire Robert's determination. If it were him, he would never consider leaving the kingdom's capital, even if it were in danger. However, it wasn't Daenerys who was happiest about this situation, but Arryn himself. He finally saw a chance to gain glory and merit in the war. It was the perfect opportunity to win a noble title and, who knows, even a fiefdom. So, in terms of happiness, Arryn was infinitely more excited than Daenerys herself. As for the man called High Sparrow, he didn't care. Anyone who stood against him at that moment would die an extremely painful death. No one could stop him from becoming a nobleman. My brother has left 100 men to help secure the island. I'll summon them immediately and be ready to leave at any moment. Arryn patted his chest and spoke with a calm, confident tone. At that moment, he really wanted to buy Robert a drink. Daenerys nodded. She only hoped that Montfort Velaryon would arrive soon so that they could leave for King's Landing as soon as possible. When Arryn left, Daenerys closed her eyes, standing alone in the throne room. She was about to attract Enar's attention. And how would she do that? Simply by calling his name. She knew that her husband was getting stronger and gradually ceasing to be human, and Enar had never hidden his powers from her. Enar, who was about to march towards twins, looked in a certain direction when he felt someone calling him. If it had been something trivial, he wouldn't have paid any attention, but the person who pronounced his name had a blood tie to him. That caught his attention. Looking in the direction the call was coming from, Enar knew immediately who was summoning him. He didn't hesitate to connect his mind to Daenerys. Opening his eyes, Enar saw himself on Dragonstone and stared at the young woman sitting on the black stone throne in front of him. He smiled. Daenerys hadn't grown amuk in the year and a half he hadn't seen her. As if sensing his arrival, Daenerys opened her eyes and looked at the incomparably tall young man before her in surprise. Her first thought on seeing Enar's size was whether her small body could really withstand a night of passion with her husband. Enar couldn't help but twitch his lips as he read her thoughts. Daenerys really couldn't hide what was going through her mind. It's been a while, Daenerys. Despite what he was feeling, Enar greeted her with a key-and look. Note, when I remember this, I only remember Shaq and Leticia Roll. The size difference is enormous. I feel a little sorry for the woman. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are re-updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Home Sweet Home, 2, Do not underestimate a woman's jealousy, it is 1,000 times more terrible than any murderous intent. Enar Targaryen, as he faced the frightening look in his queen's eyes. Seeing Enar before her, Daenerys, who had many things to say after a year and a half apart, showed an unhappy expression. I thought you weren't coming. After all, you've gone a year and a half without even sending a letter. "Perhaps you had too much fun with some whore in Winterfell," said the girl, displaying a fierce expression as she looked at Enar. The smile on Enar's face stiffened at Daenerys' words. Lover? He hadn't had time to sleep in a year and a half. How could he have a lover? However, when he saw Daenerys' fierce expression, Enar felt like laughing. She was trying to look threatening, but to him, that reaction was simply adorable. Enar took her in H's arms and sat on the throne, pulling her onto his lap. Looking at the girl, he spoke in an amused tone, "You think too much. I've never had a mistress, although I have teased a few women." Daenerys was happy with the first part of the sentence, but the second made her glance dangerously at Enar. Who was the slut? She hated others coveting what was hers, especially women like Arianne and Rhaenys. Neither of them hid their interest in Enar. Especially Arianne, who could jump into Daenerys' husband's bed at any moment, without any hesitation. So jealous. "But I like it," Enar commented, kissing her cheek playfully. "Dangerous women are always the most attractive." Daenerys snorted at his words, but a smile formed on her lips. However, it soon disappeared when she realized that Enar was subtly manipulating her to divert the subject. Still, thinking about what was about to happen, she put her jealousy aside for a moment and told Enar what had happened. After hearing Daenerys' account, Enar narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Honestly, he couldn't see into the future 20-4 hours a day, 7 days a week and 12 years without stopping. That was impossible and would drive him mad. Among billions of timelines, he used his power to choose the ones that gave him the best decisions. However, each action, decision or indecision created infinite other possibilities. So, instead of saying that he knew what would happen in the future, it was more accurate to say that he saw infinite possibilities and could guide events towards what suited him best. Nothing in the world was immutable, not even fate. That's why he was surprised by the events that took place in King's Landing. "Since Robert gave me such a nice present, how could I refuse?" Enar commented with an amused tone. He really wanted to fight Robert more and more. The man he saw was worthy of facing him. "When you get to King's Landing, don't hesitate to kill all the Sparrow fanatics," Enar said to Daenerys, making the girl widen her eyes in surprise. "Won't that cause even more chaos?" Daenerys asked, shocked by Enar's decisive attitude in wanting to exterminate everyone. After all, they belong to the faith of the Seven, the largest religion in Westeros for almost 10,000 years. "Dear Queen, we won't be like Jaehaerys. There will be no peace or any agreement with the faith of the Seven." Enar spoke with a murderous tone. "I won't be like Jaehaerys, who didn't avenge the assassination attempt on his own wife." Honestly, he really thought that Jaehaerys had a cold and calculating mind for having endured his wife's assassination attempt without reacting against the faith of the Seven. If it had been Maegor or Visenya, Old Town would have been in flames the next day. Although he knew that Jaehaerys de Caesarea had been a smart move to bring peace to the kingdom, Enar would have taken the opportunity to introduce the gods of ancient Valyria and make both religions face each other, while the king just watched as both consumed each other's strength, creating a balance. And when the faith of the Seven was weakened years later, Enar would destroy it for good, eradicating the religion of the Undulls. But that would be if he were in Jaehaerys' place. At the moment, Enar didn't have the slightest patience for such elaborate schemes and chose the simplest and most brutal approach, to completely eradicate the influence of the faith of the Seven in King's Landing. As for the people, Enar just scoffed. Like a true messiah, he wanted to see how the faith of the Seven would dare to challenge him in the field of indoctrination. He had every confidence that he would win this ideological war. After all, he had the Bible and could perform real miracles in people's eyes. Daenerys looked at Enar with a sick, obsessive gleam in her eyes. She really loved it when her husband showed this murderous attitude. Just as Enar found dangerous women attractive, Daenerys felt the same fascination. "Don't worry, I'll bathe the great sept of Baelor in the blood of all the septons. Daenerys promised with an equally murderous tone. If Enar didn't mind causing more chaos, neither did she. Initially, she planned to eliminate these people more discreetly. But if Enar wanted to act publicly and decisively, then she would do exactly as he wanted. Enar couldn't help but show a pleased expression when she heard Daenerys' promise. The girl was not at all indecisive. I have to go now. Remember to control the walls first and then gradually take control of the city. Enar said, stroking Daenerys' hair. I'll send Rilla to King's Landing. Originally, he had planned to let his grandmother conquer Harrenhal, but changes in plans could always happen. He couldn't allow Daenerys to remain alone in King's Landing. The girl might be determined, but she was still too young to control a city of 500,000 people. Daenerys agreed with Enar's words. She understood why her mother was coming. King's Landing wasn't like Dragonstone, the city had 500,000 inhabitants and was definitely not easy to manage, especially without anyone to help her. Before you go, remember not to provoke other women, you womanizer. Daenerys spoke with a threatening tone, returning to the initial topic of conversation. Enar laughed and undid his projection, causing Daenerys to fall back onto her throne. I will make no promises, my dear queen. Enar let out those words before disappearing completely. Humph. Daenerys snorted, dissatisfied. She knew that Enar had only said that to provoke her and make her jealous again. She realized that he liked to see her jealous of other women. Bastard, always likes to tease me. Daenerys grumbled, but a smile appeared on her lips. The news that Enar hadn't had a mistress in the last year and a half made her more than satisfied. However, remembering that Enar had teased a few women, Daenerys tried to remember who might be close to her husband, gradually creating a list of suspects. Arianne was at the top, followed by Kinvara and then Rhaenys. The reason Kinvara was ahead of Rhaenys was simple: the woman had no sense of shame or any shyness. If Enar wished, she would simply jump into his bed without hesitation. Rhaenys, on the other hand, was shy, just like Visenya at the beginning of her relationship with Enar. Although that could see hang, it wouldn't be suddenly. Therefore, the two main suspects were Arianne and Kinvara. Humph. Daenerys gave her a scornful look and muttered, I have to discipline these women, or they'll think they can replace me and Visenya. She didn't want to be so drastic, but her older sister was too kind to take harsh measures against these women. Daenerys needed to make it clear that, whatever they did, none of them would ever be above her and Visenya. With a wicked grin, Daenerys almost let out a villainous "Ugh," like Enar's occasional smiles. But she held back, she didn't want to look like a villain like her husband. If Enar could read her thoughts, he would probably be dismayed. Although he was a complete villain, he still needed to keep up appearances of a good guy in the eyes of the world. During the army's march towards Gemini Castle, Enar opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, who was riding alongside Rhaenys and other women. Holding his horse's reins, he approached. Grandma, change of plans, he said, before whispering what he had just discovered. Rilla's eyes widened as she heard her grandson's words. She opened her mouth in surprise. Not in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Robert would actually leave King's Landing. But when she heard that Daenerys was going to a city in complete chaos, Rilla's face changed dramatically. She really wanted to hit her daughter at that moment. King's Landing had become a veritable hell on earth. How could a girl her age control a collapsing city on her own? Especially without a court to help her administer it? I'll go immediately. Rilla spoke with a serious tone. At that moment, her only concern was to get to King's Landing as quickly as possible. Note, I have to make Daenerys somewhat Yandir because it's an important resource in the future. I hope you don't mind. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Home Sweet Home. 3, you have two options. It's submission or death. But bear in mind that I'm a pretty cruel queen. Queen Daenerys I Targaryen, looking at all the little nobles still in King's Landing NG. Looking down, Daenerys saw the fleet of ships from houses Targaryen and Velaryon crossing the sea, breaking the waves violently. Being very high up, she had the feeling that the warships were like wooden toys, but she knew that this was just an illusion caused by the distance. Even sending a raven to Montford Velaryon, the man took more than half a day to reach Dragonstone. Daenerys wasted no time, she mounted Balerion and flew through the skies towards the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. The fleet of houses Targaryen and Velaryon followed the queen without hesitation. Many of these men wanted a war in King's Landing to gain fame, merit, and glory. Balerion let out a loud roar and gradually descended. Daenerys smiled as she felt her dragon's excitement. He was just as excited as she was at that moment. He seemed to feel like he was coming home after a long time. After just a few minutes of flying, Daenerys finally glimpsed King's Landing. She couldn't help but hold her breath at the sight of the city on the coast. Although it wasn't as big as Volantis, Bravos, or any other free city, for her, King's Landing was far more beautiful than any other city. There, in the city built by House Targaryen, Daenerys felt she was finally seeing a true home. This would be the place where she would marry and raise her children, just like the ancient queens who came before her. A particularly high hill, with a castle on top, captured her attention completely. It was the highest hill, and at its summit, a red castle stood out even from a distance. The Red Keep, home to House Targaryen for more than 200 years since Aegon's conquest, had served as a dwelling for 17 kings over almost 3 centuries of dynasty. Sensing Daenerys' excitement, Balerion let out a loud, powerful roar. His black figure looked especially fearsome among all the dragons of House Targaryen, and indeed, he was the most fearsome in appearance. With Balerion's speed, he was already flying over the city, passing dangerously close to the great sept of Baelor. The city bells resounded everywhere. Balerion's roar had already alarmed countless people, and when those same people saw the black dragon, they all knew that the chaos had truly come to an end. The memory of the Crimson Dragon was still clear and vivid in the minds of the people. Countless people came out of their homes and raised their arms, as if asking for the Savior to finally come and free them from the hell that had been these 2 days since Robert had left King's Landing. Daenerys made Balerion fly low enough so that she could see what the people were doing and understood that those 2 days had been truly tragic. But she didn't land in the city, she would only come down when her soldiers arrived in King's Landing. Not even Balerion could guarantee her safety in a city full of enemies who wanted her dead. Daenerys wouldn't be surprised if they tried to assassinate her on landing. Since she wasn't an arrogant fool who would risk her life on impulse, the queen remained flying over the city with the black dragon. She could hear the children's cries of joy at the sight of the dragon, causing her lips to curve into a gentle smile. Daenerys really wanted to land and greet her people, but she knew she couldn't at that moment. However, she could do something to calm the people of King's Landing. Balerion spat black and red flames into the air and then passed through the flames in a breathtaking spectacle for anyone watching. The inhabitants of King's Landing were familiar with displays of fire and dragons. The Crimson Dragon had done just that a year and a half ago. Unlike the grandeur of the huge red dragon, the black dragon in front of them was much more agile and swift, making the demonstration unique in comparison. Especially the children, who looked up at the dragon in the sky with eyes full of wonder. The fear and terror they had felt during those 2 days disappeared as if they had never existed. The adults weren't afraid of the dragon, on the contrary, relief washed over them. Seeing the dragon in the sky brought a comfort and security that made them feel at ease. As for the fact that House Targaryen had returned to reign in King's Landing, they didn't care. Robert's abandonment made every person in the city hate him more than anything. The hatred they felt for the monarch was as deep as the hatred the noble houses felt when they remembered Aerys too. Aerys, at least, never killed commoners, at least not until Jaime stopped him from blowing up King's Landing. Unlike Caraxes, Balerion wasn't so resistant. Then Daenerys made the dragon land on the roof of the Great Sept of Baelor. Looking down at the city below, she smiled and calmly waited for her fleet of ships to arrive and disembark in King's Landing. Inside the Sept of Baelor, the High Sparrow was kneeling before 7 gigantic statues, his eyes closed as he continuously muttered his prayers to the gods. Even though the building shook with Baelorion's landing, he didn't open his eyes. Only when he had finished his prayer did he open them. Looking at a septon not far from him, the High Sparrow asked in a calm, gentle tone, "What happened, Brother Solemn?" "According to the soldiers, a dragon has landed on the September." The septon called Solemn replied with a devout tone, while looking at the Emin with admiration in his eyes. "The incestuous monstrosity?" the High Sparrow asked, with a slightly colder tone than usual. "Yes." the septon replied calmly. "It's probably Daenerys Targaryen. She's married to her own nephew." Solemn couldn't help but show an expression of disgust at such a sinful marriage. He couldn't believe that there could be love between aunt and nephew. It was so immoral and evil that he felt a strong repulsion. The High Sparrow didn't hide his disgust either when he heard about the relationship between aunt and nephew. Putting this disgusting fact aside for a moment, he spoke with a deep tone, "She's probably come to conquer King's Landing." "What are we going to do?" Solemn asked, worried. Although he hadn't seen the dragon mentioned by the soldiers, he had personally witnessed the Targaryen king's crimson dragon. He was sure that nothing could stop a beast of that size. The entire city was nothing more than a large, immobile target for a dragon like that. So, even though he felt disgusted and repulsed by the woman, Solemn didn't want to create animosity between the queen and the faith of the Seven. If she angered the girl, who could stop her from burning down Old Town in a fit of rage? "We won't do anything, we'll just wait." The High Sparrow replied calmly. "It's not up to you or me to worry about the arrival of the incestuous abomination, it's up to those little nobles who don't own fiefdoms and live in the capital." Solemn breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the High Sparrow didn't want to cause any conflict with the Targaryen queen. Just as he had said, the faith of the Seven didn't need to do anything, just as it hadn't done anything in over 7,000 years of history. Kingdoms have fallen, dynasties have collapsed, but the faith of the Seven has remained untouched for almost 10,000 years. "I will order the faith militant not to cause trouble with Queen Targaryen," Solemn said and turned away, walking towards the exit of the Great Sept of Baelor Hall. High Sparrow closed his eyes again, but instead of starting to pray, he apparently muttered to himself, "Lord, why are you testing my faith at this time? No matter how powerful the beast she controls, she's just an ignorant mortal from a barbarian civilization. She is not worthy of the Lord personally ordering me to kill her." He continued muttering, "But if you wish her dead, I will. She will suffer before death and I will make her believe in the Lord." The High Sparrow's voice rang out among the hall, but no voice responded to his words, but the man didn't care. All he cared about was fulfilling the mission given to him personally by the God of the Seven Faces. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Home Sweet Home. 4. A person who doesn't know how to control their own desires is no different from a thinking animal, a slave to their own desires and emotions. Such a person can never become a real human, just another animal in the stone jungle. God Emperor of Planetos, looking at his children, who were listening attentively. Daenerys was unaware that she was already the target of a fanatic and a god, who was gradually discovering Enar's dislike of the gods. However, even if the girl had known, she would have laughed and felt no fear. Enar had taught her not to be afraid and to face her fears head-on, because only when you overcome fear do you reach true maturity. Daenerys didn't have to wait more than a few hours for the ships of the Targaryen and Valyrian fleets to dock at the port. Montfort and Arryn climbed down a wooden plank to the ground, watching Tehi Gold, masked soldiers, who were already in formation. They both looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Although they had seen these soldiers before, it was the first time they had seen them in action. And they had to admit, that military discipline was truly enviable. All 1,500 men seemed to move as a single entity. Sardaukar! Merrick shouted loudly, and all the soldiers slammed their shields against the ground, producing a deafening roar. March towards the queen. He ordered his troops in a cold, calm tone. As soon as Merrick's words echoed, all 1,500 men stepped forward, holding their spears and shields firmly. Montfort and Arryn ordered their own soldiers to march together, but as they entered the city, both their faces changed dramatically. Even someone as experienced in warfare as Montfort couldn't help but feel nauseous at the brutal and bloody scene that stretched out before them. Dried blood stained some walls, while decomposing bodies could be seen in every alleyway. By the gods, Robert really is crazy. Montfort muttered at the sight of the carnage. He thought Ares was insane, but Robert was proving even more insane by ordering something like this. Who, with a shred of humanity, could commit such an atrocity? What's this before the chance of winning a war? Unlike Montfort, Arryn was more realistic. He himself wouldn't hesitate to do something even worse in order to climb the ranks of the nobility. His brother would never understand the determination of Somion truly cruel. However, Robert's decision did surprise him, but he soon accepted it as natural. After all, how could Robert be an ordinary man after declaring war on House Targaryen? Robert could be many things, but no one would dare say that he was an indecisive man. People looked at the soldiers marching through the streets of King's Landing with admiration in their eyes. To them, the soldiers in the golden masks seemed more powerful than the golden robes themselves, who had left King's Landing with Robert. The momentum, aura, and gestures of these warriors were so imposing that they made the golden robes look like a group of untrained bandits. When Daenerys saw the golden wave walking through the streets of King's Landing, she smiled and made Balerion let out a loud, powerful roar. Merrick looked up at the ceiling of the Great Sept of Baelor and saw the Queen's dragon perched atop the structure. Without hesitation, he ordered his troops to march towards the Great Sept of Baelor. He wouldn't dare leave the Queen unprotected for a second longer. At his rider's command, Balerion leapt into the air and flew off, landing gradually in the square in front of the September. Daenerys looked back and, in the center of the gleaming ivory square, saw the statue of King Baelor the Blessed. He stood tall and serene on a pedestal, his face sculpted in an expression of benevolence. She despised this ancestor with all her might. To her, Baelor was neither a king nor a dragon, but a slave to his own desires and thoughts, a persona in his own mind. Just an idiot held hostage by his own delusional mind. Daenerys muttered with a mocking smile. Many might say he was good and benevolent, but for Daenerys, Baelor was summed up in a single word: weak. Descending from Balerion, Daenerys, wearing a blood-red dress with the coat of arms of House Targaryen, touched the white marble floor. She took the gold crown studded with rubies, attached to her waist by a delicate silver chain, and placed it on her silver hair. As soon as she descended, the Sardaukar appeared before her and, without waiting for orders from the Queen, immediately surrounded her, protecting her at all times. Balerion let out a disgruntled roar at those daring ants, and his coal-red eyes sharpened, revealing a sharp, menacing gaze. "Easy, son." Daenerys stroked the scales on the dragon's neck and whispered in a gentle tone. She knew that Balerion was annoyed at being surrounded by so many people. The dragon let out a guttural sound and calmed down with his mother's help, although he continued to watch the people around him with an increasingly cold gaze. Merrick's lips twitched as he felt the dragon's gaze on him. Although it seemed impossible, he felt that Balerion was watching him with a particularly icy gaze. What have I done to deserve the Dragon Queen's hatred? Merrick asked himself, feeling helpless. He knew that his future career could be in jeopardy if he didn't win the dragon's sympathy. As a former Immaculate, his only ambition was to grow in the military career created by the king. Merrick, call the people. Let them see their queen for the first time. Unaware of her loyal Sardakar's thoughts, Daenerys ordered with a calm, regal tone. Merrick tapped his chest and replied in a respectful voice, "Yes, my queen." The Sardakar didn't hesitate to obey the queen's orders and ordered his subordinates to create a safe and perfect perimeter for Daenerys. In just over half an hour, the entire square was filled with people. Even though it was impossible to count them, Daenerys assumed that there were around 10,000, and there weren't more because space didn't allow it. She also noticed men dressed in white, with the symbol of the 7 stars embroidered on the chest of their clothes. These men and women carried weapons, which, according to the agreement between the Faith of the Seven and King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, was an act of high treason. Daenerys narrowed her eyes as she observed a middle-aged man wearing a simple grey tunic. From the respect with which he was treated, she realized that he was the High Sparrow, the greatest religious leader in King's Landing at the time. Their gazes met in an exchange of calm, courteous expressions. Daenerys didn't want to frighten her prey before the time was right, and the High Sparrow only greeted the incestuous abomination as a mere formality. Turning her gaze to the crowd, which remained calm under the control of the Sardakar and the soldiers of House Velaryon, Daenerys stepped forward and spoke with a gentle, elegant yet regal tone, unusual for a girl of almost 14. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, queen and wife of my husband, Enar I of House Targaryen." Her sweet, gentle voice spread through the crowd, and those closest to her helped relay her words to those in the back row. If there was one thing good looks were useful for, it was making a strong impression on people. And, without a doubt, the Targaryens were masters at drawing attention to themselves with their extraordinary beauty. Everyone was mesmerized by Daenerys' beauty. With her majestic dress and the crown on her silver hair, the young woman, who didn't look very old, seemed like a goddess descended on the world to save them from misery, hunger, and death. Looking into the eyes of those commoners, Daenerys crushed any remnants of compassion in her chest and began to direct the crowd's hatred. "Robert Baratheon abandoned you for fear of the dragons. He purposely took all the food, the guards, and abandoned King's Landing to take refuge on Casterly Rock." As soon as his words echoed, cries of anger, hatred, and resentment spread through the place. "Unworthy king. The worst king Westeros has ever seen. Fat king." Daenerys was pleased to hear the rancorous cries. "Robert is just a usurper who killed his own co-cousin and stole the throne. He was never worthy to sit on the Iron Throne." She threw even more fuel on the hatred at that moment, reminding everyone that Robert was a murderer of relatives. "He'll burn in hell. Killer of kin. May the gods punish him for doing something so cruel." Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Home Sweet Home, v. Our destiny, our responsibility, our sacred duty to rule. Daenerys I Targaryen, looking at the monstrosity that was the Iron Throne. Seeing the fury of the people, Daenerys smiled. As long as the people hated Robert, she felt that controlling the city would be much simpler. Now, she just needed to show that she cared and would take care of everything regarding King's Landing. King's Landing will be House Targaryen's fiefdom again. The Sardakar and Tehi troops of House Velaryon will be responsible for the security of the city. At the same time, I will ask Lord Mace Tyrell to send food to the city. Daenerys spoke with a gentle, elegant tone. She looked at the people and flashed a beautiful smile. She knew very well that her own appearance was a great weapon for confusing people's minds. Listening to Daenerys' words, people didn't care about King's Landing returning to the hands of House Targaryen, they only cared about the safety and food that Daenerys promised. If it had been before, maybe those two things wouldn't have seemed like such a big deal, but after experiencing the previous chaos, people realized how good it was to be guaranteed safety and basic food. So when Daenerys declared that she would protect them and bring them food, their affection for this beautiful young queen rose dramatically to extremely high levels. If Daenerys continued to be a good monarch, the people might even grant her an epithet like the kind or the merciful. Long live Kay and Daenerys, a woman from Chetia's brothel shouted in the crowd. As soon as she spoke, the rest of the people followed her and started cheering Daenerys' name. Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! The savior of King's Landing! Daenerys looked at the woman in the crowd and winked at her, thanking her subordinate for taking the first step. Myrla felt a sense of accomplishment at seeing Daenerys wink at her. As a girl taken in by the Red Temple from a young age, she had always dedicated her life to the Red Faith. Seeing that her devotion was bearing fruit couldn't have been more gratifying. Daenerys spoke a few more words to the people and then climbed back onto Bael Ryan. The dragon took flight, causing countless people to exclaim in shock at seeing it up close like that. Merrick knew exactly where the queen was going and quickly mobilized the Sardaukar to head towards the Red Keep, while Montfort and Arryn used their own soldiers to prevent any riots from breaking out. As Merrick had predicted, Daenerys did indeed fly towards the Red Keep. It was the place she most wanted to be at that moment. However, knowing that she needed to be cautious, she only entered the castle when the Sardaukar arrived. She walked down the main corridor and stopped in front of two doors, which she moved personally, revealing the interior of the place. A throne room. Daenerys' eyes ignored anything else and focused entirely on the twisted steel monstrosity. Iron swords protruded around the steps, like a mountain of steel. The steps of the throne were blackened and twisted metal, and above them, a black metal seat rose up. Even without sitting down yet, Daenerys knew that the thing was extremely uncomfortable and that the danger of cutting herself was even greater. She really wanted to understand what was going through Aegon the Conqueror's head when he created such an uncomfortable and dangerous throne. If that man wanted his descendants to understand the responsibility of kingship, he should have made a heavy crown. Enar will definitely change that throne. Daenerys muttered as she walked across the comfortable carpet, heading towards the throne at the end of the hall. Climbing the steps, she was careful not to injure herself on one of the sharp edges, but soon regretted wearing a dress. With each step, the fabric caught on the sharp blades. Finally, after much care, Daenerys sat on the Iron Throne, looking straight out across the hall. The queen looks like the reincarnation of Rhaenys. Hearing the gentle, effeminate voice, Daenerys' lilac eyes fell on a fat, white, bald man wearing a yellow tunic. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere from behind a pillar. Merrick's face darkened. He didn't even have to give orders, the Sardaukar immediately surrounded the man from all directions. 5 spearheads came dangerously close to the stranger's neck. Daenerys crossed her legs, placing one over the other, and looked at him with a touch of interest before asking, curious, and who might you be? Varys ignored the spears dangerous lie close to his neck and answered with a respectful tone, I am Varys, your grace. Master of Whisperers to your father, Aerys. And also Master of Robert's Whisperers. Daenerys added with a cold stare. Varys served 2 people she despised, Aerys and Robb Ert. The reason Daenerys disliked her own father was very simple. Rilla had already told her everything Aerys had done to her. How could she feel any affection for such a madman, who sadistically raped and tortured his own wife? The ritual of burning a person alive before rape was even more disgusting. If she could, Daenerys would really like to thank Jaime for killing Aerys, otherwise she would have done it herself if he were still alive. Seeing the kindness in the queen's eyes gradually replaced by the purest coldness, Varys didn't panic, nor did his heart beat faster at the deadly situation he found himself in. If there was one thing Varys understood about kings, it was that these men didn't care whether you were a horse or a eunuch. As long as you were useful, kings put aside any feelings of animosity. "I've always done my duty very well, Your Grace," Varys commented with a gentle, harmless smile. But for those who really knew him, that smile could only cause fear. "Really, serving two mad kings is worthy of praise. After all, you're a dog who doesn't care about his master," Daenerys commented with a sarcastic tone. As the head of a spy network, how could she not know about the man in front of her? Varys could be many things, but harmless and gentle were not characteristics that could be associated with such a cruel and cunning man. Varys' face remained unchanged, and his smile only deepened. "As Your Grace said, I really only serve those who sit on the Iron Throne, and nothing else." He spoke with a peaceful, gentle tone. Daenerys narrowed her eyes, watching the eunuch with a thoughtful look. Trust him? The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. She would rather trust an irrational snake than Varys. But, as the man himself had said, he was a good dog with many skills. "Since you want to be my dog, I'll give you the chance," Daenerys said, looking at Varys with a calm, deep gaze, not at all befitting a 13-year-old girl. "In half an hour, I want all the nobles and knights-errant in the throne room," She continued, with a particularly cold tone. "If you fail, you don't have to come back. I don't need useless people." Varys gave her a satisfied look. He wasn't afraid of work, he was just afraid that Daenerys wouldn't give him the chance to prove his talents. "I will do as you command, Your Grace." Bowing, Varys spoke with a calm, confident tone. Watching the eunuch's back as he left the throne room, Daenerys gave him a cold smile. When a dog is beyond saving in the face of illness, it's only natural to sacrifice it to spare it further suffering. She muttered, with a sarcastic look on her face. Varys had betrayed his father and now he was betraying Robert. How could Daenerys trust someone like that? But as long as he was still useful, she wouldn't mind having an obedient dog to help her stabilize the city more quickly. "My queen, do you wish me to capture you to discover the location of the secret passages?" Merrick asked with a particularly murderous tone. Varys' mere presence in the throne room was something he saw as his own failing. What if it was an assassin armed with a crossbow? Would he have had time to protect Daenerys? So Merrick was really thinking about capturing, torturing, and extracting information from the eunuch. He knew that Varys had probably entered the throne room through some secret passage. As the Queen's guardian, he had a sacred duty to know all the hidden passages to ensure that something like this never happened again. No need. We'll put that aside for a moment and focus on getting Tehe City under control as quickly as possible. Daenerys shook her head and spoke in a calm tone. She didn't fear an assassination attempt, the Sardaukar would be all around her at all times, inspecting every corner, including her chambers and bathroom, before she used them. Although reluctant, Merrick nodded. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Home Sweet Home, 6, I gave you a chance, but you chose to die. So be it. Die while I watch the light in your eyes go out. Daenerys Targaryen spoke, looking at the nobles who refused to bend the knee. Looking at the nobles without fiefdoms and the wandering knights, Daenerys spoke with a calm tone, kneel or die. There is no third option. Her lilac eyes regarded those men with indifference. While the people were dying, these people just locked themselves in their mansions and ignored everything that was happening in King's Landing. In her eyes, these people were leeches, parasites of King's Landing, always enjoying the benefits of the city, but giving nothing back in return. In short, a bunch of ungrateful and petty people, greedy for money and political power at court. Hearing Daenerys' words, most of them didn't hesitate to kneel. They had no choice, or they would die. Daenerys' eyes focused not on the people who knelt, but on those who remained standing. There were 5 men of different ages. The oldest didn't look a day over 30. The others were younger, though equally resolute in their actions. Carl looked at the Mad King's daughter and smiled mockingly. Your father killed mine, burning him alive just to satisfy his sick pleasure. I'd rather die than kneel to the daughter of my father's murderer. The other men had similar backgrounds. Each of them had lost relatives burned alive by order of the Mad King. How could they kneel before Daenerys? Daenerys narrowed her eyes, but did not immediately order the execution of these men. I don't like my father any more than you 5 do. What he did is unforgivable and never will be, but I'm not my father and I definitely don't like burning people. I don't like burning potential allies to be exact. Daenerys added this phrase in her mind, but obviously didn't say it out loud. Perhaps, being a Targaryen, seeing people die under the flames of dragons was especially beautiful and satisfying. Will you put the sins of the father on the children? Daenerys asked in a calm, cold tone, looking at those men who had lost loved ones on her father's orders. Carl opened his mouth, but no words came from his lips. In the end, he shook his head and spoke with a calm but resentful tone, it doesn't matter. You are the daughter of the Mad King, perhaps you inherited his madness. As the daughter of my father's murderer, no matter what you say, you are just as guilty for having such a mad and sinful bloodline. Daenerys' eyes were completely devoid of emotion as she heard the slanderous words of the man before her. She felt an unconscionable fury bubbling up in her chest, ready to explode at any moment. If there was one thing she was proud of, it was her lineage, her noble Valyrian lineage, which had created one of the most powerful empires the world had ever seen. Although she didn't agree with slavery, she still admired the civilization from which House Targaryen originated. Honestly, Daenerys wanted to order them to build a funeral pyre and burn those people alive so that they would learn never to dare say such words again. But she couldn't. If she did, she would be showing everyone that she was just as mad as her father. She could imagine the goodwill she had just won from the people of King's Landing disappearing overnight. Taking a deep breath to calm her murderous tendencies, Daenerys spoke with a tone devoid of warmth, Merrick, capture these men and then hang them in front of the people. Let them tell what happens to those who dare slander House Targaryen. As he said this, his eyes focused on the wandering nobles and knights, causing those men to shudder. They couldn't imagine that such a young girl was capable of deciding someone's death with such ease. How could they know that Daenerys grew up with a constant sense of danger, living a childhood locked in rooms, not daring to go out because of assassination attempts. Even so, the girl experienced one assassination attempt after another. This made Daenerys unlike any other girl her age. If there was anyone more determined among Rhaella, Visenya, and Daenerys, it was Daenerys herself. She had learned that hesitation leads to death, and if you die, you lose everything. Letting out a sigh, Carl looked at Daenerys with a calm gaze as the guards in golden masks grabbed him and his companions, dragging them out of the throne room. None of them begged for their lives. There was only resentment in their gazes, as if they hated the fate they were about to face. Turning her gaze to those present, Daenerys spoke with a cold tone, I don't care how, but you're going to distribute food until the supplies from the Reach arrive. If I hear you've raised prices, you'll become dragon food. She needed to warn those greedy people, or the price of food would skyrocket to absurd levels, making it impossible for commoners to buy food. If that happened, the blame would fall not on those merchants, but on herself. And once that happened, riots would break out and her image and that of House Targaryen would be further tarnished. This was completely unacceptable, so Daenerys felt she had to warn and threaten those people severely. Fortunately, the greediest merchants had already been killed by hungry people and thieves the previous nights, which saved her a lot of trouble. You may leave and remember my words, Balerion has been especially hungry recently. Daenerys spoke with a menacing tone, without hiding the threat in her words. Those nobles, who weren't even considered minor houses, nodded quickly, without any hesitation. They were greedy for gold and political power, but they valued their lives above all else. When everyone left, Daenerys' eyes focused on Montfort and Arrayne. Lord Velaryon and Lord Waters, I have a mission for you too. Both men straightened up and looked at Daenerys, sitting on the Iron Throne, with respect and fear. They had heard what the Queen had said to these men earlier and knew that the young woman was especially decisive when it came to killing. We will probably be attacked by the militant faith and the fanatics of the Sparrows. I want you to wait for the right moment to surround and kill these people. A cold smile outlined Daenerys' beautiful lips. Montfort swallowed hard at the Queen's words. They weren't just attacking some noble house or organization, but the largest religion in Westeros. For more than 6,000 years, the faith of the Seven had remained strong and intact while entire kingdoms disappeared into the river of time. The only time it suffered significant losses was with the arrival of House Targaryen in Westeros. Before that, no matter how arrogant a king was or how large his army, no one had ever dared to even think about taking on the faith of the Seven. Now, knowing that they would attack the faith inside King's Landing sent a shiver through Montfort's body. He could imagine the chaos that would spread across the continent. The people would be furious, and the faith of the Seven would gather a veritable army of believers to march on the capital. Just as Montfort was about to try to persuade Daenerys, Arrayne, beside him, knelt down and spoke with a firm, confident tone, "Don't worry, my queen. I will kill your enemies and make sure they die in the most painful way possible." Daenerys looked at Arrayne with satisfaction. Having a loyal dog who would do her dirty work without hesitation was truly gratifying. She knew the consequences of her actions, but she also had Enar's permission to continue the purge. Aware that she had to reward and punish appropriately, Daenerys spoke in a gentler, more encouraging tone, "If you complete the mission well, I will legitimize you and give you a fiefdom." Arrayne felt his body tremble at the Queen's words. Fiefdom! 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 He screamed uncontrollably why in his mind. How could his brother understand his obsession? Only by being a noble would he have the opportunity to ascend. His brother would never know what it was like to be at the bottom of the food chain. He had already been born a noble and heir to a powerful house. "Yes, Your Majesty." Arrayne replied with a tone full of motivation. The consequences of facing the faith of the Seven? He didn't care. In fact, he wished those fanatics were even stronger, so that he could win more fiefdoms and receive an even greater fiefdom. Arrayne didn't fear the fight, he feared not being able to fulfill his ambitions. Montfort looked at his half-brother as if he were mad. However, feeling Daenerys' steely eyes on him, the leader of House Velaryon didn't dare express what he was thinking at that very moment. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Home Sweet Home, 7, Act Like a Pawn, High Sparrow. Be killed in the face of the conspiracy I have planned solely to kill you. Queen Daenerys I Targaryen thought, looking at High Sparrow with a gentle smile. With Daenerys' orders, the execution of the 5 men began without any delay. The executioner didn't use his sword to kill them, but pulled a simple lever, causing the wooden floor to collapse. At the same moment, the 5 men instinctively struggled. After all, the human brain was programmed to stay alive even in the worst possible conditions. Even though these men had accepted death, their bodies didn't, and they tried desperately to breathe. In the end, the 5 of them agonized for a few minutes before finally suffocating to death in front of the watching crowd. Arain nodded with satisfaction as he watched them die. He only wished that King's Landing was in even more chaos so that he could earn more merit. However, with the presence of Daenerys and the high SP arrow in the city, the riots gradually calmed down. The thieves, murderers, and rapists were killed outright, and their heads were still on carts, creating a truly shocking and terrifying scene. However, Arain noticed that, as the days passed, there was no movement on the part of the clergy, almost as if they had accepted that King's Landing had changed owners. But Arain knew, how could the most arrogant group of people on the continent lower their heads? The calmer things got, the bigger the wave that would come his way. It was like the sea, only when it was calm were the waves still forming. A loud, powerful roar echoed above the city. Arain, who was patrolling King's Landing, looked up and, instead of Queen Daenerys' black dragon, a bronze dragon could be seen flying overhead. Another Targaryen with a dragon. Arain muttered with a smile. With reinforcements arriving, he had no doubt that they would win the coming war. Daenerys, in the king's bedroom, looked at the bronze-colored dragon over the city with a happy look. Her mother had arrived, just as Enar had said. Without any hesitation, Daenerys put on comfortable clothes and headed towards the courtyard of the Red Keep. The Sardaukar followed her, protecting her at all times. They would give their lives to save her, no one doubted that. Arriving in the courtyard, Daenerys saw her mother climbing down from her dragon, Vermithor, and greeted her happily. "Mother." Looking at her daughter, Rilla couldn't help but hug her deeply, holding tightly to the girl who had grown up alongside her. "You silly girl. Do you know how anxious I was after hearing that you dared to come and conquer King's Landing with just a handful of men?" Rilla spoke with a worried and annoyed tone at the same time. However, looking at the girl who was turning into a woman with the passage of time, Rilla spoke with a tone full of pride. "I'm proud of you." Daenerys laughed and hugged her mother even tighter. Originally, she thought she would be scolded for long hours, but seeing the pride in her eyes made her realize that, although Rilla was angry, the pride she felt at that moment was stronger than any resentment. "Welcome to King's Landing after almost 15 years, Mother." Daenerys spoke with a tone full of joy. Rilla didn't reply immediately. She looked at the Red Keep with a nostalgic gaze. Although she had spent the worst years of her life in that castle, she still loved it. It was where her whole family had been born and raised. All the good times easily outweighed the bad ones she had suffered over the years. "Home, sweet home." Rilla murmured with a slightly tearful tone, a feeling she quickly suppressed, returning to a calm expression. "Come on, we'll break our morning fast together." Holding her mother's hand, Daenerys pulled her into the Red Keep, while the Sardaukar followed. In Daenerys' room, the food was already served, but neither of them touched the plates on the table. Before eating, they began to talk. "How is the city?" Arhella asked with a worried tone. She only knew the basic information Enar had told her. "Still tense, but it's calmed down with the food those nobles are selling. Although the faith of the Seven is still silent." Daenerys replied with a cold tone at the mention of the faith of the Seven. She had heard that patience was a virtue, but she never thought that the High Sparrow would take that phrase to the extreme. The man didn't seem to mind her influence spreading deeper and deeper into the city. "I'll start executing the prisoners to force the faith of the Seven to mobilize." Daenerys gave him a shrewd look and continued, "Since they're patient, I'll force them to attack me." Rilla frowned and asked, confused, "They're just thieves and murderers. How could that kind of scum make the church start a war?" Daenerys smiled and replied coolly, "One of the prisoners is a Septon." This Septon used his authority to rape women and men in exchange for protection. Rilla instantly understood her daughter's plan. How could the church allow one of its members to be tried in the eyes of the people? Even if there was a trial, it would have to be carried out by the High Septon, not the court of House Targaryen. At the same time, once the church tries to prevent the rapist from being put to death, as well as tarnishing the sacred image of the faith, interrupting an execution ordered by the queen herself will be an act of treason. I could attack him without people accusing me of tyranny. Daenerys smiled even wider, imagining the High Sparrow's expression at the conspiracy she had prepared against the church. Rilla looked at her daughter speechlessly, seeing her smile like a true villain. The plan was cruel, strong, and incredibly cunning. She couldn't help thinking that Daenerys was really suited to the palace intrigues of the court. If she had such skills in her youth, all the women at court would obey her without any hesitation. Stop smiling like that, you look like a villain. Rilla squeezed Daenerys' cheeks and commented with a helpless tone. You've been greatly influenced by Enar. Daenerys felt her cheeks burn with shame at her mother's words. How are things at court? Rilla released her daughter's cheeks and asked. Are you managing everything successfully? Daenerys felt a headache coming on as she listened to her mother's words. Remembering how many things she had to do to manage a city of 500,000 people, she wished that Enar would win the war as soon as possible so that she wouldn't have to deal with so much bureaucracy. Yes, power was a good thing, but she found that she was working so hard that she was starting to get stressed. Fortunately, although Montfort Velaryon wasn't a great warrior, he was an excellent liege lord. After all, he controlled a powerful fleet of ships. With his help, Daenerys was able to work much more calmly, which made her realize why the kings had created the small council. It wasn't just to distribute the interests of the court, but also because the workload was too exhausting. Daenerys felt that, if she wasn't careful, she could spend entire days just reviewing documents about King's Landing. And this considering that the city's port was still closed, making it impossible for foreign ships to arrive. I want Enar to come back soon. That's his job, and I don't want him to. Daenerys let out a helpless sigh and replied with a tone full of anticipation for her husband's arrival. As soon as Enar returned, she would be free of that hell of paperwork and endless decisions. Rilla couldn't help but laugh when she heard her daughter's words. Many would kill to be at the center of power in Westeros, but Daenerys really just wanted to be free of responsibility. How could that not be funny? Before I left, Enar said he would send Willis Tyrell, his master of coin. He'll help stabilize King's Landing's finances. Rilla comforted her daughter with a gentle, warm tone. On hearing this, Daenerys' face turned grim. That bastard Robert took all the money with him. He didn't even leave a golden dragon. She gritted her teeth. King's Landing is practically bankrupt, without any money to repair weapons, armor, buy food, or anything else that involves money. If Robert were standing in front of her now, Daenerys felt like she could devour his flesh and drink his blood. 90% of her problems came from a lack of money. If it hadn't been for that, she could have calmed the situation much faster. Rilla wasn't surprised. After all, they were enemies. How could Robert leave money to be used by the enemy? Let's eat, Rilla said, changing the subject to ease the tension in the air. Daenerys nodded and began to eat, talking to her mother with a big smile on her face. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Home Sweet Home, 8, I underestimated the patience of those arrogant clerics. Daenerys, watching the Septon's head roll onto the execution platform. In the square in front of the Great Sept of Baelor, Daenerys was sitting on a chair next to her mother, watching the people huddle below. A smile appeared on her lips. The execution of the Septon was about to begin, as was the spectacle she had prepared especially for the faith of the Seven. "What do you think will happen, mother?" Daenerys asked with a smile, looking at the crowd gathered below the execution platform. "Obviously, the man called the High Sparrow will intervene in the execution," Rilla replied in a calm tone. She glanced at the two dragons standing not far away. They were there in case things got out of hand at the intense moment of the spectacle that was about to begin. At the same time, around 3,000 soldiers surrounded the square, all ready to retaliate at any sign of mutiny on the part of the faith of the Seven. Daenerys nodded and didn't hide the smile on her lips. She was really looking forward to cleansing King's Landing of those damned arrogant, cruel, and murderous Septons. Every brother, sister, cousin, or any other relative had to be avenged. No matter what, she would make the faith of the Seven regret ever having existed. But if there was anyone in the world who hated the faith of the Seven even more, it was Rilla. Only a parent knows the pain of losing a son or daughter. All the sons and daughters who had died before her, all the miscarriages she had suffered. She remembered each one. The memories were so vivid that she could never forget her dead sons and daughters. Rilla considered herself a cold and controlled woman, because if she had the explosive temperament typical of the Targaryens, she would have ridden into Vermithor and flown to Old Tow and to set fire to the whole town, reducing it to ashes until no one was left to tell the tale. All to avenge his sons and daughters. So if there was anyone who wanted the faith of the Seven to dare move, it was Rilla herself. The pain, hatred, and resentment bubbled up in her chest, threatening to explode at any moment. And when they did, everyone would see what a truly furious woman was. While Daenerys and Rilla talked, Arain brought the chained Septon to the execution platform. To make things even more dramatic, Daenerys had ordered the Septon to wear extremely expensive and luxurious clerical robes, highlighting the extraordinary status of the man who was about to be beheaded. And honestly, the crowd's reaction to seeing the Septon beautifully dressed was shocking, to say the least. In the eyes of the people, the Septons were servants of the gods. How could such noble people commit crimes? As he placed the Septon on his knees on the ground, Arain smiled and drew his sword. He looked at the crowd and declared loudly, "This is Marsti Norse, Septon of the Great Sept of Baelor. He was caught red-handed for murdering and raping men and women. I am Septon of the Great Sept of Baelor. I will not be judged by human laws." Marsti shouted loudly. The man, who was about 50 years old, had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Not even the nobles dared to be so arrogant in front of him. "I will not be judged in the court of incestuous abominations and their demonic servants from hell on another continent." Looking at Daenerys and Rilla, Marsti shouted even more angrily at the situation he found himself in. Daenerys looked at the Septon with a bored expression. "You should read more. Repeating the same offenses makes the insults rather boring," she said in a calm tone, her eyes staring at the kneeling man with a sarcastic look. Marsti's face took on an expression of pure anger, so much so that his skin reddened slightly, showing how furious he was. "However, you are wrong about something," Daenerys continued. "The laws of men must be respected by all men. You have abused your position, deceived men and women, committed abominable acts, and you will pay for it like anyone else. Your status as a Septon won't make the slightest difference now. You will die like the nobles who were hanged. The laws must be followed so that others like you fear to think of committing any crime." Daenerys finished with a cold, calm tone. The people heard her words and cast different glances at the young queen. If before everyone had admired her strength, at that moment they began to admire Daenerys herself. Crime. Marsti seemed to hear the funniest thing in the world. No one has ever judged a Septon. You won't be the first, you incestuous little whore. Merrick, who until then had remained motionless, glared at the man who had dared to insult his queen. Without hesitation, he approached with a whip and struck it against the Septon's back. The whip, made of leather and treated with salt, was not only powerful, but also inflicted extreme pain. Arg! A painful groan escaped Marsty's lips. The luxurious robes tore at her back, and the whip struck her skin squarely, leaving deep red marks, with blood oozing from the wound. Pig, be careful with your words. My queen must not be dishonored by a worm like you, Merrick said, looking at the man who was screaming in pain. I'll kill you. Marsty growled through clenched teeth. He could feel the extremely strong burning in his back. He had never been humiliated so much in his life. Merrick sneered. Did the man really think he would still be alive after that day? Begin the execution, Daenerys ordered, turning her gaze to the great sept of Baelor with an excited expression. She had made sure that the execution took place in front of Tehi Great Sept to encourage the faith militant to act quickly. However, even at that moment, the temple gates remained firmly closed. There wasn't even a guard watching the place. I refuse to believe that these people will stand idly by before the execution of one of their important members, Daenerys muttered, looking at the great sept of Baelor with a calm gaze. Begin the execution. She didn't hesitate to decree the start of the sentence. Rising from her chair, Daenerys spoke aloud, I, Daenerys of House E. Targaryen, in the name of King Enar of House Targaryen, first of the name, King of the Undulls, the Rowaners, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. She paused briefly before continuing, I sentence you to death for the sea crimes of murder and rape. Then, looking at the man, she asked with a sarcastic tone, last words. Marsty spat on the ground and spoke with contempt, I doubt you'll dare kill me. Your damned government will collapse like all the kingdoms that dared to fight GHT against the faith of the Seven. Arraign. With no patience to continue listening, Daenerys sat down again. Arraign didn't need to be a genius to understand the order. Without any hesitation, she forced the Septon to place his head on a log and held his sword firmly. Marsty scoffed and didn't resist. He simply couldn't believe that Daenerys would have the courage to kill him. After all, he was the Septon of the Great Sept of Baelor, the second most influential man in the faith of the Seven, second only to the High Septon in Old Town. With that status, he was sure that girl wouldn't be bold enough. Suddenly, however, Marsty felt an intense but brief pain. Just then the world seemed to spin. Confused, he looked down and saw a headless body that looked familiar. As darkness engulfed his consciousness, he was still trying to understand why that body seemed so familiar. But then everything faded away. Even in his last moments, he never imagined that Daenerys would be insane enough to declare war on the faith of the Seven with such an act of blasphemy. Arraign lifted the Septon's decapitated head, a discreet smile on his lips, and handed it to Daenerys. She, however, only replied in a casual tone, give it to the pigs or anything that eats garbage. Yes, my queen. Arraign replied respectfully, raising her head so that the crowd could see her. The spectators were still stunned by the Septon's clean and swift execution. This is the final fate of sinners, Arraign murmured in a gentle tone, although his eyes revealed a cunning glint. With still no sign of any reaction from the faith of the Seven, Daenerys' face became increasingly grim. She really hadn't expected those people to be so patient in the face of an event that could tarnish the church's reputation. But, seeing that there was no movement inside the great sept of Baelor, Daenerys' mood turned cold and murderous. Since you don't care, I'm going to take your lands, cancel the tax exemption and increase the tributes to the church even more. She muttered, gradually creating a second plan to force the faith of the Seven to rebel publicly. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Battle of the Crossing, Soldiers without fear, forged in unwavering obedience and faith. Enar Targaryen, looking at the 20 legions of the legions Asteroutes. Climbing a relatively high hill, Enar looked at the huge twin castles on either side of the green fork of the Trident. The castle was one of the most formidable fortresses on the continent of Westeros. Honestly, without dragons and cannons, it would be extremely difficult to conquer twins. Eddard said as he saw the twin castles, one on either side of the river. A tower in the middle of the bridge connected the castles. The walls were thick and fortified, looking powerful and impenetrable. Enar nodded. The castle before him was truly powerful, almost a second Harrenhal in terms of defense. How do you want to attack? Eddard asked in a calm tone. Use the cannons first, I want to test the attack power against such a powerful castle. Enar said, looking at the castle with a smile on his face. Eddard was also curious about the cannons. He had seen the power of the guns and wanted to know if they were effective against castles. If they were, he planned to arm Winterfell's walls with cannons, making the already powerful castle even more formidable. With Enar's orders, the army set to work in full force. As well as building the camp, the soldiers began to position the cannons. Oberyn and Tyrion were even more excited. Being close to Enar allowed them to see something they had never imagined. Civilization, which had previously seemed stagnant for 7 millennia, was slowly advancing with Enar at the helm. What do you think Valder Frey's expression will be when he hears the cannon fire? Tyrion asked, with a curious tone, as he sipped some wine. He's so old, he might be scared to death. Oberyn commented with an amused smile on his lips. Valder Frey was almost 90, almost an old relic who refused to die of natural causes. I heard that the old man had recently married a young woman. Tyrion commented, amazed at Valder's efficiency in having children. The man had so many children and grandchildren that he was like a small army. I want to know that secret too. Oberyn said with a lascivious grin on his face, imagining himself 80-90 and still being able to fuck men and women. Oberyn and Tyrion looked at each other and laughed. Looking at their smiles, they're talking about women. Arianne commented with an amused smile at the sight of the two enemies turned friends. Well, that's our father. Obara said, looking at the dwarf and his father chatting happily, even though they were at war. Nymeria shook her head as she deftly moved a dagger between her fingers. The most important thing is to focus on the war. Our father has already legitimized us with the victory at Hay Castle, now we have to earn merit to receive fiefs from King Enar. Hearing Nymeria's words, Obara and Tyene didn't know what to feel. They had never imagined that they would have legitimate status after so long living as bastards in the eyes of all Westeros. Have you chosen the name of the noble house yet? Arianne asked curiously. She was happy for her friends, only nobles could have armies, and armies meant power to protect themselves in the future. The Thre girls looked at each other and shook their heads, expressing that they hadn't thought of anything like that so far. I'll help. Arianne said with a smile, looking at the three women with a helpless look. Others would be thanking the gods if they were legitimized, but the three women seemed in no hurry to create a noble house. While the women were talking, Titus and Sigismund appeared next to Enar. Both were tall and powerful, veritable mobile fortresses. No one doubted the power of these men. Messiah. They both greeted Enar. Looking at his first primarches, Enar nodded with satisfaction. Has the mission been completed? He asked, even though he already knew the answer. The two primarches wouldn't return if they hadn't completed the mission. Yes, Al the blood has been saved and is waiting to be used by the Son of Light. Sigismund, who was bald and had a robust, angular face, replied with a serious tone, incredibly calm and firm. Enar flashed a smile and said, thank you for your hard work. 40 blood spilled and saved, it's enough to turn 300 people into soldiers. Enar muttered to himself. It wasn't a large number, but if you compared the combat effectiveness of these 300 men, they were equivalent to 2 or 3,000 ordinary soldiers. A smile appeared on Enar's lips. He realized that he was rushing too fast. It was only the beginning of the war, and he wouldn't be short of blood to complete the blood ritual on his soldiers. However, he knew that the Empire could never stop expanding. The blood of sentient life was necessary for the blood ritual, and he couldn't simply sacrifice the human race. So, in the future, foreign races would be the focus of expansion. Honestly, if the enemy didn't have armies in infinite hordes, Enar wouldn't want to embark on limitless expansionism against the other races of the known universe. But without the blood needed for the ritual of the Astaroth's warriors, the empire of humanity would be defeated in the face of the warp's endless hordes of demons. Titus and Sigismund. Enar looked at the Primarchs and spoke with a cold tone. When the attack begins, I want you two on the front line. Yes, my emperor. Titus and Sigismund beat their chests and spoke aloud. There was no hesitatio or any other unnecessary sentiment, just the mission and nothing more. Leda looked at them both with envy. Although she considered her duty to protect the king sacred, she also wanted to go to war. However, she knew that her duty was more important than anything else. Still, he couldn't help the feeling. On the other side, inside the twins, all the sons, daughters, and grandchildren of the Lord of the Crossing were gathered in the Great Hall. Note, Valder Frey has around 30-5 sons and daughters, no T counting his grandchildren, and that's not including the unknown bastards. Sitting behind a table, calmly eating and drinking, Valder Frey, the Lord of the Twins, kept a cold, calculating gaze. Father, King Targaryen's army seems to be camping on the hill in front of the castle. They don't seem to have any intention of entering the castle, and... Hostine Frey hesitated to continue. Speak up, you incompetent fool. Valder asked impatiently. There are no coats of arms of houses Charlton, Arenford and Dehay. There's no sign of Stavron, Emmon, or Aenus either. When Hostine had finished speaking, a heavy silence spread through the hall. All eyes were fixed on Valder Frey. Chewing the meat in his mouth, Valder narrowed his eyes. There was an almost uncontrollable fury reflected in them. He already knew that Enar had not come to accept his surrender. As for the fate of Stavron, Emmon, and Aenus, it was obvious, their children were dead. Send a messenger. Tell him I allow his army to cross the twins into the Riverlands. Valder said with a cold and extraordinarily calm tone. The probable death of his eldest sons caused no great stir in his emotions. He was almost 90 and few things could make him lose his temper. The death of his children was not one of them. At the same time, Valder had completely given up on the plan to poison Enar and his family. All he wanted now was for the enemy army to leave his domain. He didn't dare even think about fighting. If houses Charlton, Arenford, and Hay were not with King Targaryen's army, then they had been defeated and destroyed. Valder didn't have an army and could only rely on the castle to defend himself. But the other side had dragons, and he didn't want to become the second Harrenhal. He had worked too hard to raise House Frey to its current status to simply commit suicide by facing dragons. Yes, father. Hostine replied loudly and hurried out of the great hall. However, 30 minutes later, Hostine returned holding a letter and handed it to Valder Frey. Opening the seal with a knife, Valder read the contents of the message. He couldn't help but notice that the letters were written in blood. There is no surrender for traitors. Death awaits you and all your lineage. Signed, King Enar of House Targaryen, first he of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rowaners, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. Valder read aloud, his tone cold and chilling. Prepare for war. He ordered, rising from his chair with a look of fury that was simply frightening. I will resist until the Crown Army arrives to confront House Targaryen, he muttered, his gaze as cold as the death that lurked within him. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Battle of the Crossing, 2, Fire, Blood, and Iron. That is the true power of the world. Prince Oberyn Martell, looking at the crumbling walls before him. Fire! A soldier shouted while covering his ears. The next second, explosions rang out, making the ground around the cannon seem to shake. Good autumn. Good autumn. Good M. Round iron projectiles were fired, accompanied by loud, powerful, and frightening sounds. The cannonballs tore violently through the air, hitting the castle walls with ferocity. Chunks of stone flew off, revealing craters where the shots had hit. The power is very good. Tyrion commented, watching the consecutive attacks on the walls from afar. He couldn't help but admire the blacksmiths who had invented such weapons. He could see that this was only the beginning. In the future, even more powerful weapons could be created, and this brought him a feeling of unreality. Was this really a power that humans should control? But then he laughed at his own naive thoughts. As Enar had said, humans should have the power to choose to self-destruct, instead of leaving that fate in the hands of other beings. Tyrion agreed with the king's words. Humanity could be extinguished by humans themselves, but never by other beings. Perhaps that was human arrogance talking, but he believed it deeply. Imagine these weapons on warships. Besieging a coastal city like Lannisport will be as easy as deflowering a young woman in love. Oberyn commented next to Tyrion, with a cold smile. Although the city had a ring of high and powerful walls, with these weapons he could cut a hole in the fortification and begin the invasion without any difficulty. Although the cannons are powerful, their accuracy is less than that of an arrow fired by an archer. With the waves, accuracy will drop even further, making it very difficult to hit a stationary target, such as a wall. Tyrion shook his head, not as optimistic as Oberyn about besieging Lannisport. He had been to the city many times, spent years there and knew only too well how powerful the walls protecting the port were. However, Oberyn's words made sense. If the cannons were placed on ships, there would be no fleets capable of withstanding the fire. In sea battles, cannons on ships would be a real weapon of war. Do you think the king will sell the cannons? Oberyn asked in an undertone. He really wanted such weapons protecting Son's pair. Would you give that power to your vassals? Tyrion didn't answer directly and instead smiled as he asked his friend. Never. Oberyn didn't hesitate to answer. It was impossible for him to give cannons to the vassals of House Martell, especially as some noble houses were quite ambitious. Although he knew it was impossible to get the cannons, it didn't hurt to ask. Although the power of the cannons isn't enough to penetrate the walls, the people inside the castle must be terrified. Oberyn changed the subject, flashing a cold smile as he watched the two majestic castles. In the first round of attacks, a cannonball directly hit a man on the ramparts. Oberyn personally saw the man simply explode into a mixture of blood, organs, and bones. The image was extremely tragic. Tyrion laughed when he heard Oberyn's words. As his friend had said, he could imagine the dread that the people of House Frey were facing at that moment. It was as if the punishment of the gods was coming in the form of iron, blood, and deafening explosions. If Enar heard Tyrion's thoughts, he would agree with them. Psychological dread was often the main reason for castles surrendering in the Middle Ages. Being under siege for a day was stressful, but imagine weeks, months or even years. Even those with a strong resolve would be exhausted, and morale would drop to extremely low levels. Enar wanted exactly that effect at that moment. He wanted Valder Frey to feel real terror, as if he could die at any moment. Husband, are we going to attack with the army or just keep using the cannons? Not far from the guns, Visenya asked, glancing at the castle before turning her attention to Einar. She was wearing armor like any man and, unlike what Hollywood and games used to present, there were no breast bulges in the cold metal. Women didn't take part in wars. What woman would be stupid enough to model breasts on armor? Einar looked at Visenya and realized that she was looking forward to the war. It left him speechless. His wife was more excited for battle than many warriors from the north. No hurry. Valder Frey has probably already sent a raven to Casterly Rock. Let the old lion leave the fortress, come to the Riverlands and conquer some castles. That's not bad. Visenya looked at Einar in surprise. Imagine your castle was conquered and someone saved it. Would you feel grateful? Einar smiled and asked with a playful tone. Visenya immediately understood her husband's intentions. He wanted to win the goodwill of the Riverlands for House Targaryen when he began his campaign. By allowing Tywin Lannister to take a few strongholds before intervening, Einar would ensure that the local houses saw the Targaryens as liberators, making their conquest easier. You're very cunning, husband. Visenya commented with a small smile on her lips. For her, Einar really was shrewd. Well, we have to be cunning. Tywin and Valder Frey are old and experienced foxes. Einar laughed too. Let's go. I have to announce something. Einar said, walking towards the main tent. Visenya followed him with a curious expression. Leda, Titus, Sigismund, and Barristan protected the king and queen at all times. Not long afterwards, when everyone was gathered in the tent, Einar spoke with a smile. Balon has crowned himself king, as has Robert Arryn. In other words, 4 kings are vying for the Iron Throne at the moment. Einar's words made many people's eyes widen in shock. They had never imagined that there would be people so bold as to do something like this at his time. Although Robert was indeed a usurper, at the end of the day, he had Targaryen blood. So the battle for the throne was legitimate, but Robert Arryn and Balon Greyjoy weren't close enough by blood to be considered true heirs to House Targaryen. Isn't Robert Arryn a boy under 10? Oberyn asked with an uncertain tone. As far as he could remember, the heir to the Eagle's Nest was too young. He's probably a puppet king, controlled by his mother or anyone who has influence over Lisa Tully. Tyrion spoke in a deep tone. He was also aware of the rumors and knew that Lisa Tully was not completely sane. Many rumors claimed that the East ruler had become extremely paranoid after suffering consecutive miscarriages. Tyrion continued speaking calmly, it's no surprise that Balon crowned himself king. He's done it before. Now that Westeros is at civil war, he seized the moment and crowned himself again. Suddenly remembering that the King's Landing court had been moved to Casterly Rock, Tyrion's eyes lit up. Is that why my father and Robert moved to Casterly Rock? It's actually better to attack the Iron Islands and fend off the dragons from Casterly Rock. Besides, attacking the Reach by sea is also much quicker and safer than by land. Tyrion spoke, glaring at Einar. Einar laughed and confirmed the hand of the king's words. Yes, as well as fending off dragons, Tywin wants to attack the Reach, the Iron Islands and the Riverlands more easily, without running the risk of getting caught in the siege of some Castelli that wants to kneel to me. The lion is very cunning. He knows he has no advantage in terms of prestige and, with the dragons, many lords already want to bend a knee to your grace. If Tywin gets stuck in one of those castles, it will only slow him down and turn the tide of the war in our favor. Oberyn commented with a sarcastic tone. My father is many things, but he's not an arrogant man. He knows that the survival instinct of all the noble houses is to cling to the strongest, and right now we're the strongest, with dragons. Tyrion replied with an equally sarcastic smile. No matter how many kings there are, they're just a few ambitious people. Einar interrupted them both and spoke in a calm tone. Besides, I want you to keep an eye on Balon. He could ally himself with Robert Baratheon and attack us. Everyone nodded. Turning to Kinvara, Enar spoke calmly, after we conquer twins, we'll hold a ceremony to bury the dead and spread our faith. Kinvara's eyes lit up at Enar's words. She had come to Westeros for this purpose, to spread the faith to these people who believe in cruel gods. Eddard raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but like everyone else around him, no one dared question Enar's decisions. Even Rhaenys and Visenya remained silent. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Battle of the Sea Rossing, 3, when they get mad enough, attack and take the castle. Enar Targaryen ordered with a cold smile. Hosteen felt the castle shake slightly, and the growing irritation in his heart only increased. The first few times, he was startled by the sound and the impact, but once he realized that the strange weapons couldn't penetrate the walls, he relaxed. However, this feeling of relief only lasted a day, as the attacks didn't stop, not even at night. The first day awake was easy, the second proved difficult, and by the third he was completely exhausted. His mood worsened dramatically, he became irritable and, for some reason, started hallucinating due to lack of sleep. It wasn't just him, everyone in the castle was in the same situation. Perhaps the only one who could sleep peacefully was his own father, Valder Frey. Hosteen had to admit, his father really was a man of great courage, calm and wisdom. However, he felt he couldn't take it any longer. He was exhausted and unable to sleep. His attempts to lighten the mood, such as sex, wine, and watching dances, became ineffective. He had no energy, so how could he have sex or motivate himself to watch a play? "Dad, we can't go on like this. We'll go mad," said Hosteen to his father, who didn't even bother to stop eating. The old man, who was almost 90, didn't look the least bit worried or exhausted, as if he didn't care what happened outside. "You're as disappointing as Stavron. Stop acting like a frightened woman and calm down," said Valder in a calm, cool tone. His eyes looked at his son with dissatisfaction at the scene. "Since we haven't been reduced to ashes yet, the Targaryen king wants to conquer the twins with his army. But it's not so easy to break through one of the most fortified castles in Westeros," Valder commented, biting into a chicken leg with a sarcastic smile. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rang out and the castle shook again. However, Valder showed no concern, on the contrary, he smiled, showing off his almost toothless mouth, with a few rotten teeth. "We just need to wait for Tywin to arrive with his army," said Valder, glancing at his son's exhausted appearance. "Yes, father," replied Hosteen, reluctantly but respectfully. Deep down, he wanted to use the 1,200 soldiers inside the castle to face an army of hundreds of thousands of men. Of course, it was a stupid idea, but at the moment, in his exhausted mind, it seemed better than going mad in the face of incessant attacks. "Hosteen, there are probably soldiers who are already thinking of betraying us. Kill some random soldiers to warn them what happens to traitors who betray House Frey." Valder spoke with a cold, chilling tone. Hosteen gave him an equally cold look and nodded. He drew his sword from its sheath and walked towards the castle courtyard. Outside the castle, Enar smiled as he observed the damage to the wall. Craters could be seen everywhere. The power of the first versions of the cannons was satisfactory. These were the twins, one of the most fortified castles in Westeros, not just any castle, and even so, the damage to the wall was significant. Any other weak castle would have fallen before 3 days of being bombarded by cannons. "Brother, when are we going to enter this castle?" Rhaenys asked with a lazy tone as she leaned on his body. She looked up and saw Enar's handsome face, and couldn't help but show a look of tenderness. Enar didn't reply, but his purple eyes flashed for a moment before returning to normal. A smile appeared on his lips. Jaime Lannister is already leading the army of houses Baratheon and Lannister towards the Riverlands, he said in a gentle tone as his hands stroked Rhaenys' black and white hair. A complicated expression appeared on Rhaenys' face. She couldn't help remembering the dazzling knight with the golden hair and green eyes. When she was a child, Jaime had let her climb on his shoulders, and she had ordered him to run around the courtyard of the Red Keep. It was one of her happiest memories, but everything changed on that tragic day. House Lannister became a mortal enemy, and her feelings for the knight became complicated. She felt gratitude and remembered his kindness, but she also carried anger, resentment, and hatred towards the knight. Jaime may have saved you, but it was out of guilt, not duty, Rhaenys. Enar noticed her expression and spoke in a calm tone. He's not worthy of your kindness, he's just a slave to his own desires. He fucks his sister for love, but Cersei herself manipulates that love. He killed Jonarin. He killed Robert's babies and bastard offspring without any hesitation. Rhaenys' expression changed dramatically when she heard Enar's words. The image of the big, handsome Jaime Lannister collapsed with just a few words. Her gaze turned cold. Although there was gratitude for the man who had saved her 14 years ago, the feeling of animosity far outweighed the gratitude she felt. I will show him no mercy, brother. Rhaenys knew that Enar was saying those things because he didn't want her to hesitate at a critical moment in the future. Remember, only family is worthy of your feelings. Anyone else is not. Enar bent down and gently kissed her forehead, causing Rhaenys to narrow her eyes with a comfortable look on her face. Enar, will you take me? Rhaenys asked with a slightly worried tone, fearing that Enar would refuse to take her as his wife. I will have many sons and daughters. You will be the mother of 2 of them. Enar replied with a teasing smile. He really enjoyed teasing his older sister. Rhaenys' cheeks turned a subtle shade of red when she heard Enar's words. She couldn't help but look at him fiercely. She was a virgin and not married, but Enar said she would be the mother of 2 children. How could something like that be said so blatantly? Now I know why Daenerys said you like to tease me. Rhaenys commented with a seemingly fierce tone. She was the older sister, but here she was, being teased all the time by her younger brother. Enar just let out a laugh when he heard her fierce tone. She could sound like many things, but fierce was definitely not one of them. However, Rhaenys remembered something and looked at Enar with a glare. How many wives will you have? Enar raised an eyebrow in doubt, but answered honestly. 3. Daenerys, Visenya, and Rhaenys. Rhaenys nodded. She didn't mind sharing it with Daenerys and Visenya. After all, she could see that they really did love Enar with all their hearts. And how many mistresses? Rhaenys asked with a slightly hostile tone. She couldn't believe that Enar could be so indifferent to the feelings of several noble ladies. 3. Rolling his eyes, Enar replied. Arianne, Margaery and Myrcella. Rhaenys snorted, but was more satisfied with the small number. Will you have children with these women? She frowned and asked something important. As children of Enar, these offspring could be allowed to own dragons. After all, they would increase the strength of House Targaryen, especially with the future apocalypse that Enar said would come. But the Dance of the Dragons taught that only House Targaryen should have dragons and that no others could possess them. Don't worry, those children will be important, but they won't have the right to own dragons. Enar was certainly aware of Rhaenys' concern, but he wasn't worried himself. As long as he was alive, no one, absolutely no one, could even think about rebellion. Those children are important, otherwise I wouldn't even bother having those women as lovers. Enar commented with a laugh. These bastard children would be important because, unlike his children with Daenerys, Visenya, and Rhaenys, they wouldn't have the potential or the talent to be considered part of his golden lineage. In blood terms, they would only be demigods, in other words, primarchs. Note, if you find it familiar, that's because I basically used Elden Ring's golden lineage. Enar, Rhaenys, Rilla, Daenerys, and Visenya will be gods, and their sons and daughters will also be gods. Just like in Elden Ring and Dark Souls. I know, I trust you, but we can never let what happened to House Targaryen during the Dance of the Dragons happen again. Rhaenys commented with a laugh, but trusted Enar that he wouldn't be Viserys I Targaryen. Read more than Advanc Ed chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Battle of the Crossing, 4, Fear is a good weapon in many situations. Visenya II Targaryen looked at the twins' gates being opened, finally understanding the fear that dragons could cause. Anyone who dares speak again about opening the gates will end up like this. When Hostine said this, he raised his hand and showed a decapitated head. Hostine hadn't expected that, just as his father had said, there really were people who already wanted to open the gates to allow the enemy army in. This was completely unacceptable to him and to the Woli of House Frey. The soldiers, seeing their dead comrade with only his head left, felt only fear. The stress of consecutive attacks was even worse for them, who were not between the walls of the castle, protected by its thick walls, which at least blocked out some of the thunder of the strange weapons on the other side. If Hostine couldn't sleep even between the thick castle walls, the situation was even worse for these soldiers. Not only did they have to stand exposed on the wall, but they also ran the risk of dying at any moment. They had personally seen a comrade in arms blown into 1,000 pieces when he was hit by a metal ball from the sky. They would never forget the terrifying scene. One moment they were chatting normally and the next, their friend had died right in front of them. Now, at the sight of another dead companion, their stress reached alarming levels. So high that, for a moment, they wanted to shout at Hostine, the son of their feudal lord. But the last remnant of rationality kept them silent. They just watched, full of rage, as their companion's head was thrown to the ground like something disposable. Hostine and Valder didn't know it, but when it came to psychological warfare, a concept that didn't exist in a medieval world like theirs, Anar was the absolute master. He knew very well that, in the face of pressure, anger could often lead to extremely violent mutiny. Seeing that everyone was silent, Hostine showed a satisfied expression and left without looking back. He didn't care what those soldiers thought, nor did he want to waste energy thinking about it. However, he could never have imagined that, after his actions, the last vestige of loyalty that those soldiers still had for House Frey had completely disappeared. If it had been Waldar in Hostine's place, the Lord of House Frey would have killed some random soldier and then promised generous rewards, just as a lord should do at times like this, to reinforce his soldiers' loyalty. But Valder could never have foreseen that Hostine, extremely exhausted and sleepy, was simply too lazy to say anything else to those risking their lives to protect the castle. Had he known, he might have done something himself. But there were no ifs in a world like that. Valder would regret it later, but it would be too late to do anything else. Outside the castle, Enar, who was inside the tent drinking soup, raised his head and smiled coldly. His purple eyes glowed slightly before returning to their normal brightness. Rhaenys and Visenya. He called out, low-oaking at both women, who waited for his next words. Take your dragons and land on the ramparts. Warn all the soldiers that if they surrender and open the castle gates to my army, they will be pardoned of all crimes. Enar spoke with a slight smile, causing everyone in the main tent to look at him in surprise. Will they accept, your grace? Tyrion expressed his doubts. These were no ordinary soldiers, but warriors trained by House Frey. How could they protect the castle if they weren't loyal? No one was stupid enough to leave the defense of the castle in the hands of soldiers they didn't trust. This would prevent exactly what Enar was trying to do at that moment. Yes, they'll take it? Enar drank some water and continued. The soldiers are exhausted after so many days without sleep. With the bad treatment they're getting, no matter how loyal they are, that loyalty has a limit. Is Valder Frey stupid enough not to guarantee the loyalty of his own soldiers in a siege? Oberyn commented in disbelief. Any eminently intelligent lord knew that, during a siege, it was essential to reinforce the loyalty of the soldiers. This was knowledge acquired over millennia of the fall of entire castles and kingdoms. After all, a castle's greatest defense was its wall. A fortress with a wall and moat could basically stop an army of tens of thousands from advancing. But once the wall was compromised, the castle was nothing more than a slightly larger house. It's not just the soldiers who are stressed by the war, but also Tehe members of House Frey themselves are exhausted. Perhaps Valder himself has forgotten that not everyone possesses unshakable determination, especially in the face of death. Enar responded to Oberyn's comment with a satisfied smile. The cannons were proving more effective than he had expected. Originally, he had calculated that the soldiers would hold out for at least a week before giving in. But he had overestimated their determination and that of the members of House Frey. Rhaenys and Visenya didn't give the matter much thought. They got up and left the tent with excited expressions. They were finally going to do something in this war, something they had wanted to do for a long time. They both approached the dragons, who were resting side by side. Rhaenys looked at Moonfire, and Visenya at Syrinx. Without hesitation, both women mounted their respective dragons. Letting out low, graceful roars, both female dragons rose from the ground. Caraxes, whose eyes had been closed until that moment, briefly opened his eyes to observe the scene before him, but then closed them again indifferently. Rhaenys and Visenya ordered them to fly, and both dragons obeyed. They took a few steps forward before taking flight, soaring into the sky with loud wing beats. The soldiers protecting the wall soon noticed the dragons approaching and turned pale with fear and horror. "Dragons are coming!" one of the soldiers shouted, wasting no time before running for his life. He wasn't the only one. Other soldiers didn't even try to shoot arrows at the dragons. They simply dropped their weapons and ran with all their might. The arrival of the winged beasts was the trigger for the exhausted soldiers' horror. No one wanted to die. Nobody wanted to serve such cruel masters who didn't care about their lives. Nobody wanted to die for Valder Frey. When Hostine and Valder's other sons arrived, the courtyard was already in complete chaos. Some soldiers had given up fighting and were cowering in the corners, mumbling disconnected babbles. "Stop talking and get ready to fight or I'll kill you all," Hostine shouted, drawing his sword. But his words had the opposite effect to what he expected. The soldiers' anger was not directed at House Targaryen, but at House Frey, at those closest to them. "If we hand them over, we might survive," one of the soldiers spoke in a calm tone. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Hostine and Valder's other sons, who were surrounded by the most loyal soldiers. Feeling the gazes upon him, Hostine's Fa-Ce showed no fear. Instead, he shouted even more furiously, "You damn arrogant peasants! I am Hostine Frey, son of Valder Frey, and I order you to pick up your weapons and fight me." The soldiers didn't move immediately, but picked up their weapons as Hostine had ordered. However, instead of climbing the walls, they surrounded Hostine and his entourage. The most loyal soldiers tried to protect him, but in the face of the much larger number of rebels, the resistance didn't last long. Those who remained loyal to House Frey were massacred, and Hostine Frey did not escape the fate of becoming a prisoner. When Moonfire and Syrinx landed on the wall, Rhaenys and Visenya were surprised to see the scene in the courtyard. There were corpses scattered around, but what caught their attention most were the 4 men tied up in the center of the courtyard. From the expensive armor and the coats of arms emblazoned on them, both women knew that they were members of House Frey. One of the braver soldiers looked at the 2 dragons on the walls and stepped forward, shouting, "The castle is yours." Rennis and Visenya looked at each other, seeing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. They had just arrived and thought they would have to make a long speech to convince the soldiers to surrender. However, they had underestimated the terror that a 10-meter-long beast could cause, especially in ordinary people. "Open the gates and let the army of House Targaryen in," Visenya, Enar's wife, ordered in response. "You will be forgiven for all your crimes." Under the surprised eyes of both women, the gates were opened without any hesitation. The situation left Rennis and Visenya shocked at the ease, but neither woman complained about such a nice gift. Read more THA and advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. patreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Battle of the Crossing, v. I will enjoy destroying your house. Enar said, looking at the arrogant Valder Frey, Lord of the Crossing and Lord of House Frey. Enar entered twins with a smile. He looked at the soldiers, who seemed impressed by his arrival, and waved to everyone with a charismatic smile, something he knew how to do masterfully. "Don't worry, in the name of the gods, I'll keep my word." Noticing the tense expressions of these men, Enar spoke with a calm and regal tone. His words caused the tense faces of the House Frey soldiers to relax, as they all knelt in sincerity. They just wanted this hell to end as soon as possible. They couldn't take it anymore and they wanted their bed as soon as possible. Enar focused his gaze on the 4 men tied up in the center of the courtyard. He recognized the 4 men, all sons of Valder Frey. The other 3 were irrelevant, only Hosteen was a notable figure, at least in terms of fencing. Standing out among almost 40 sons was a good thing. After all, not everyone was a monster like Lede, who had an excellent talent for fencing. "Hosteen, I presume?" Enar approached the captives and asked with a playful look. Seeing the man's desperate expression satisfied his sadism towards his enemies a little. You could call him a sadist, but Brakenjian enemies' hope was quite pleasurable. Hosteen just spat on the ground and looked at Enar with an arrogant look. Even in such conditions, the man remained arrogant. However, without Enar needing to speak, Leda stepped forward and kicked Hosteen in the face with a little force. Although it was a low blow, Leda's low strength and that of ordinary people were completely different. Hosteen's entire jaw was dislocated by Leda's kick. Blood, saliva, and teeth fell out nearby. Hosteen howled in pain as he could no longer feel his jaw. He tried to speak, but only strange babbles were heard. "Leda, don't attack so hard. He's still our captive and a nobleman." Enar couldn't help but scold Leda, but anyone could see that he was only pretending to scold the 2-meter-10 tall girl. "I beg your pardon, your grace." Without showing that she was really sorry, Leda bowed and spoke in a calm tone, while her grey eyes stared at Hosteen with a murderous look. She hated those who showed no respect to Enar, especially a piece of trash like the member of House Frey. "Brother, let's find Valder Frey. I want to see the look on his face when he sees us coming in." Rennis looked at Hosteen's miserable appearance with a curious eye, but returned her focus to Enar, who let out a ugh and nodded. "Come on, like you, I'm curious to see the man's expression." Enar commented with a smile on his lips. He wanted to see if Valder would beg for mercy or remain arrogant even in the face of death. Visenya looked at them both speechlessly. They looked like villains smiling so sinisterly, they really were brother and sister. Shaking her head, she walked towards him, but not before purposely stepping on Hosteen's hand, who glared at her with a bestial look, full of rage. Walking through the co-readers, the servants who saw his entourage didn't even dare to breathe a little louder, for fear of being killed if they drew attention to themselves. However, there were dozens of truly loyal soldiers in the castle. They were all killed by Leda, who simply drew her sword and eliminated them like a chef chopping vegetables. There was no resistance or anything else, the woman simply lived up to her blood ritual, making it something no normal human could face. Rhaenys and Visenya looked at the scene with glittering eyes. They knew that Enar planned to give these powers to them and to all of House Targaryen. House Targaryen would indeed be worthy of being called the family of the gods. No matter who it was, as long as someone saw Lyta's power, they would do anything to obtain it. After all, that was the temptation of a power capable of turning someone into a god in the eyes of ordinary people. If Rhaenys and Visenya were eager to obtain such power, Barristan was trembling at the overwhelming force he was witnessing. Lyta's power, speed, and endurance could no longer be considered human in his eyes. Arthur's niece was a monster. Remembering Titus and Sigismund, Barristan knew that this was one of the king's secrets, perhaps blood magic, but he didn't care. For Somion, who had sworn to protect the king at the cost of his own life, there had long been only one concern, Enar's safety. To that end, he also wanted to possess the same power as Titus, Sigismund, and Lyta. Enar certainly noticed everyone's expressions and showed a satisfied look. Although human greed had its drawbacks, he had to admit that the desire to progress was what had led humans to dominate the planet in the short space of hundreds of thousands of years. So Enar was very pleased with everyone's desire to become stronger, especially Rhaenys and Visenya, who were his wives. Both women had to be strong to carry his sons and daughters. Otherwise, the child would kill its mother in the womb before it was even born. Despite everyone's thoughts, Enar finally saw a pair of doors at the end of the corridor. Smiling, he knew he had reached his final destination. When the gates to the Great Hall opened, Enar walked in, smiling as he looked around. Rhaenys and Visenya were at his side, along with the entire royal guard, positioned around the royal family. "Forgive me for intruding, Lord Valder." Enar turned his gaze back to the main seat, where an ugly, weasel-like old man could be seen calmly sipping the wine from his glass. "Very rude, I must say," Valder replied in a cold, calm voice. His eyes looked so deep that they would easily frighten a child. Enar just laughed at Valder's frightened look. He had already seen things infinitely more terrifying than the mere gaze of an ordinary human. "What can I say? I like to enter with pomp, it shows my status as king," Enar commented, looking around. He could see soldiers on the second floor of the Great Hall holding bows and arrows, all aimed at his entourage, especially at him. "You're arrogant. Even in the face of imminent death, you still seem calm," Valder couldn't help but comment, with a touch of sarcasm and cruelty. He raised his hand, signaling for the archers to stand at the ready, ready to fire their arrows. "You need a lot more than mere arrows to kill me," Enar replied with an equally sarcastic tone. He wasn't scared in the slightest. Arrows. Even if they were missiles, he could still get away without being hurt, let alone by mere arrows. Besides, he had Titus, Sigismund, and Lyta protecting him. The Arrows wouldn't even come close to hitting him with these three by his side. "Do you think you're a god like Aerion?" Valder said with a hint of contempt for Enar's actions. "Are you going to drink wildfire too? Although I must say that Aerion was stupid, he wouldn't die even if he drank a barrel of wildfire. But thank you for your concern for my health, Lord Valder." Enar's heartfelt words made Rhaenys and Visenya burst out laughing. "Humph!" Valder snorted coldly. It was the first time he had met someone who wasn't ashamed to speak such absurd words so naturally. "You say that, but if I put my hand down, you and your wives will die in an instant," Valder commented with a smile, showing his missing teeth and a few rotten ones. "You can order them to shoot. I want to see your smug, arrogant expression gradually disappear, until only the purest despair remains." The smile on Enar's face disappeared, replaced by a cold, penetrating gaze. Even though he didn't want to admit it, that look frightened Valder's old heart. He felt as if he were facing a predator ready to kill him at any moment. It unnerved him deeply. For some reason, A bad feeling arose in his chest. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly and squeezing it, causing intense discomfort. Without any hesitation, Valder decided to put an end to the source of his discomfort. He lowered his hand. The moment his hand was lowered, the archers fired their arrows. At such close range, none of the archers could miss. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Battle of the Crossing, 6, We will meet again in Hell, Lord Frey. Enar I Targaryen, in front of the dead body of Valder Frey, Lord of House Frey. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Titus, Sigismund, and Leda moved around Enar, Rhaenys and Visenya. They drew their own SWORDs and rebounded, each arrow launched towards the royal family with inhuman speed. After 2 minutes, when all the archers had ceased firing, Enar wiped the dust from his shoulder and spoke in an amused tone. Did anyone feel anything? Rhaenys, knowing had Enar wanted to provoke Valder, replied with an innocent tone. No, everything seemed normal. You may begin, Lord Valder. Enar said, looking at Valder with an encouraging gaze, as if telling him to do his best. Silence spread throughout the great hall. No one found Enar and Rhaenys' jokes funny. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Titus, Sigismund, and Leda, all 3 of whom, at 2 meters tall, looked like monsters in front of normal people. Magic. Valder commented sarcastically. You think you can rule Westeros with blood magic, creating human chimeras? In his eyes, the 3 people in front of him were just that, human chimeras made from the blood magic of old Valyria. Like any noble house that had survived for thousands of years, House Frey was no stranger to the practices of the extinct Valyrian Empire. How rude of you! My guards are not chimeras. Enar seemed genuinely offended that Valder had called his guards that. How could mere chimeras compare to the blood ritual that he had personally adapted over almost 3 years? The Lord of the Crossing's words were a pure insult to the masterpieces he had created. You don't even deny that you made them with blood magic. Valder smiled happily. Although I will die, you will never have the support of the faith of the 7. You'll be a king who isn't recognized by the dominant religion. I'll wait for you in hell while I watch from there the rebellions that will take place in your kingdom under the manipulation of the church. Hones tly, Enar had to admire Valder's choice of words. Everything the old lord had said would happen sooner or later, including the rebellions orchestrated by the faith of the 7. There was no stopping something like that. The faith was deeply rooted in the people of the 7 kingdoms, at least in southern Westeros. Religion was a weapon in the High Septon's hands, and he could use it to incite the people to fight against the evil king who uses blood magic. You're right, the faith of the 7 will never accept me. But I never said I wanted the support of that incompetent religion. Enar smiled and commented in an amused tone, seeing for the first time the expression of disbelief on Valder Frey's face. You're crazy. Crazier than Ares for thinking you see and fight the faith of the 7 with dragons and beings made of blood magic. Maegor tried, but he died on the Iron Throne. Valder Frey couldn't help but laugh shrilly, full of sarcasm, in Enar's direction. The boy was more insane than his own grandfather. Who in their right mind would dare fight against a religion that has been around for almost 7 millennia? The faith of the 7 was so ingrained in the people that anything the peasants won or lost was attributed to the god of the 7 faces. How do you fight something like that? Would he kill all the people and leave only the children? But such an idea was so absurd that Valder looked at Enar as if he were facing a madman. Leda, Titus, and Sigismund. Enar ignored Valder's gaze and turned to his 3 faithful knights. Kill them all, but leave the children alive. Yes, your grace. The 3 replied before advancing against everyone present. What followed was a pure, brutal, and indifferent massacre. Leda, Titus, and Sigismund accepted Enar's order without any hesitation. Each stroke of their swords claimed a life. There was no resistance or exchange of blows from their enemies. No one even had the chance to fight three monsters. Rhaenys couldn't help feeling a little sorry for the women, listening to their pleas for mercy, but she soon felt a soft hand grasp hers. She looked to the side and saw Visenya, who was staring at her with a calm gaze. "Don't feel sorry. Only our family is worthy of our feelings," Visenya commented, watching the massacre before her with indifference. Rhaenys remembered Enar's words and calmed down. The worry in her eyes disappeared. She just watched in silence as dozens of deaths took place at that moment. Her aunt was right. Other people would show no mercy to her family, especially House Frey, who had planned to poison everyone. Anyone who threatened her family should die, regardless of gender, age, or status. Rhaenys even wanted to kill the children, who were probably in their rooms at the time. As someone who had suffered the same fate, she knew exactly that these children would grow up with a deep hatred. So it was better to cut the roots to avoid unnecessary problems. Enar pursed her lips as she noticed the small movements of Rhaenys and Visenya. Watching them both grow was gratifying. The future would not be kind to House Targaryen. And all of House Targaryen needed determination in times of need. To hesitate before the Chaos Gods was to ask to die. Valder Frey watched with grief as all his sons and daughters died at the hands of the aberrations made from blood magic. Blood stained the walls, floor, and ceiling, heads and limbs rolled on the blood-soaked floor. In mere minutes, the accumulation of almost 90 years disappeared in front of him. Even though Valder didn't care so much about these sons and daughters, he couldn't help but feel sadness and a touch of regret. He, who had always been cautious, had become greedy in the face of the benefits given by Tywin. Putting a few drops of poison in the cup, Valder didn't hesitate to drink the poison while looking at the bodies of his sons and daughters. "It seems you want to die with honor." Hearing the Targaryen boy's words, Valder smiled sarcastically and toasted towards Enar, as if inviting him to drink the same wine as him. "This is not out of honor, but out of cowardice, the fear of being tortured day and night," he replied with an indifferent tone. He felt no shame in talking about his own fears in the face of the enemy who had destroyed his noble house. "Fear kills the soul and poisons your determination," Enar commented, walking towards Valder with a calm tone. "That same fear led you to this moment. If you'd stuck to your convictions, you'd still be alive." "Convictions?" Valder chewed on that word and smiled miserably. "I lost my convictions when I was just a child who was always despised for being too ugly by the lords and ladies at the parties I attended." As his body gradually lost its warmth and sense of touch, Valder looked at Enar and spoke with a terribly calm and cold tone. "We'll meet in the Seven Hells, Targaryen boy." Enar smiled and replied cheerfully. "I shall look forward to our reunion, Lord Frey." Valder didn't reply. His body relaxed completely as the light in his eyes went out. "A death word high of a coward," Visenya commented with a touch of sarcasm at the sight of Valder's lifeless body. She approached and pushed the corpse aside, leaving the main seat free so that Enar could sit down whenever he wanted. "Ser Barristan, cut off his head and place it so that all may see the fate of those who plot against House Targaryen," Visenya ordered with a cold tone. Her gentleness and warmth were reserved only for her family. "Yes, my queen." Barristan didn't hesitate. Although he didn't approve of indiscriminate slaughter, he was a royal guard, and obedience came before principle. "I'm proud of you both." Enar spoke with a cheerful air, despite being surrounded by corpses and blood on all sides. He kissed both women on the cheek and looked at them with a gaze full of appreciation. Visenya and Rhaenys rolled their eyes, but smiled when they heard the pride in Enar's words. "I have completed the mission, Your Grace." Leda, Titus, and Sigismund knelt before Enar and replied in cold, calm voices. Looking at the three of them covered head to toe in blood, Enar smiled and didn't hesitate to praise them all with pride. "Well done everyone, especially Titus and Sigismund, you've become very powerful while I've been away." Both his primarchs were much more powerful than before, they had grown and become incredibly strong. "I will become even stronger to protect you, my king." Titus spoke, while Sigismund, the quietest of the brothers, nodded and looked at Enar with a determined gaze. "You will be of great help against the dark forces to come, my primarchs." Enar only smiled and spoke in a gentler tone, looking at them both. They both beat their chests and shouted loudly, "Yes, my king." Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, War of the Four Kings. Kings are the most selfish, self-centered and ego-driven men there can be. They are capable of waging wars just to avoid boredom, of spilling the blood of thousands just for fun. Yet men follow the king without any hesitation. Humanity is truly illogical. Varies the spider. Enar sat in the main seat of the Great Hall of Twins and looked out at his court, which filled every seat. Although the corpses and blood had been removed, the smell of blood still hung subtly in the air. "Now that we've conquered Twins, let's start dividing the armies." Enar sighed to everyone. His eyes were calmer than ever. "I'll go to the Vale of Arryn, while Rhaenys and Visenya will go to the Riverlands," Enar said and continued. "Oberyn and Tyrion will follow my queen and sister, along with the entire Red Legion, to face the army of houses Baratheon and Lannister in the Riverlands." Honestly, Enar was speechless at the misfortune of the Riverlands region. It was one of the most fertile and prosperous in Westeros, but because it was the battleground for almost every war on the continent, it suffered enormously from consecutive conflicts. Now, once again, the Riverlands would be the scene of another battle. Although this was due to its geographical position and flat terrain, excellent for the cavalry to march on, Enar lamented the region's bad luck. "Lord Stark and the Northern Army will follow me into the Vale." Enar spoke, looking at Eddard with a calm gaze. The reason he had brought Eddard and his army was simple: his uncle had grown up in the Vale and would be of great help in mobilizing the troops due to his familiarity with the terrain. Eddard nodded and let out a sigh filled with complex emotions. He had never thought that one day he would conquer the Vale. Remembering his childhood, the Lord of Winterfell's mood turned even darker. However, Eddard knew he couldn't back down at that moment, not when things were so far advanced. He had to continue with what he had agreed to do, not just for Enar's sake, but to keep his family, who were still in Winterfell, safe. "Yes, Your Grace." Eddard, Oberyn, and Tyrion stood up and accepted Enar's orders without any hesitation. Oberyn and Tyrion seemed especially excited for the war, Tyrion in particular. After learning that Jaime was leading House Lannister's army, he wanted to leave for the Riverlands as soon as possible. He really wanted to see the look on Jaime's face when he met him. Although he loved his brother, his hatred and resentment of Jaime and Tywin outweighed any affection he might feel for his lying brother. Noticing the tense atmosphere of the place and the lust of many for war, Enar raised his wine glass and spoke aloud. "Let's party to celebrate 2 victories in a row." "Party? I am great Jon. Who dares say he can drink more ale than me?" The Lord of House Umber spoke out loud. He looked at all the men with an arrogant and proud look. "I want to see if you're as strong as they say, Southerner." Tormund was the first to stand up at Great Jon's brazen provocation. Mance let out a tired sigh, anticipating how things would turn out. Enar smiled at the sight of the 2 men, both imposing, starting a drinking contest. If there was one thing the men of the North knew how to do, it was to party at the slightest opportunity. Living in a cold and inhospitable region, the people had learned to be direct and express themselves as they pleased. Enar sipped his wine and observed everything with a calm gaze. As king, it wasn't appropriate for him to join in the festivities himself. With him present, people didn't feel comfortable enough to relax completely. So instead of joining his vassals, Enar remained in the main seat, watching everyone enjoy the victory with a serene gaze. A king is naturally lonely. Enar muttered, remembering what Visenya Targaryen had told him on the 7th day of his training, when he was only 6 years old. At the time, he didn't understand her words, but now, feeling the distance between him and the others, he understood perfectly what she meant. Just as Enar was about to take another sip of wine, he felt someone grab his hand. He looked over and saw Visenya, his wife, staring at him with a lovely, gentle gaze. "It's not as lonely as you said, Queen Visenya." Enar smiled and murmured, genuine warmth reflecting in her eyes. "You looked lonely, even though you were the center of the whole party." Visenya whispered with a warm, gentle tone. She squeezed his hand tighter and smiled sweetly. "For a moment, I thought I was lonely, but then I realized that I have beautiful wives. How could I feel like that?" Enar joked as he kissed her hand with a gentle touch of his lips. "You incorrigible womanizer." Visenya grumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction, but the smile on her lips betrayed the happiness she felt at that moment. "You're becoming more and more a department at persuading women." Enar laughed when he heard this. He had witnessed millions of timelines. It would be strange if he didn't know how to talk to a woman. After the party was over, Enar saw that everyone was drunk. Tormund and Great Jan, in particular, were unconscious on the floor. They had both drunk so much that he assumed they would wake up with the worst headache of their lives. Shaking his head, Enar decided to retire to his room, leaving the others still drinking and chatting casually. Just as Visenya was about to follow Enar, she felt someone grab her arm and saw Rhaenys looking at her with a mysterious look. "Auntie, sleep with me tonight. Tell me about your days in Essos." Rhaenys spoke gently, with a look of admiration on her face. Visenya, who still didn't understand what was about to happen, felt proud to see the admiration in her niece's eyes and nodded. Enar was going to sleep anyway, so she wasn't worried about him. Looking at Enar's back, Rhaenys smiled mysteriously and whispered, with Visenya out of the way, "Arianne will get what she wants." "Did you say something, niece?" Visenya asked curiously, not having heard Rhaenys' words very well. "It's nothing, I was just whispering about how heroic my aunt is, Visenya's second coming in the world." Rhaenys quickly changed the subject and spoke with a look of admiration, making Visenya feel extremely proud. When Enar was about to enter the room to rest, she stopped for a moment, a curious look appearing on her face. His senses were alerting him that there was someone in the room. His lips lifted in an amused smile. "Everyone can stand by outside the room," he said, and then looked at Lita. "Lita, you can come in." The royal guards didn't hesitate to accept the king's order. They positioned themselves beside and in front of the door, ready for anything. Titus and Sigismund looked like iron walls protecting the entrance to the room. Opening the door, Enar let Lita in first and then closed it with an amused smile. Lita didn't mind the room. Her gray eyes quickly fell on the figure on the bed. She was an incredibly beautiful woman, with olive skin and black eyes, as well as her slightly curly hair falling over her naked body. There was a sensual smile on her lips and a seductive look in her eyes. "Your grace is very popular with women." Recognizing the son's peer heiress, Lita commented with a touch of sarcasm. "Did I sense a slight jealousy in your voice, Lita?" Enar asked with a provocative tone as he looked at the naked woman on the bed he was going to use that night. Arianne certainly knew how to seduce a man. "It's just your imagination, your grace," Lita replied without hesitation, with a calm look on her face. Jealousy. She was a sword. What was the point of being jealous? Besides, after a year and a half with Enar, She knew very well that her king liked to tease her. How could she fall for his teasing after so much time spent together? Enar couldn't help but be dissatisfied with Leda's expression. He loved to tease her. How could he be satisfied with such a lack of reaction? Arianne was speechless to see the two of them chatting casually, as if she wasn't there. However, far from feeling insulted, she found the scene incredibly funny. It was the first time she had seen Enar act so relaxed, even childish. And she had to admit it. She preferred this gentler, more playful side of him. At that moment, he was Enar the man. Not Enar the king. The former was approachable, kind and fun. The second was cold, calm, indifferent and regal. Both were Enar, but she preferred him in his more human state. Hearing Arianne's laughter, Enar looked at the Princess of Dorne with a smile and said, "I must be very blessed to have such a beautiful sight as soon as I enter my chambers." Arianne just laughed and replied sensually, "I'm cold, your grace. You see, Leda. I have to be a good man and warm up the beautiful princess." Enar looked innocently at Leda and spoke with a tone full of chivalry and justice. Leda looked at Enar speechlessly. "If you want to sleep with her, just say so. Don't pretend to be a fair and honorable knight." Snorting coldly, Leda refused to answer the king, who clearly had no sense of shame. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, War of the Four Kings, 2, Doran, don't blame me. Blame yourself for not being determined enough to choose your own heir. Enar Targaryen thought, looking at Arianne, naked beside him. The next morning. "Don't go, my king." Arianne hugged Enar from behind, pressing her naked body against his back. Her whisper sounded like that of a demon, inducing people to fall into the arms of hell. She bit his ear and continued with her devilish, seductive whispers. "Let me help you calm your desires, my beautiful king." Enar couldn't help but feel ready for battle again. The desert princess knew exactly how to excite him. At the same time, he was speechless. That had been his and Arianne's first time, but one was more abnormal than the other. While Enar didn't seem to get tired, Arianne also showed infinite energy. "Aren't you tired?" Bringing Teehee woman into the shelter of his arms, Enar couldn't help but ask, curious. He knew very well the power of his own body. During the night, when he had been with Arianne, he had held back as much as he could, but even a fraction of his strength was not something to be taken lightly. "I'm exhausted." Arianne rested her head on his shoulder and answered softly. Her eyes were fixed on his face, and a tired but seductive smile played across his slightly swollen lips. "But I have to serve my king." Arianne continued, her voice sweet and engaging. "To fulfill my goals, my ambitions, and my desires, I must make sure that my king never forgets this night." Enar looked at the woman in his arms with a calm gaze. However, he smiled and whispered in her ear, "You are my first wife. There's no forgetting you, my ambitious serpent." A smile appeared on Arianne's lips as she heard this. She had already realized the night before that, like her, he was inexperienced. "But your grace is a quick learner." She couldn't help but comment, her cheeks flushing as she remembered some embarrassing positions. Feeling pride inflate in his heart, Enar was speechless. Men were incredibly easy to be proud of, especially when they received compliments from a woman as beautiful and high status as Arianne. What's more, he had won her purity, which increased his feeling of victory even more. "Doran will be really furious if he finds out about your plans, little snake," Enar said with an amused smile. How could he not know about Arianne's ambitions? He had known about them for a long time and had never cared. "Does your grace know?" Ariane asked, with a slightly surprised tone. But seeing no antipathy or disgust on his face, she relaxed completely in his arms. At that moment, snuggled against T-Hat's strong, broad, and powerful chest, she felt safer than ever. Ariane wondered if this was how every woman in the world felt when she snuggled up to a man's chest. But she knew that was impossible. It wasn't just because of the loss of her virginity that she felt that way, but because it was Enar himself, a man who made any danger in the world seem insignificant in front of him. My father doesn't want to give me what is rightfully mine, so I have to take it myself. Ariane didn't hide her purpose and spoke directly. She knew that lies led to mistrust and then death, something she didn't want. So she was completely honest. If I have a child with white hair and purple eyes, no matter how reluctant the lords of Dorne are, they will have to accept that I am the ruler of Dorne. Ariane smiled. Although her body was practically begging for rest, she was ready for another round with Enar. Enar couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard her words. Doran, don't blame your father for the circumstances of your birth. Your mother is too ambitious and wants to use you to control the lords of Dorne. He thought, slightly regretting the future of his fourth son. Not that anything bad was going to happen to the boy, but having his birth decided on the basis of conspiracies was not a good thing. Feeling her soft, naked, seductive body against his, Enar controlled his own desires and gently caressed Ariane's face. Our son won't be able to have a dragon, but he will have a strength that no human has ever had. Enar spoke with a gentle tone, as his finger slid softly over the desert princess's luscious lips. Ariane's eyes lit up when she heard his words. She didn't care about the promise itself, but about his permission for her to have his child. Ariane knew he couldn't have Enar's child without his permission. After all, it was very simple for him to order her to drink the moon tea. But with his consent, she could become pregnant without any hindrance. With the support of her son and Enar, the sun throne of Dorne would be hers, and no one could take it from her. Thank you, my king. Ariane smiled innocently like a child and kissed Enar's lips deeply. Suddenly, the door opened, causing Ariane to stop what she was doing and look back. Seeing Visenya's gloomy expression, the desert princess smiled gently at her lover's lawful wife. Enar looked at Lita with a helpless look. He hadn't expected Lita to be so vengeful. Noticing the king's gaze, Lita smiled sarcastically at him and stood still, indifferent to his accusatory look. This was her revenge for Enar forcing her to listen to them having sex all night. Visenya crossed her arms under her breasts and watched the scene before her with a touch of anger. She wanted to slap herself on the cheek for having fallen for such an obvious and low trick. Even she hadn't expected Rhaenys to help Ariane. Looks like a fun night. Visenya looked at Ariane, naked on Enar's lap, and snorted coldly. That was her place, but now it was occupied by an ambitious, lustful snake. Ariane got off Enar's lap, put on her clothes, kissed his cheek and left with a happy smile on her lips. No matter what happened today, she had achieved her goal after years. Nothing could shake her happiness. Putting her hair back, Enar greeted his wife with a gentle smile. Good morning, Vy. Visenya snorted arrogantly, but she already knew from the conversation a few days ago that Enar had lovers. So she wasn't that upset about it. What really annoyed her was that she had fallen for such an obvious trick. Just as her younger sister had said, she really was innocent. Good morning, my lovely husband beyond repair. Visenya greeted Enar with a disgruntled look. Well, Dorne is ours completely. Enar spoke, standing up without bothering to display his nakedness in front of Visenya and Lita. Visenya nodded. Now that Ariane was Enar's lover, there was no way Dorne could escape the hands of House Targaryen. Best of all, there was no bloodshed or hatred, although there was probably some resentment on the part of Doran's sons. But they were irrelevant in the face of the benefits that House Targaryen had received. Doran will be livid with rage when he learns of Ariane's plans. Helping Enar clean himself with a wet cloth, Visenya commented with a smile. From Enar's description, she knew how Doran acted and looked. The man would certainly be furious, but helpless in the face of the power grab. There was no resisting House Targaryen, especially Enar, who, in Visenya's eyes, was practically a god. The army is ready for departure. Everyone is waiting for you to give your motivational speech. Visenya reminded Enar that the whole army, including her, was about to leave for the Riverlands. Enar nodded and said, "When you get to the Riverlands, you see and have all the fun you want." Enar's words were translated as follows for Visenya: "Burn anyone who dares not surrender. Have as much fun as you want." The young woman's eyes practically glowed with excitement. It was the first time she would use Syrinx in a real battle, a battle where she would rain down fire and blood on the enemy. Seeing Visenya's excitement, Enar smiled. Like any Targaryen, she was brave, and fire ran through her veins, without any fear of war. That pleased him. You may fear war, but you must never back down in the face of it. Note: avoid flying in 2025, plane crashes are becoming more frequent, I don't want any of you dead. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are up to TED every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, War of the Four Kings. 3. To achieve success, don't let your emotions influence you. Emotions are often the main culprit in preventing you from taking the first step towards success or failure. Enar Targaryen. Climbing onto the platform, Enar, wearing black armor with a long red cloak, looked at the army before him. His eyes immediately focused on his particular army, the Sardaukar. "Sardaukar, you have orders." Enar spoke, his voice spreading throughout the place. At Enar's words, the Golden Army slammed their spears into the ground and responded in unison, "Yes, my king." "Listen to your king's order. Invade the Riverlands." Enar continued loudly. "I give permission to kill all traitors, without exception. Spread blood in the name of your king." "Yes, my king." Enar smiled as he heard the powerful voice of tens of thousands of soldiers roaring at the same time. It was like a volcano erupting, causing the ground and the air to shake slightly. At his words, the Golden Army of the Sardaukar rhythmically slammed their spears into the ground. Enar turned his gaze to the Red Legion, where Titus and Sigismund stood at the head, commanding the legion. "My legion, you have orders," Enar said with a mischievous grin. Everyone in the Red Legion drew their swords, pointed them high, and responded with equal fervor, "The King's Red Legion is ready to bring pain to sinners. The King's Red Legion is ready to bring pain to sinners. The King's Red Legion is ready to bring pain to sinners." Enar spread his arms and declared, "Then march. Follow my queen and bring peace to the chaotic sinners. Let the world see the strength of my legion. Yes, Son of Light. Yes, Son of Light. Yes, Son of Light." Powerful, fervent cries echoed around the place, frightening the birds around and sending them flying away. Ariane looked at the scene and opened her mouth. She looked at the figure on top of the wooden platform and couldn't help but show a look full of warmth. She wanted to go another round with Enar right then. That was power. Enar practically personified the dream she wanted to achieve, absolute power, just like what she was witnessing at that moment. 70,000 people obeying the king's orders without any hesitation or fear. Ariane saw that these two armies were like swords in Enar's hands and that these men would die without hesitation to fulfill the king's ambition. She touched her own belly and wondered if she was pregnant, for her child would be the key to achieving this power, even if on a smaller scale. Incredible, isn't it? Rhaenys asked with a smile. She couldn't have been prouder at that moment. Even if it wasn't her army, it was the army of House Targaryen and the most loyal men, who served Enar with all their heart, soul, and mind. Yes. Arianne couldn't deny Rhaenys' words. Anyone else would have felt the same way when they personally saw almost 100,000 warriors responding to just one man. How was the evening? Rhaenys asked with a look of envy and curiosity. Excellent. Now I understand why Tyene and Nymeria love to have sex. Arianne replied with a lascivious smile, recalling her night of carnal passion. She couldn't help but lick her lips as she remembered how Enar had dominated her and treated her like any other prostitute. Watching Arianne's expression, Rhaenys knew that her cousin had thoroughly enjoyed the evening and seeing the two of them chatting happily, Visenya intervened with a dissatisfied tone. She was still angry at having been deceived by Rhaenys. I won't forget that betrayal, Rhaenys. Don't be angry, Aunt. Rhaenys tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and spoke in a gentle tone. I had no choice. My dear aunt doesn't let any woman near the king. Visenya just snorted coldly at her niece's words. She was right to keep all women away from Enar, especially ambitious women like Arianne, who would bring chaos to her king's court. After addressing the Sardaukar and the Red Legion, Enar turned to the 70,000 men of the north. This number included the savages who had joined the north a year and a half ago. You don't need pretty or elegant words. Nar said with an amused smile on his lips. Just enjoy the battles and may the old gods collect the dead in their halls full of beer and food. Let's go to war. Enar finished in an excited tone, as he drew his sword and pointed it upwards. The men of the north laughed merrily at the young king's words. He had said exactly what they wanted to hear. They didn't care for elaborate speeches, only war could quench their thirst for blood. War. 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 Everyone pointed their weapons upwards, shouting "ng" repeatedly while showing looks full of excitement. The other armies joined in and chanted the same word. Almost 120,000 voices roaring at the same time, it was quite a scene to behold. Eddard shook his head, but a smile appeared on the Lord of the North's lips. His nephew knew exactly how to cheer up the Northmen. As he had said, there was no need for fancy words. Just say it, and they'll do it. Sensing that everyone was fired up for war, Enar nodded, satisfied with his work. Stepping down from the wooden platform, he addressed his court. I'll leave control of the army to you two. The Sardaukar will obey Kinvara's orders, and the Red Legion will follow Titus and Sigismund's orders. You both have permission to mobilize in case of emergency. Enar spoke with a serious expression, looking at Oberyn and Tyrion. I won't disappoint you, your grace. Tyrion replied with a cold, deadly stare. He longed more and more for Jaime's arrival. Beside him, Oberyn agreed and, with an equally murderous expression, spoke. As my friend said, we will not disappoint. We will destroy the Lannister and Baratheon armies in the Riverlands. Seeing them both consumed by hatred, Enar shook his head and sighed. Although hatred made them extremely focused on one goal, it also prevented them from seeing the full picture of the war. Don't let your emotions influence you. A calm mind always works best. Hatred is a great way to improve, but don't let that feeling cloud your judgment and duty. This war is not just about revenge, but about deciding the fate of humanity. He needed to warn them. Enar feared that both of them would become so lost in hatred that they would forget their true purpose. Oberyn and Tyrion stared at Enar speechlessly. Being advised by a 14-year-old boy was strange, to say the least. But when they remembered his powers, they accepted the advice without much reluctance. Seeing that they had both calmed down, Enar nodded and turned his gaze to Visenya and Rhaenys. They both wanted to talk to him before he left for the Vale of Arryn. Visenya, take care of Rhaenys and don't let her get too excited on the battlefield, especially so she doesn't get lost in the excitement of war. He gave Rhaenys a scolding look, like an older brother disciplining his younger sister. Rhaenys couldn't help an annoyed expression when she heard Enar's words. She was obviously the older sister, but Enar insisted on acting more mature and wiser than her at all times, without missing any chance to provoke her. "I don't need those words, little brother," Rhaenys emphasized to her younger brother with a frightened look. She really didn't like being treated like a child by Enar, even though she knew it was just to tease her. Enar let out a low laugh when he saw her expression. He really enjoyed teasing Rhaenys, her reactions were always fun to watch. "Don't worry, husband," Visenya said in a serious tone, casting a teasing glance at Rhaenys. "I will discipline my niece without any hesitation." Visenya wasn't joking. She really hoped that Rhaenys would be unruly so that she could punish her. "My, Visenya certainly knows how to hold a grudge," Rhaenys muttered with an indifferent expression. However, she wasn't afraid of her aunt. As long as she didn't do anything wrong, Visenya could never punish her. Enar smiled at the interaction between the two and glanced at Arianne, especially at her belly. "She's not pregnant," murmured the king, without any surprise. Although he had finished many times inside Arianne, it wasn't so easy for him to become a father, especially considering that his children would be born with certain powers. Winking at his mistress, Enar said nothing and simply headed towards the Northern Army, which numbered around 70,000 men. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, War of the Four Kings. 4. Beware of arrogance. Arrogance often precedes a fall. I regret being arrogant many times. Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King and Lord of Casterly Rock. Baneyford, seat of House Baneyford, 2 days' ride from Pike. Looking at the short Emmon with white hair and black eyes, dressed in sealskin clothes, Tywin narrowed his eyes and spoke in a calm tone of voice, "You're a fool if you think you can survive a dragon with just a fleet of ships. The Targaryen king is weak, otherwise he could very well burn any enemy." The man dressed in sealskin clothing spoke with a harsh, rough tone, his hoarse voice echoing through the room. He looked at Tywin, who was dressed in red and gold, and sneered. Tywin couldn't help but display a look of derision on his face. Weak. He didn't think the young Targaryen king was weak. On the contrary, he had been surprised by the boy's cunning, cruel ways and quick decision-making. Honestly, Tywin wondered why Aerys was so blessed to have such a worthy grandson, even after everything that had happened. He wanted to have a son or even a grandson like young Enar. He would pass on his legacy without any hesitation and could die peacefully, knowing that House Lannister would prosper. Unfortunately, the gods had not blessed him with such happiness. And unlike Aerys, all his descendants, the great Lion of Casterly Rock, were useless in every sense of the word. The first was a young man with a knight complex and honorable. The second, a stupid, narcissistic girl. And the last, a monster. He wondered if he had offended the seven to be cursed with such bad sons and daughters, unworthy of inheriting their legacy. "Did you invite me to this place just to call me a fool?" the man asked with a menacing tone, his black eyes staring at the Lion of Casterly Rock without fear, something few men on this continent could do. "Balon, thank your drowned god that I didn't send my fleet to attack yours as soon as I found out you'd rebelled again," Tywin said, not hiding his disdain when he heard the threat in the man's voice. Yes, standing before him was Balon IX of House Greyjoy, better known as the Twice-Crowned. "You and your weak fleet of ships." Balon smiled sarcastically. "If I remember correctly, I burned the Lanny Sport fleet. On his orders, the entire fleet of House Lannister became balls of fire in the night, years ago. That was one of the deeds he was most proud of, having deeply wounded the Lion of House Lannister." T-Win's eyes grew cold at the mention of his greatest shame. At the Timmy, he had been furious and could only watch as hundreds of ships burned in the darkness of the night. He still remembered that incident clearly. It was the moment he realized how arrogant he had been, thinking that no one would dare attack him at the height of his prestige. "I'm not worried about dragons, though." But Balon's next words made T-Win's eyes narrow. Was Balon mad? T-Win read the descriptions of the dragon called Caraxes. The creature was as big as a flying hill. Who wouldn't worry about a monster that size, especially being the main target, as he was? T-Win, I told you, I want the Riverlands for my kingdom. Balon didn't care about T-Win's thoughts and spoke directly. His black eyes stared at the Lord of Casterly Rock with a cold, calm gaze. T-Win looked deeply at the man and spoke in a particularly icy voice. I've already spoken to the king. He can give the Riverlands to the Iron Islands. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him in that tone. And the last one who disrespected him like that destroyed a dynasty of almost 300 years. But, how much can you pay? T-Win asked coldly, a polite smile appearing on his face. He had long ago learned to control his emotions, never allowing them to control him. I'll help you and King Baratheon deal with the young Targaryen. Balon smiled, showing off his impeccably white teeth. T-Win almost laughed when he heard Balon's words. He really didn't know what gave him such confidence. Without the Reach army, the Targaryen king had around 120,000 men. With the army of the Reach, that number was a staggering 200,000 soldiers. This army was so large that it could sweep away almost anything in its path. And with the dragons at its side, it was almost invincible. Balon's confidence in defeating House Targaryen was, to say the least, arrogance and stupidity in T-Win's eyes. However, since Balon wanted to die, who was he to stop him? On the contrary, T-Win even wanted Balon to come to the continent as soon as possible with his army. The more House Targaryen used up its own forces, the greater their chances of victory. The king has already allowed it. As long as you fight House Targaryen, the Riverlands will be yours. T-Win spoke in a calm tone, his eyes fixed on the face of the new king of the Greyjoy dynasty bearing the name Balon. Balon nodded with a satisfied expression. As long as he conquered the Riverlands, he was willing to enter this war without any qualms. A smile appeared on the King of Pike's face. T-Win flashed a look of derision when he saw Balon's happiness. Even if the war was won, how much power would Balon have in the end? Besides, with the small population of the Iron Islands, it was completely impossible for House Greyjoy to control the Riverlands. Houses like Blackwood and Bracken, who were once kings, would rebel without hesitation. No noble house in the Riverlands would kneel before House Greyjoy. In T-Win's eyes, Balon's demands were stupid and incredibly naive. T-Win would wait for the right moment to stab Balon in the back when he was at his weakest. Until that happened, he would wait and watch the destruction of House Greyjoy with a cold, murderous gaze. Since we've settled everything, I'll say goodbye. Without waiting for T-Win to reply, Balon simply left, without showing any sign of thanks or the slightest respect for the Lord of Casterly Rock. T-Win didn't stop him and watched coldly as the man disappeared, with no intention of saying another word to him. But it's better this way. Arrogant people are easy to predict. T-Win muttered with a calm, calculating look. If the young king of House Targaryen were arrogant, this war would be much easier. However, the boy was in no hurry to fight and was marching calmly. Lord T-Win. In his tea-hufts, T-Win heard his name called and narrowed his eyes when he saw the Lord of Baney Fort, Quentin. Lord Baelish is missing. Quentin directly communicated the news he had just received. T-Win's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I've finally found you, little bird. Previously, he had had doubts about who was controlling Lisa Tully, but after examining the entire life of the daughter of House Tully, he found a very interesting piece of information. Petyr Baelish had grown up alongside Catelyn and Lisa Tully. There were even rumors that Lisa had lost her virginity to Baelish. With this information, Tywin would be a fool not to suspect Baelish. However, he didn't expect him to flee at the slightest sign of danger. Now he was sure that Baelish himself was behind Lisa. "Send 100 men to find Baelish," Tywin ordered in a calm, cold tone. He couldn't tolerate betrayal, especially from someone who kept as many secrets as Baelish. The man had to die before he disrupted his plans. "Yes, me lord," Quentyn replied respectfully before leaving Tywin alone in the room again. Looking at House Greyjoy's fleet leaving for Pike, Tywin's lips lifted in a rare smile. Although war was dangerous, he liked it. The feeling of controlling the lives of tens of thousands of people was far more than satisfying, it was a divine feeling. "Balon, be a good squid and consume the forces of House Targaryen. I'll pour a glass of wine over your grave after it's all over," Tywin muttered with a calm, cold gaze. He was a spiteful man and didn't tolerate disrespect, especially from someone like Balon Greyjoy. However, when he remembered the size of House Targaryen's army, Tywin's mood turned serious. Those numbers were desperate. Fortunately, even with the support of House Tyrell, keeping such an army in the field for long would be impossible. Even if the logistics are worked out, an army of 200,000 people won't be able to fight for more than a month before food, steel, and clothing run out. Tywin knew well the art of managing an army. And logistics was the most important factor in any military campaign. Without adequate supplies, an army would fight for a week at most before being forced to retreat in the face of starvation and a shortage of weapons and armor. So although the number was impressive, he wasn't exactly worried. Remembering the confidence Balon had shown at the mention of the dragons, Tywin wondered what it could be. However, he decided to put that aside. There were more important things to do. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, War of the Four Key NGS, v. That'll be fun. Enar Targaryen looking at Brynden Tully, the Blackfish and Knight of the Gate. Enar glanced towards the riverlands and narrowed his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips, as if he was thinking about something very interesting. "Well, Euron is really interesting," he murmured in a calm tone. As for the relic containing blood magic in his hands, Enar wasn't worried. If he were a pure, blooded Valyrian, he might have been slightly apprehensive about Visenya and Rhaenys, but in Euron's hands, the horn would just kill anyone who dared to use it.